Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukakage, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. She'd started as a receptionist after I'd established first steps, and I hardly ever visited the Explorers Association back then. But I still freshly remember when Lyle and his party mates had taken me to visit the association just to see this famous receptionist. She had a nice body and a cute face. She was a well-mannered young lady who never showed a displeased expression, even towards poorly dressed hunters or me, a pathetic person who'd come to apologize. It went without saying that she boasted great popularity among all hunters of all gender in the capital currently. And yet, recently, I'd learned from Kana of that receptionist's only weakness. She was Gark's niece, and genetics surely wasn't doing its job properly here. This receptionist's name was Gark's niece. I believed that Kana had told me her name before, but the fact that she was Gark's niece was too shocking for me that I couldn't remember it at all. What's the matter? I wonder. So far, the only conversations I'd had with the receptionist had been strictly clerical, and being the semi-shut-in person I was, these conversations had been few and far between. In fact, this was the first time I'd seen her outside of the counter. Being not quite fond of Gark, I considered her as someone whom I didn't want to associate with at length. Could it be that something has happened concerning Gark? In an instant, negative thoughts crossed my mind and lowered my mood, and in my state of agitation, I uttered something unintelligible. Oh, really? So, you actually can come out of the counter?
What? Anyway, Krai, I was wondering if you can tell me what's going on. My uncle, the branch manager, seems rather overjoyed,
said Ms. Niece, widening her eyes for a second but quickly regaining her composure, as expected of her, who certainly had what it took to deal with street-smart treasure hunters. Perhaps she was even stronger than me. Feeling just a tad apologetic, I confirmed her name with her. I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Really? Holy, the name is Chloe Welter. Right here, it's written right here too.
Ah, yes, that was right. That was the name. Miss Chloe assertively pointed to the name tag on her chest, and sure enough, there was her name clearly written. It seemed like my eyes weren't so bright.
So what happened? The branch manager seemed to be in such a good mood. I heard it has something to do with the aftermath of that quest recently.
What? You came out from behind the counter just to ask something as trivial as that?
Trivial?
Replied Miss Chloe, her eyes widened and expression shocked. I didn't mean to tell her not to come out, but her doing so was such a surprise. Perhaps it was because there seemed not to be many people around today. She might be bored. Though considering that she was Gark's niece, I couldn't help but be on guard. But since I was also free, I pretended to be tough and put on a stern face, even though it was quite late for that. I don't recall a hint. The meeting was nothing new in particular. Oh, right. And there was talk of me picking up some drinks.
Drinks?
Ain't I tough? Well, and then there was talk of a dragon slayer coming from another country. His name is, I just heard it a little while ago, but I wasn't interested in him enough to remember. Oh no. Normally I can remember a little better, but I guess the information about the auction overrode it, or I'd seriously forgotten.
It's the Crashing Lightning. Arnold the Crashing Lightning. The dragon slayer from the Land of Fogs.
Oh, yeah. That's the name. Crashing Lightning. Crashing Lightning. All right, I got it. I felt like I'd never heard of the place where he was from, but I see, he was from the Land of Fogs. Quite a long way the journey must have been. My respects for his efforts. Glancing discreetly at my tough expression, Miss Chloe nodded in agreement.
I see. Now, I understand why the branch manager was so delighted. I'm convinced. Krai is one of his favorites, after all.
Huh? I guess I am. Chloe looked at me with wide eyes, surprised by my enthusiastic response. I was hoping for a bit more reaction, but oh well. Anyway, Miss Chloe's idea of favorite was probably her misunderstanding. Branch manager Gark favored hunters who embodied the essence of being a hunter, so he was probably fonder of my childhood friends like Luke and Liz than me. And I was beginning to notice some stares directed at me now. Even though there were fewer people around, it didn't mean we were alone in the lobby. Perhaps it was because I was talking to the lovely signature receptionist. A considerable number of hunters were glaring at me intensely.
Krai, sorry to keep you waiting.
Fortunately, Citri had just returned. Held in both her hands was a cage, possibly bearing my drink. Sorry, but I have to go now that my party mate has arrived. I have a few things to take care of, and I'm a bit busy.
Yes, understood. I apologize for approaching you out of the blue.
I needed to return to the clan house and take an afternoon nap. After she heard my perfunctory response, Miss Chloe's shoulders drooped slightly. This isn't good. I can't afford to leave a bad impression on Gark's niece. But thanks for telling me all that. It was really helpful. Let's talk again sometime when we have the chance. And please tell me something about Uncle Gark or any weakness he might have.
No, it's my pleasure. I've always wanted to have a nice little chat with you, but you seem to always be busy. Like my uncle says, the 1,000 tricks is the Broniac of his generation.
To my social pleasantries, Ms. Chloe reacted beyond my expectations. Her clear black eyes sparkled, and she looked at me as if she were looking at a hunter she admired. I felt like I understood why she was adored by the other hunters. If I hadn't been aware of my own incompetence, I might have fallen for her on the spot. And what exactly had Gark been instilling in his niece? If I was considered a Broniac, what would that make the likes of the strongest ones like Ark and Liz? The only thing I excelled at was my skill in kowtowing and apology. Citri blinked as she observed Miss Chloe's back.
What's wrong? Oh, she is.
Oh, it's nothing. As Miss Chloe happily returned to the counter with an elated gait, I let out another big yawn. Chloe Welter was diligently carrying out her duties in high spirits at the counter, a rarity these days. The staff of the Explorers Association, tasked with providing all-around support for numerous hunters, had a lot of work to do. Their jobs involved gathering information on treasure vaults, mediating requests and disputes, as well as facilitating the buying and selling of treasures brought in by hunters. And among the staff, Chloe and her fellow receptionists were considered elite. To be able to sit behind an Explorers Association's counter, one must be of a certain capability. Courage, competence, and charm were indispensable for receptionists to smoothly carry out their duties dealing with seasoned hunters who were accustomed to rugged situations. The receptionists at Zebridia's Explorers Association were all seasoned veterans who could rival even the battle-hardened treasure hunters. It was definitely not only the patronage of her father's brother, Gark, that had allowed Chloe to take her seat at such a young age. Chloe had once aspired to become a hunter. Having an uncle with a prestigious moniker from the golden age of treasure hunters, Chloe had naturally admired his accomplishments and aspired to follow in his footsteps. She dedicated herself to rigorous training in order to become a hunter. Among hunters, there were those daredevils who recklessly stepped on the path of hunting without any preparation, and there were those who meticulously equipped themselves with knowledge and combat skills before registering as one. Chloe, with hunters in her family, belonged to the latter group. Chloe was privileged in many ways. Her family was affluent, and she had relatives who held prestigious monikers. She was talented as well. She excelled in her studies, and was particularly praised for her natural ability in swordsmanship by her mentor. She also had an above-average ability to absorb mana material. Perhaps she could have thrived as a treasure hunter and achieved more than that. However, Chloe had given up on becoming a treasure hunter. She'd already resigned herself to that fate before it even became a possibility. Upon reaching adulthood, Chloe had immediately joined the ranks of the Explorers Association and undertaken the internal examination to become a receptionist, a feat arguably even more challenging than becoming a treasure hunter, which only required registration. Her decision had been questioned by both her father and her uncle, both seeking confirmation if it had truly been what she'd wanted. She'd had moments of lingering remorse. However, being able to assist hunters in their achievements up close like this was a rewarding job for her. Although she occasionally found herself frustrated by the persistent suitors, the enjoyable aspects of the job outweighed the negatives. Perhaps this was her calling after all. For Chloe, the only bummer was the 1,000 tricks. Grieving Souls' members were among the top-tier young hunters currently active in the capital. In particular, their hunter registration had been overseen by branch manager Gark, which meant that Chloe had always been hearing about the achievements of the Grievers, who were only a few years apart in age from her. Back when Chloe had still aspired to become a hunter, she'd even regarded them as rivals for a while. When Chloe became a receptionist, she'd anticipated being able to assist that very party as well. Yet their leader, the 1,000 Tricks, had seemed to have deliberately withdrawn from the front lines just as Chloe had taken on her role as a receptionist. Level 8 hunters were super busy. Being the clan master of the now gigantic clan, First Steps must have kept the 1,000 Tricks occupied, far beyond what Chloe could imagine. Sure enough, it was said that the 1,000 Tricks had been totally holed up in the clan house lately and was hardly accessible even to his clan members. Even when he visited the Explorers Association, he was immediately summoned by the branch manager, leaving barely any time for chats. There was one thing Chloe had been wanting to confirm with him for a long while, but she could never find the time. This time, however, she was finally able to talk to him properly, albeit only for a little while. He was a young hunter who was feared by Gark Welter, the war demon whose rampages had made his name resound far and wide, and Gark considered him a monster. I'd love to hear more about him at length, Chloe had thought. From the few conversations she'd had with Krai in the past, Chloe hadn't sensed anything that came close to immensity in him. But this time, however, when he'd heard that a monikered level 7 hunter was coming to visit, his disinterested attitude revealed an overwhelming self-conceit in him. Uncle Gark had always been fond of strong warriors. Having witnessed Krai's growth since his registration, Gark was understandably in a good mood when he'd seen Krai taking such a bold stand upon hearing of the arrival of a foreign high-level hunter, natural adversaries to accomplished and skilled young hunters like Krai. For the first time, Chloe saw Uncle Gark humming a tune. In all likelihood, conflicts would ensue. High-level hunters were like strong and cunning beasts. Put two strong individuals together, and they'd compete to establish dominance. With both their prides at stake, conflicts would be unavoidable. While this would pose a headache for the Explorers Association, Chloe realized that she couldn't help but feel a bit excited, contrary to her usual self. Who knows, perhaps branch manager Gark felt the same way as well. No, her uncle was probably even more exhilarated than Chloe and her fellows. The 1,000 Tricks was, in a sense, Gark Welter's pride. Suddenly, there was a commotion by the entrance. The crowd split, and in came a group of hunters. As Chloe set her eyes on the conspicuously large man leading the group, she realized that the moment had arrived. Dark golden hair and eyes brimming with a strong will. An ash-brown coat that was stained and faded, bearing the marks of battles fought, but most striking of all was the enormous sword with a blade of strongly gleaming gold resting on his back. A sight once seen, never to be forgotten. Information on powerful hunters was shared among the branches of the Explorers Association. In a faraway land where a perpetual rainy season and a thin mist prevailed, lay the land of Fog's Nebula noobs. There, a man had emerged as a hero, having led the country's hunters in slaying their archenemy, the Thunder Dragon. He Arnold Hale, the Crashing Lightning, was a level 7 hunter. Leading his party Falling Fogged, he'd achieved this feat. Arnold stared down at Chloe without a flicker of emotion, his gaze honed like sharpened blades. A powerful man. Chloe's eyes widened, and she held her breath. Without a doubt, the aura of a hero, markedly distinct from the 1,000 Trickses, exuded from him. This party of hunters he led must undoubtedly be a band of dragon slayers. Slowly, the Crashing Lightning began to speak, and Chloe stood before him with a smile on her face, as always. It'd already been over 5 years since I'd become a treasure hunter, and in that time I'd learned a few things. One was that this world was teeming with troubles, more so than one could imagine, and unless you trod the line carefully, you could easily get into a crash course for one. And the second was that one's responsibility or status was directly proportional to the number of troubles there'd be. One trouble would often lead to another, and from there, a chain of new troubles. For me, the latter was particularly a problem. The number 8 in my level and my status as the clan master had dragged me into hellish situations over and over. The fact that I'd been assigned to carcass collect in the White Wolf's den and made to investigate it further were all thanks to the responsibility and obligations forced onto me as a clan master and a high-level hunter respectively. Of course, I was a person utterly incapable of doing anything myself. I just delegated anything assigned to me to someone else. But this time, 2 such assignments came my way in a row within a short period, and moreover during the absence of my party. I had to be careful. As I was lounging in the clanmaster's office after the meeting, trying to unwind from the exhaustion of the conference, Vice Clanmaster Eva Renfide came in. Unlike me, she was dressed in First Steps' uniform, and there was no room for slack in her stride as she walked with a straight back.
Welcome back. How was the meeting?
Thank you. It went without a hitch. I was a mere decoration there, though. Eva exhaled a relieved sigh as I rolled my shoulders to release the stress in my muscles. I'd usually ask Eva to help me with handling the aftermath of incidents. This time, though, the fallout was really only trivial. Since there were also other clan members there who could help, I'd told Eva, who was much busier than I was, that she didn't have to come. But perhaps that concern of mine might have ended up unnecessarily adding to Eva's mental burden. In any case, we should be able to consider today's meeting as an end to the recent string of events. It felt like a weight had finally been lifted off my shoulders after a long time. While I hadn't personally exerted much effort myself, the members of the parties under my command could have suffered serious injuries because I'd picked them for this quest.
A decoration? Of course you weren't. I don't know what I would have done without you there, Krai.
With that, in came Citri, who'd done a Herculean job this time around, carrying a large metal case with her. With her pinkish blonde hair slightly hanging around her eyes, revealing glimpses of their color between its gaps, Citri and her older sister Liz were like two peas in a pod, though Citri's gentle gaze and ever-present friendly smile gave her a rather distinct impression. She was graceful and lovable, thoughtful and devoted to knowledge. She valued diplomacy over brutality. Citri, as an alchemist, had an excellence that set her apart from her sister, a thief, both in terms of magnitude and direction. Flawlessly able to handle any and all situations, Citri could be considered almighty, even among the members of Grieving Souls. Occasionally, I'd be concerned about her displaying a peculiar tendency to create odd things and exhibiting a hint of the same ferocity that reminded me of her sister, but I wouldn't go as far as labeling them as her flaws. In truth, Citri had been able to swiftly resolve the various problems that had burdened me. If anything should happen to me again, there was no ally as reliable as her. The case rattled in her hands, and Eva twisted her eyebrows quizzically.
What is that?
Krai's drink.
Answered Citri suspiciously without hesitation. Enough with that already. It was my fault for mistaking a Malice Eater's true identity, but in my defense, no one would have understood what a Malice Eater was without any explanation. The case was of the side-opening type and had a large lock on it. When Citri placed it on the floor, a sound reverberated as if something inside was ramming against its walls. To be honest, I still had no idea what was inside. Delightedly stroking the top of the case, Citri continued.
The Malice Eaters, they're one part of Noctis Cochlear's estate. All the mature ones have been exterminated by the hunters with their own hands. But it seems there were some juvenile specimens kept in the base, and Krai has managed to obtain one for me.
Though I couldn't get you the golem as well.
Witnessing that alone was more than worthwhile. Regrettable as it is, there's nothing we can do about that.
A shade of darkness flashed across Citri's expression. Maybe was the golem the more valuable option? But at this point, there was nothing I could do about it. I wished she'd at least mentioned that during the meeting. Taking a step back from the case, Eva cautiously asked,
Is that something dangerous?
Citri was a natural-born alchemist through and through, and her sensibilities, as evidenced by the Citri slime incident, were somewhat detached from the norm. Though, since it had been Citri who'd wanted the Malice Eater, I'm sure she'd make sure it was all taken care of somehow.
Right. The definition of dangerous varies from person to person, and I believe that this is worth the risk. I'm sure Krai will manage to handle it.
Huh. Me? Citri unlocked the case, which was making a clattering sound, and the lid flew outwards with tremendous force as a gray mass burst out from within. The gray mass spun around vigorously and then locked its gaze on Eva, growling softly. A creature about the size of a mid-sized dog slipped from the case. Its entire body was deep gray in color, and on its back were a set of large wings and 3 short sword-like tails. Its head featured rounded ears swaying side to side in sync with its growls. Though its head lacked a mane, it somehow reminded me of a lion. This wasn't my first time seeing a chimera. I'd fought them before when I'd been with my party. Yet the image in my mind didn't quite match up with what I was seeing right now. Perhaps because this one was small, it seemed slightly adorable. Eva, being stared down as she was, seemed unsure of how to react, and a troubled expression showed on her face.
In principle, I'll be the one taking care of it, though I'll need Krai to lend me a hand when I'm out exploring.
Yeah, of course. I thought something worse would come out of the case, but if it was just this, I should be able to take care of it myself if needed.
Oh, Krai, and it's been programmed to not harm you or me, so don't worry.
I wonder when she managed to program the chimera, and does that mean it will harm anyone other than Citri and me? In front of my puzzled eyes, the Malice Eater, or whatever it was, started scratching the floor with its small forelegs. My expression stiffened in an instant. The floor, which should have been made of sturdy stone, showed a large scratch mark. Or to be precise, Wherever the Malice Eater endearingly swung its claws to scratch the floor, new scratch marks would appear in real time. As small as those claws on its feet were, they were apparently incredibly sharp. Being able to rip through the stone floor without a sound, it must be able to tear through things like my flesh and bones with similar ease. Juvenile as it might be, it was undoubtedly a real monster. Eva's face contorted upon noticing the condition of the floor. I'd made a reckless promise. While Citri or other hunters might have been able to handle it, taking care of such a monster was beyond my capabilities. Putting up a serious expression, I crossed my arms and nodded solemnly, deciding to just wing it. Quite an interesting specimen this is, I've decided. The entire clan will be taking care of it together. If anyone could handle this mischievous chimera in my place, it'd certainly be the broad-minded Ark. The Malice Eater purred and playfully jumped towards me. In an instant, something intercepted it midair, and a safety ring of mine activated. The safety ring had shielded me from the physical impact and the blow from the claws. The Malice Eater was completely free of ill will, and its gaze, softer than when it stared at Eva, was now directed up at me. Perhaps Citri's words were true, but my weakness gave me pause. One of its sharp tails hit my thigh, triggering another safety ring. It was attacking me continuously, and I clearly couldn't handle this well.
Hey, Krai's busy, so stop playing around.
At Citri's words, the Malice Eater purred once disappointedly and landed on the floor gracefully, but even its feline landing caused new scratches to appear on the floor. Even though it seemed like a pet, it was a fearsome creature. Citri began to lower her head apologetically and said,
I'm sorry, it's still not properly trained yet.
It's all right. It's all right. You've only just received it. Since it had listened to Citri and moved out of the way accordingly, it must be fairly intelligent. After all, high-level monsters possessed both strength and intelligence. However, I did wonder if my life would last long enough until it was properly trained. I had merely 9 safety rings left to protect my life. Ideally, I'd like to have my used safety rings as well as my other relics that had run out of mana recharged if possible. That said, when are Lucia and the others returning?
So after my sister left, a powerful swordsman phantom appeared in the boss room.
Oh, in that case. In one sentence, she'd convinced me as to why they'd yet to return. One of my childhood friends, Luke Sikol the Protean Sword, the swordsman of grieving souls, was a man with a passion, or rather an obsession, for mastering the way of the sword. At his current level, Luke was profusely strong, and yet he had a troublesome temper that compelled him to swing his blade at any exceptional swordsman he encountered, regardless of whether they were human or phantom. This time around, he'd encountered a phantom that had appeared in the boss room of a level 8 treasure vault. It must have ignited his fighting spirit, and once Luke became fired up, there was no stopping him. No one would even attempt to stop him.
Luke's bad habits kicked in, and so Lucia and the others decided to stay a bit longer.
So, did he win?
No, it was a complete pushover. But he said he'd keep at it until he can win one-on-one. He'll probably come back once new bosses no longer pop up, though that'll possibly take some time since it is a treasure vault with a considerably high concentration of mana material,
said Citri, wearing a seemingly pensive expression. What kind of opponent could have so utterly vanquished Luke, who was nearly undefeated even within the capital?
Oh, by the way,
said Citri, as if remembering something, as she fished out a small ring from her pocket. So, you brought back a relic. Citri carefully picked up the ring on the desk and observed it. It was a dull silver ring with a transparent crystal attached to it. The intricately cut crystal had a unique aura of a relic. My hobby was collecting relics. Therefore, all relics we obtained during hunts went through me at least once, and I also frequently visited relic shops. If there was only one thing I excelled at, compared to my party mates, it had to be my profound knowledge of relics. This time, I could immediately identify in one glance the true identity of the relic Citri had acquired. It's an Aspiration Manifest, a ring relic. Where did you find it? Aspiration Manifest was a relic that stored only a single magic spell. I also carried around a pendant version of it with me. Aspiration Manifests weren't particularly rare. Its crystal that boasted a unique transparency was the root of its functionality. Hence it came in various forms: rings, bracelets, pendants, circlets, and even attached to staffs. It was the size of the crystal that determined the upper limit of the magic that it could be imbued with. Given that aspiration manifests consumed approximately 100 times the usual mana required by casting the spell to store the magic within, they weren't quite popular as relics. However, for someone like me who had a companion in Lucia, a talented magus, the more of these relics, the better it was. As I closely scrutinized the ring with a probing gaze, Citri blushed and said,
This is a souvenir for you, Krai, since I've caused you trouble with the Noctis Cochlear incident.
Trouble?
If you may, put it on here for me, will you?
She said, as she pointed to the ring finger on my left hand. Eva was also dumbfounded. Funny joke. But, unfortunately, all the fingers on both my hands were already occupied with ring relics. Regardless, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened, so I gratefully accepted Citri's kind gesture. It's not like you've caused me any trouble, but if you say it's a souvenir, I guess I'll accept it. Thank you. This will be useful.
Oh no, it's nothing. We're partners, aren't we?
I couldn't quite say anything more as Citri smiled serenely after all. I owed her a tremendous monetary debt.
That's the newcomers.
Exceptional hunters, regardless of domestic or foreign, gathered in the capital of Zabrudia. And since hunters couldn't tolerate being looked down upon, newly arrived hunters were often on edge. A lot of them ended up clashing with the established hunters based in the capital. This was almost like a rite of passage. There were even some ridiculous hunters who'd purposefully go and provoke other hunters in order to establish hierarchy. And this was the atmosphere I sensed gushing from the group that had just entered. As for me, the most troublesome thing was that many of these newcomers had never heard of the name Thousand Tricks. The moniker was only so well known that hunters based in the capital would know it. But outside the capital, not only was the world so vast, but even if people knew the name, they wouldn't have recognized my face to begin with. In other words, what I meant to say was that I was often an easy target to pick on with my weak appearance. The man in the center was a large person. On him was a set of lightly tarnished yet tremendously sturdy-looking gray leg guards. He also wore a set of minimalistic feral armor covering only essential parts, along with a chestnut brown overcoat. Under his sweep of naturally flowing dark blonde hair was a seemingly displeased expression. He was carrying a massive sword on his back like the young man Gilbert, but with his much different physique he was exuding an intimidating aura orders of magnitude stronger than the young man. Standing at close to 2 meters tall, his body breadth was also much thicker proportionately. This was a body comparable even to Gark's. The most physically imposing hunter I knew was undoubtedly Ansem, but this man could easily rank among the top 10. At the very least, this man was no novice. I supposed he'd be more befittingly described as a renowned hunter from abroad. Shrinking my body, I quietly hoped this wouldn't develop into anything troublesome. Meanwhile, Citri carefully examined from head to toe the man who seemed to be the leader and let out a fervent sigh.
That's a splendidly well-trained body. Even his demeanor is refined. The mana material in him is top-notch too. He must be a high-level hunter. How wonderful. What? Citri, you're into that kind of guy? Ew.
Liz crossed her legs boldly and chuckled while Tino also looked at Citri surprisedly. Unfazed by their gazes, Citri continued to stare at the man with her ardent eyes.
Liz, you won't understand. In the end, base physical strength is crucial for a male type. High-level hunters with high mana material absorption rates and limits are just perfect. What do you think, Krai?
And I was suddenly put on the spot. Citri seems to really like Makos. She was the quiet type, so I assumed her taste in men would lean towards the quieter side too. But it seemed there were things about her that even I didn't know. With a hint of indescribable loneliness, I answered, "Yeah, muscles are important indeed."
I know, right. You're the man, Krai. You get it, unlike Liz. Killiam was made with patchwork and its integrity is a bit, worn down. And its appearance is just a little unsettling. So bringing it around causes a commotion sometimes. I was thinking there might be another one as my bodyguard. Man, this looks so good. I wonder what level he is. I wish I brought Killiam along with me. I'd like to see how they compare.
I feel like the conversation somehow wasn't quite connecting. With her eyes like an infatuated maiden's, Citri gazed at the hunter. Citri was essential to our party, but if she ever desired to leave, I intended to support her decision. Everyone had their own path, and I had no right to stop her, or anyone for that matter. I was sure that the day would come when all members of Grieving Souls would each go on to walk their own unique paths.
You get out of my way!
I hope he'll stop acting like that. The newcomers wasted no time in provoking other hunters. Approaching one of the tables, one of them slammed the head of a dead-drunk male hunter onto the table without a word. The sound of dishes, shattering, reverberated. The atmosphere chilled instantly, and the bustle in the tavern ceased. The lackey who'd slammed the hunter's head was a man with long, tied-back hair. Wearing a smirk of intimidation, he looked down on the rest of the hunters at the table, who were caught off guard by the sudden assault.
Dude! What the fuck, bro? There are other seats available.
Ignoring them, the newcomers forcefully expelled the rest of the hunters from the table. The hunters were at a disadvantage in numbers, and some of them were intoxicated too. But above all, the newcomers seemed well accustomed to such an action. While those at the table had their weapons nearby, they were kicked flat onto the ground, ganged up on, and beaten up, but before they could reach for their weapons. It was nonsensical that they hadn't been arrested yet. Wasn't this already a criminal offense? And yet, curiously, this level of violence wasn't considered a crime for hunters, granted that their opponents were also hunters. Since this was a somewhat rough profession, and they also had their reputation to consider, the victims wouldn't press charges that easily. Besides, if they'd get arrested for this level of violence, Liz and Luke would be in rather serious trouble, so I couldn't really object either. The world we were living in was crazy. The enjoyable mood has been ruined, but Liz, for some reason, had a gleam in her eyes. Moistening my throat with tea, I observed the situation. There, one of the lackeys announced themselves in a shrill voice. All eyes in the room turned towards them.
We're falling fog from Nebulanuvs, the land of fogs, and remember this well, this person here is known as the mightiest hunter in the land of fogs, Dragon Slayer, Arnold Hale, the crashing lightning.
Remaining silent at Lackey A's introduction, a man, whom I assumed to be Arnold, arrogantly leaned back on the chair and crossed his arms. The servers, noticing the obvious brewing trouble, discreetly backed away. Arnold. An Arnold from Nebulanubes, huh? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere recently. Where was it again? I furrowed my brow and tilted my head, but my memory was clouded under the influence of the pungent alcohol smell. Meanwhile, the entranced Citri was staring at the lackey and their foolish display of intimidation. Giving up on recalling that memory, I let out a deep breath and repositioned myself straight in my chair. Seriously, if I'd been by myself, I'd be on my way to settling the bill and getting out of this place. Then, a lackey took a deep breath and, with a solemn tone, said the unbelievable.
Listen closely, you dumbass hunters of the capital. Arnold here is a level 7.
What? Did he say level 7 inches? You mean that man in the company of those absolute small fry lackeys is on the same level as Ark? Man, this world has truly gone crazy. In reality, the criteria for level certification by the Explorers Association wasn't standardized. While some branches focused solely on combat abilities, others valued personality more. But no matter how you put it, a man who unhesitatingly pummeled other hunters being recognized as level 7 was a grave testament to the decline in hunters' honor. I'm going to add this to my list of material to tease Gark with the next time I see him. Upon hearing his words, Liz widened her eyes slightly and tilted her head.
I see the land of fogs, huh? We've never been there before, right, Crybaby? Wouldn't you be a level 10 if you're from there too?
No way, no way. I believe a level 9 or 10 would require branches from around the world to gather and evaluate the circumstances. And I don't even want to level up in the first place.
Well, if I crush that, I can probably become level 7 too.
Killian with a level 7 base. I'd love to get to know him better. Hey, Krai, can I go? They probably don't know anyone here since they're new. Maybe this is a chance.
Liz let out a deep sigh while Citri became seemingly restless. No one was worried about the beaten hunters. Well, I guess I'll be the one who worry about them. Level 7 dash, even if it was an evaluation from a small country, it was still a level impressive enough to make an opponent think twice. There were 8 of them, and even if the crashing lightning didn't live up to his level, they were still fully armed. I must say that being drunk put us at a disadvantage. Confirming that not a person had voiced a word of resistance, Arnold mocked the hunters with a smirk.
Nothing but cowards. I guess even the capital is nothing much. You bring me some booze and women.
Roger that.
Lackey started scanning the bar, but unfortunately, there were few hunter-centric taverns with cute waitresses. With his squinted eyes, he searched the area until he caught me monopolizing 3 girls at the back of the tavern. His lips twisted into a sneer. Whoa, hold up. Is he seriously thinking of making a move on the female hunters of other parties? Is such a thing allowed in the land of fogs? Is that some country of shambles? It'll be bad if they start scorning me. Even I'm more than ready to put up a fight. You sure? I'll fight at least. Tina will fight too, and Liz even more so. You really sure? Citri? I'm not quite sure about her actually. Tino appeared rather displeased. Lackey approached our table and grinned. But just as he was about to address us, Liz beside me stood up. Looking at the surprised Lackey, who'd widened his eyes at this unexpected turn, Liz blushed and said with a radiant smile. Luz blushed and said with a radiant smile.
Oh! You want me to pour you drinks? Well, I guess I can't refuse, can I? Lizzie? I can go and Forget it! You sit down. I'll show you how it's done.
Alluringly placing her finger on her lips, Liz threw a wink at the flustering Tino. That's the look when she's about to pull mischief. She'd been dressed rather revealingly, and though she didn't have many curves, she had a bit of a chest if you looked close enough, and her sun-kissed skin exuded a healthy allure. Her face was attractive, and if one didn't know her true nature, she'd probably look quite captivating.
Wait, Liz, that's not fair.
Early bird catches the worm.
Lackey looked at me as if he was looking at a coward. What am I supposed to do? Liz poured some red copper ale in the barrel into a mug. With a dubious look on his face, Lackey's nose twitched for an instant. He must have realized from the odor that the contents were a highly potent liquor. But before he could voice his concerns, Liz began to walk with the mug in hand. Approaching Arnold's table, she raised the mug while maintaining her smile. The lackey's gazes trailed along Liz's skin, checking out her belly, thighs, and cleavage, finally lingering on the rather bulky-looking apex roots covering half her legs. They frowned, yet, for the most part, they were grinning with lewd expressions. Probably knowing Liz, some of the surrounding hunters stiffened up, but Liz seemed oblivious to it. Arnold, on the other hand, was the only one wearing a dissatisfied expression. Maybe he prefers big breasts? With a disgruntled look, Arnold said.
Sit, what's your name?
You wanted some booze, didn't you? Since I'm in a good mood, I'm going to specially treat you to some booze. Oh, no, Liz. You're so generous,
responded Liz, not answering his question. Then she proceeded to tip the mug she held upside down above Arnold's head.
What?
I'll treat you to the mug as well. Oh my, this doubles as disinfection too. Isn't this 2 birds with 1 stone? Is this a new invention, perhaps?
And right as she'd said that, she smacked the mug into Arnold's drenched head. She beamed with joy, and she didn't hesitate one bit. Arnold's companions were stupefied at her actions. Oh well, she did it. Arnold and his gang might be used to fights, but for Liz, hitting people was just part of her daily routine. The word warning didn't exist in her dictionary. She was the stifled shadow, a girl who delivered blows at a godlike speed, leaving behind not a shadow. Arnold clutched his head and staggered. Perhaps she struck him in a critical spot, yet Liz showed no mercy at all. Still maintaining her smile, Liz lifted her leg up high and, with roundhouse kicks, sent Lacus B, C, D, and E, who were still trying to grasp the situation, flying. Taking her kicks head-on, the 4 fully armed large men, along with the surrounding tables caught in the way, were sent rolling on the floor. Her movements were agile, yet her strength was astonishing as always. The first man who'd come to get Liz regained his composure and assumed a defensive stance, but it was already too late. He took another of Liz's lightning-fast kicks and was magnificently sent flying along with food and drinks that got caught in the way. He raised his arm reflexively in defense, but Liz, equipped with her boots Relic, delivered kicks like artillery fire. These were kicks beyond what an average hunter could endure. The surrounding hunters were dumbfounded. The ones who'd initiated violence were now subjected to even greater violence, so their expressions were understandable. I, too, wore the same expression. Anyone would probably react similarly if it was their first time witnessing this. Having dealt with them, Liz delightfully tossed the handleless mug aside and grabbed still somewhat conscious Arnold by his hair. And just like that, she slammed his head against the table over and over. She was totally intending to finish him off. Well, they started the fight, so, in a way, you can say they've brought this upon themselves. Citri stood up and, with a whine, lunged towards me, as if she was collapsing.
Liz, that's That's just mean. I said I wanted him. You always take everything I want. Can you please tell her off?
That probably wouldn't work. Shrieks and angry roars reverberated in the tavern. I patted poor Citri's head as she clung to me, her arms wrapped around my neck. Meanwhile, Tino stared at Citri as if she'd seen a demon. I surveyed the tavern. It wasn't in complete ruins, but the damage was severe. Starting to grasp the situation, the surrounding hunters began to cheer on the raging storm that was Liz. This was now unstoppable. Who's going to be blamed for all this afterwards? I bet it'll be me. I quietly rose to my feet. Guess I should settle the bill as soon as possible. Well, Arnold, have you calmed down?
This is ridiculous. Why is a magus of your caliber?
I'm not a magus, though. Well, anyway. Now here was the real conundrum. I'd merely restrained Arnold's movements, and that was all. As impressive as it was in terms of power, accuracy, and range, unfortunately, the gravity magic Lucia had imbued didn't last very long. During that short window of time, I needed to somehow crush Arnold and his party's fighting spirit. Arnold A. and the rest of their party, despite being down on their hands and knees, hadn't lost their fighting spirit at all. Every one of them looked up at me with eyes gleaming like ravenous beasts.
Looks like they aren't giving up yet.
They don't know when to give up.
They don't understand the difference between your power and theirs, Master. Thanks for the massage. My shoulders are fine now.
Well, you really did your best just now. So let me keep up with the massage for a bit longer. Without physical contact with me, gravity was going to take its toll on her. All I could do was operate the relic and unleash the spell exactly as it was. Lucia might have been able to customize the spell on the spot to exclude individuals, but that was beyond me. Perhaps because she decided to fawn on me, Tino lightly apologized and thanked me, and came leaning on me. Her dainty body was surprisingly light, so light that it was hard to imagine that she could have scuffled with Arnold. This might have come a bit late, but I started to feel a little queasy now. Slamming a girl like her onto the ground didn't seem like an appropriate course of action for a level 7. Despite my having forced various tasks onto Tino, it seemed like she hadn't given up on me yet. I sighed, and feeling fed up from the bottom of my heart, looked down at Arnold. I'm not using honorifics with him anymore. Sorry, Arnold, but I have preparations to make for the auction and other stuff. I'm rather busy, and honestly I don't have time to deal with you guys. I'm sorry. Okay. Arnold growled with a demonic expression. Perhaps he'd bitten his tongue. A drop of blood dripped from his chin. I didn't have time to deal with them, and besides, I'd run out of tyrant's orders which I needed in order to deal with them. Even Lucia, who'd imbued it with the spell, wasn't around either. Damn it. If only Sven or Ark or even anyone else were here, I came up with a great idea. Well, But, if you still insist on fighting me after suffering all this, then let's set some prerequisites.
Precuessa prize.
I wasn't really in a position to set conditions, but it seemed like this could work somehow. Putting on a very serious face, I looked at the members of Falling Fog, who were down on their limbs. Boldly I said, I'm the master of first steps. It'd be nonsensical to fight the boss right out of the gate. So if you would like to fight me, there should be stages you have to clear first. Got it? If you want to exchange blows with me, then I shall have you first defeat the key parties that form our clan. Obsidian Cross, Starlight, Ark Brave, and Knights of the Torch. Once you've accomplished that, then, sure, I shall consider fighting you fair and square too. And before Arnold and his crew, who were still stuck to the ground, could revive, I took Tino's hand and fled the scene. I was weak. But weak as I was a level 8. I'd been a hunter for 5 years now, and I'd come to understand hooligans' personalities to some extent. They were strong and valiant. They cared naught about the inconvenience they caused to their surroundings. And most importantly, they loved challenging hardship. We returned to the alley, and when Arnold and his lackeys were finally out of sight, Tino timidly asked me,
Master? Are you sure that was a good idea?
It was. More importantly, are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine, Master. But I'm sorry that I didn't live up to your expectations.
Oh, don't stress yourself about it. It was just me misjudging the situation. You know, I can't really tell the difference when people get stronger than a certain level. I could still tell the difference in strength between Liz and Tino. But I couldn't really tell when it came to opponents like we had this time, especially since they were of different classes. It was so cunning of him to hold back like that to appear like he was losing. Tino hesitated for a moment, then tightly pressed her lips together as if holding back tears. Is she upset at her foolish master? All things considered, while Arnold might be the root of the evil, I was disappointed in Sven for abandoning his comrades. Well, he didn't have an obligation to stick around, but I'd appreciate it if he'd not torment our Tino here. Don't worry, Sven will be happy to fight. No matter how one sliced it, he'd left me, his clan master, there, helpless on my own. I was sure he'd be fine with getting the short end of the stick, probably. Our clan was super talented. Even if Arnold was a level 7, there was no way he could reach me. Everyone in Arkbraven Starlight is strong and bloodthirsty. If anything, they'd be glad for the opportunity to prove their strengths, probably. As I remarked thoughtlessly, Tino blinked her eyes repeatedly and said with a somewhat dejected expression,
But, Master, isn't the party you mentioned last, Knights of the Torch, on a long-term expedition? Aren't they not in the capital?
"Oh, was that so? I totally forgot about that."
Master,
Tino gave me a bewildered look as I spoke monotonously. An expedition? I had no idea. Well, if they want to fight me, good luck finding Knights of the Torch. Knights of the Torch was a particularly peculiar party even among hunters. Emphasizing discipline, they were structured more like a military unit than a hunter party. They traveled the world and took on requests in various countries like mercenaries. They returned to the capital only a few times a year, and that'll be none of my concern. After all, I've only said I'll consider fighting them fair and square, even if they really do defeat all 4 of the parties. I didn't say I'll fight them. I just said I'll consider it. And if they really do defeat all 4, they can just go and call themselves the strongest as they like. We'd covered quite a distance now, and so I let go of the hand I'd been holding. With animated gestures, I said, I'm busy, and I don't have time for them. Not to mention the auction is about to begin too.
Yes. Of course, Master. Is there something special about this auction?
Anyway, we were on the way to grab something sweet before we were interrupted, so why don't we go grab some now? Tino seemed to be fine too, and indulging in something sweet was the way to go when it came to dealing with troubles like this. Upon hearing my earnest words, Tino closed her eyes in silence and then looked at me as if she'd made up her mind.
Master, I still can't get over having exposed such an unsightly side of myself. I can't go with you to get something sweet.
Her expression twisted in anguish, her exposed shoulders and slender limbs all trembling. I was dumbfounded as I looked at Tino as she radiated an aura of a damsel in distress. Seeing her like that, I couldn't help but feel ashamed to have sent my junior out against a level 7 hunter, and, on top of that, not felt particularly guilty. You don't have to feel bad about the...
No, Master. If I keep on relying on your kindness, I'll become a useless person.
Hi. Speaking to you right here is the master who excessively relies on everyone's kindness and is currently falling into uselessness in the present continuous tense.
Master, please, give me a chance. Give me a chance to redeem myself.
Although we were already far away from the main street, there were still a good number of passers-by. Their attention was now all focused on Tino's loud voice. Hey! 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 Please keep your voice down.
Tell me the treasure vaults you desire, Master. Just watch, and I'll bring back the relics no matter what and repay your debt.
Shouted Tino. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes, and her cheeks were flushed with excitement. Clearly, she wasn't calm at all. Is losing to Arnold right in front of me really this frustrating for her? All right, I get it. Calm down. Her shout had made it sound as if I were burdened with a huge debt. Well, I was. In response to my words, Tino's fervor waned slightly. Tino took a step closer, grabbed both of my hands, and with a deep blush on his face, she hesitantly said,
And Master, if by any chance I manage to bring back the relics as you expect, could you, reward me?
A reward? Is there something in particular she wants? Perhaps due to nervousness, Tino's face had blushed red all the way up to the tip of her ears. I could feel her inner energy transmitted through our clasped hands. Come to think of it, I had asked for her help on numerous occasions. But this was the first time she'd requested a reward. Considering her past contributions, I'd say there was nothing wrong with giving her a reward, or two, even if she hadn't asked, though I had a feeling that Tino probably wouldn't accept that. After contemplating slightly while I looked at Tino's face, I nodded gently. She felt a fiery sensation within her body. A tremendous heat surged from her heart through her entire body and propagated explosive strength to her limbs. Stifled Shadow was the name of a fighting technique invented long ago. It'd been a desperate last resort, first employed by a weak thief whose offensive abilities had only been suitable for a supportive role in combat against phantoms. It was an intense training of the body. The combination of mental focus and a unique breathing technique granted thieves who mastered the technique a speed, as though their very life was ablaze. Speed was power, and the essence of this power transcended mere increases in evasion. Fists propelled by a superior balance and an acceleration that outpaced even sound itself easily shattered phantoms and monsters like a black tempest. Within the expansive underground training grounds of the clan house there was silence, save for the incessant echoes of limbs booming through the air and hard objects clanging on metal. One of them was the Stifled Shadow. On her was an outfit that hindered not an iota of her body's movements and a pair of robust silvery boots covering half of her legs. Opposite her across the arena was a black metal puppet designed to move only at its joints. Enveloped in a fiery heat, Liz launched consecutive attacks in silence. She swept at her opponent's feet, tripped it, and stomped on it. She lifted her opponent up and slammed it onto the ground with the heel of her palm. Smoke born from friction rose from the floor, but she didn't stop. Her relentless, flowing barrage of strikes would have long extinguished her opponent's life, had it been a living creature. The metal puppet was unmistakably nothing but a mere puppet. It couldn't be manipulated like a golem, nor was it sentient by any means. It was merely a lump of metal. It wasn't just a papier mache, it was filled with metal all the way to its core, and its exterior was coated with a special alloy, making it exceptionally heavy and unquestionably robust. Thanks to this coating, it boasted extremely high resistance to both magical and physical attacks, much like the golem once known as Akasha. While it lacked the mechanisms to move like Akasha, it was on par with it, at least in terms of durability. Her every strike carried an aura of lethality. She'd punched and kicked the puppet, repeatedly slamming it onto the floor and against the walls. Slightly distanced from the battlefield, Citri was observing her sister's frenzy with a notebook in one hand.
Liz, I told you this isn't going to happen. Give up, will you? Its durability has been adjusted to be able to withstand your attacks.
Shut it! City, I'm training, so shut up and prepare the next one.
Oh, come on. I'm not free either.
Citri pouted, but Liz didn't spare her a glance. Akasha's design philosophy was simple. It had been designed to surpass grieving souls and grieving souls alone. After she had leveraged the Magic Syndicate Akashic Tower's technological prowess, financial resources, and connections to the fullest extent, the colossal golem had been the brainchild of years of relentless research drawing upon extensive data. It had long surpassed the realm of ordinary golems. It had all began with mere curiosity, but over time, Citri became deeply engrossed in the creation and refinement of Akasha. It had been a lovely time. Even now, Citri still felt the thrill in her pounding heart back then, when recalling the days of tireless research through trial and error. Having been born from an obsession bordering on delusion, Akasha had far surpassed the state-of-the-art golem technology. Matching the power of the one-trick ponies of grieving souls had been no easy feat. There'd been no shortcuts. Akasha had been the fruit accumulated from repetitive testing and continuous improvements. As it had been born for such a singular purpose, Akasha had been made with such high capability that it could be considered the natural enemy of grieving souls. It featured a shield strong enough to withstand Luke's slashes, the ability to sustain combat like Ensem, known for his exceptional muscle strength and stamina, and a sophisticated information analysis capability when operated by a human operator. Additionally, it was equipped with a custom-made sword for long-range attacks. What Citri had invested in most had been the development of the golem's body. For Akasha to qualify as a foe to grieving souls, it had to be made of metal that could at least withstand Lucia's magic, which boasted an attack range that was almost impossible to evade, and Liz's strikes, which were so fast that blocking with a shield would be futile. And that had been where Citri had invested most of the resources, a decision she hadn't compromised on despite exhortation from her mentor and those of even higher rank. Her sister, Liz, possessed a genuine talent. She'd mastered a technique that was said to take years to learn, and now she was allowed to bear that name as her moniker. Her strikes were free from hesitation and fear, and therefore exhibited a power exceeding what she was physically capable of. Despite that, Liz remained undeniably human. Her fists weren't made to pummel metal lumps. As her training persisted, her clenched fists became bloodied, likely with a few broken bones beneath her battered skin. With every gust of wind, blood dripped and stained the floor, yet her vigor and determination showed no signs of waning. She should have been in pain, but it was impossible to tell from her piercing gaze. It was clear that her older sister was a first-rate warrior and hunter. To top it off, her prime years were yet to come. In fact, Liz's physical abilities had greatly improved since Citri had started developing Akasha's body. Of course, Citri had taken her sister's growth into a... Regardless, Citri wasn't going to let her smash Akasha's body, which had taken years to develop. Simply because of that, Citri had no intention of relinquishing her supremacy over Liz anytime soon. Her former connections with Akashic Tower, which had been quite useful in many ways, were now no more.
It's so hard! This is just nasty. Damn it, I can punch through this piece of armor. I'm not even using my secret technique.
Thieves don't really have such powerful techniques.
And to begin with, there was something inherently amiss with trying to win against this golem in a one-on-one unarmed combat. Furrowing her brows in frustration, Citri continued jotting down notes in her memo rapidly. Liz's intensive training had been an opportunity for Citri to gather valuable data. The Grievers had grown together through mutual rivalry. Considering the eventuality of Akasha's armor being breached, Citri couldn't afford to be always complacent. She had to come up with the next plan. The strength of an alchemist lay in improvements. Then Liz, who'd shown no sign of slowing down her movements, stopped abruptly. The puppet which Liz had been tossing about suddenly collapsed to the floor. Breathing heavily, Liz looked at Citri. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face burning red. She was still sweating, but her gait was still firm.
City, it's broken. Get me the next one!
Sighing deeply, Citri turned towards the abandoned puppet. There was no noticeable damage on the puppet. While Citri's prized alloy was stained with Liz's blood, it had remained largely intact, though, upon closer inspection, cracks were visible in its right elbow joint. To facilitate mobility, its joints were inevitably more fragile than the areas around them. The final product, Akasha, had mitigated this by adding multiple layers of protective armor that didn't hinder movement, but there was only so much that could be done with this plaything.
Can't you somehow make it a bit better?
Stop complaining. It's already incredibly difficult just to make enough of this metal.
It had been some time since the golem research at Akashic Tower had been dissolved. Hardly any materials remained, and it had only been with Akashic Tower's resources that she'd been able to pour so much effort into creating a golem. Citri took out a metal-repairing potion from her bag and carefully trickled it into the crack. Tendrils of smoke rose, and the crack that had existed just moments before vanished. The golem's strength had decreased somewhat, but there was nothing she could have done about it. Even if a joint is broken, it's just a mere puppet after all. This shouldn't have affected the training. Not knowing Citri's inner thoughts, Liz shouted.
This won't do for my training. Hey, fetch me that big pesky one, right now!
I can't do anything about that. You know how the Vault Investigation Bureau is full of rigid people?
Citri found the situation highly regrettable. The golem had been her masterpiece, a testament to their mutual rivalry. More important than its high specs, it bore memories. Originally, she'd planned to take over it when she parted ways with Akashic Tower on good terms. However, given how everything had turned out, there wasn't much she could do about the situation. She couldn't stand the thought of her masterpiece being tampered with by incompetent alchemists, but her moniker, ignoble, was a hindrance when it came to dealing with government-affiliated organizations.
If even Krai couldn't do anything about it, there's nothing I can do to change that, right?
Precisely when Citri spoke those resigned words with a sigh, Liz's fury subsided.
So, setting aside the futile topic, how much would it cost if you were to make another one I can spare a bit too?
Liz's temper, which rose and fell dramatically, was one of her characteristics. She could be egotistical and quick to anger, but she wasn't foolish. Brushing her sweat-drenched bangs aside seemingly irritably, she exhaled a steamy breath.
If I go on like this, won't Krai maybe think I'm creating a tender point for him? You understand what I mean? This is a matter of pride. I can't just let this slide.
I have the blueprints in my head, but I'm a bit short on cash right now. Plus, I've been providing potions at cost for another matter, so it might take some time.
Citri wasn't a merchant. Most of her assets were tied up in valuable equipment and materials. Her stock of potions was plentiful, but they weren't the kind that could be sold in large quantities all at once. Cashing them out would surely take time. Recruiting Akasha wasn't out of the question for Citri. With Noctis and the rest of the team gone, if Citri didn't resume the research development on that golem would never start again. And that'd be deeply disappointing for Citri, as its creator. But at the same time, Citri also felt that she'd reached her limits. While she'd reported to her mentor that Akasha had been created for security, it had really been made to be Grieving Souls' training target. And yet, that goal was still to be fulfilled. While Akasha was a remarkable creation considering modern golem technology, it was but a plaything when placed next to her current party members. It could hold its ground against someone with low attack power like her older sister, but even so, it wouldn't be able to land the finishing blow. And if pitted against the attackers of the party, Luke and Lucia, they could have possibly pierced through its armor, which had already been designed with their future growth in mind. Most importantly, Akasha had a fatal weakness. As an inorganic construct, it couldn't grow by absorbing mana material like humans and monsters. It could only hope to become the strongest through constant upgrades, informed by an accumulation of superb knowledge and technology. But there were limits to what an individual could achieve after all. Citri was a treasure hunter before a researcher. Perhaps the golem should have been created using living material. Killiam was the pinnacle of her creation so far, though she, in her current state, should be able to create even more powerful magical creatures. To keep up with the rapidly advancing Grieving Souls as their alchemist, she had to constantly aim for greater heights. She refused to become a burden to her party because of her own inadequacies. With that line of thought, her attention naturally turned towards the appealing materials that came from abroad, and there, Citri recalled something that the Steps Hunters had mentioned earlier.
By the way, I heard Arnold tried assaulting Krai, and that T stood up against him.
Cry baby's so exacting. Wouldn't that be too much for Tino to win?
Liz's eyes widened at first, but then her voice took on a subtle shade of excitement. That man was considerably powerful as a hunter, and absolutely any hunter should be able to identify that at a glance. He wasn't just a country bumpkin. Nevertheless, Liz was probably pleased mostly because she'd heard that her mentee, Tino, had earnestly stood up against this formidable opponent by her own will. Grieving Souls had always been facing daunting foes. It was delightful for Liz to see a glimpse of that spirit in her cute protégé little sister. Even if she ended up being defeated was fine. Despair was what made people grow.
So, how did it go?
In the end, Tino got beaten up really bad, and Krai finished them up with gravity magic.
Oh, you mean the tyrant's order that Lucia has been complaining about? That spell was ridiculously wasteful but ridiculously powerful,
said Liz with admiration, immediately understanding his intentions. Lucia Rogier was a diligent person. Not only had she shouldered the responsibility of charging the relics, but she'd been mastering all sorts of magic to meet the often unreasonable demands placed on her since Krai had acquired the Aspiration Manifest. She delved into a wide array of spells, ranging from well-recognized ones to those that had faded into obscurity because they were practically useless. Her knowledge encompassed many spells that surpassed even the expertise of specialized researchers. Moreover, when it came to original spells, the opponents would surely find themselves at a loss to grasp what had struck them. This was compounded by the fact that unleashing these spells through the Aspiration Manifest didn't even require incantations. The atmosphere for training had shifted. Instructing Killiam, which stood nearby, to tidy up the golem doll, Citri asked,
So what'll you do, Liz? Maybe it's better to crush Arnold and his party?
The crashing lightning strength was the real deal. Had Grieving Souls assembled its entire party, the crashing lightning wouldn't be a match. But as things currently were, there was a slim chance that this could be a variable that made the outcome unpredictable. Citri Smart was a worrier by nature. However, in response to her younger sister's words, Liz answered without much thought.
Can we just leave them be? I'm gonna kill them all if Crybaby says so, though. They're the ones who've beaten T, right? Killing them before T gets her revenge won't do her good, will it?
Jeez, Liz. Don't play the mentor card just because T did well in the fight.
If Tino had hesitated and backed down instead of standing up against them, Liz would have killed Arnold and spanked her on the spot. In response to the exasperated Citri's words, Liz smiled complacently and said,
Points for me. I'll make sure to get praise this time.
It's T. who's put in the effort, isn't it? If anything, we should be praising T.
T's achievements are my achievements. If you have a problem with that, why don't you tell Crybaby, who made T my apprentice?
At her older sister's teasing words that carried a touch of mockery, Citri retorted with a huffy expression. Krai's tyrant's order was a single-use trump card. He wouldn't be able to use it the next time he got attacked. Citri knew this, but she wasn't worried. Liz didn't seem concerned either. If asked of them, they would give him their strengths, their bodies, and their souls. They would be a sympathetic ear for any worries he had. They would provide as much money as he needed. However, to offer without being requested would be an affront to his pride. This was trust. Sure, Arnold might be strong, and Krai might not be as powerful, but regardless of all that, Krai Andrey did not lose. Citri, a childhood friend of his, knew this well. This was Zebrudia, the capital, Krai Andrey's playground. The crashing lightning was surely about to learn of the quintessence of the 1,000 tricks. Another new member of the Ark harem. But no matter how you put it, she has to be too young for this. I never thought Ark had lolicon vibes. I forcibly suppressed the frivolous remark that was about to escape my lips. No, I mustn't say it yet. My head would go flying if I said that in front of Lord Gladys's daughter. Even though Ark and I got along quite well and exchanged light-hearted banters, I'd just met Lady Gladys after all. But it'd been Marquess Sandrine, a noble with a moderate stance towards hunters, who'd summoned Ark. How did he end up bringing back Lord Gladys's daughter? Though I suppose this was still better than him bringing back the head of the House of Gladys. Hearing Ark's words, Lady Eclair widened her eyes and began sizing me up from head to toe.
You are the 1,000 tricks? My father has spoken of you at length.
Her words and attitude were grandiose, but her high-pitched voice was that of a child. Even I wasn't scared of a child in her words, though I was more concerned about Liz. As the expressions on the Guardian Knights around her stiffened, Lady Eclair continued in a brisk tone.
As my father reckoned, you're surprisingly weak. Contrary to expectations, it strains credulity that you're a hunter, surpassing Ark Rogan here. The Explorers Association has fallen so low. Did you buy your rank with coins? You vile hunter, you ought to feel ashamed. Are you not to say a word in response to all my assertions? Have you not an inkling of pride?
For some reason, the young lady took a step back and looked at me with an expression as if she'd seen something uncanny. Tino flinched in my arms, but I ignored her. I resumed the breath that I'd been holding and, trying not to sound disrespectful, said in a calm voice. I was raised poorly, and my manners are lacking. I try to be discreet in my speech as much as I can.
That's a good policy to have when presumptuously associating with your betters.
I had nothing to gain from offending nobles. I wasn't in a position to reap benefits behind the shield of authority. And, as the young lady had said, since I had no pride, I'd go down in a kowtow if it could get me out of this. I wonder if she'll lend me money if I kowtow.
My lady, it's about time,
whispered a genteel senior man standing by at the entrance to Lady Eclair. The man was dressed in a butler's outfit that was black from head to toe. He was most likely her chaperone.
Yes, quite right.
Probably relieved by the excuse to depart, Lady Eclair looked up at Ark enthusiastically.
Very well, Ark. We shall meet again. Should your path lead you to Gladys's domain, just send word to our estate. Train me in the ways of the sword again next time.
It seemed Ark must have had his work cut out for him to have a young noble lady ask him for sword training. In the end, after giving me a stern look, Lady Eclair rode away in the carriage with her chaperones. She swept into our past like a tempest. I wonder if she'd grow up to become like Liz. Or maybe not. My breath finally resumed. Rubbernecks peering our way with curious eyes began to disperse. Ark approached me and gently apologized.
My bad for arriving in a carriage without prior notice. I couldn't refuse, sir. She was very insistent.
This was Ark for you. This was Ark. If we were playing cards, he'd be the joker. All troubles could be resolved with him, so much so that I would have preferred that he stay close to the clan house more. What perfect timing. Ark, can you lend me some money?
What?
Ark, the strongest pseudo-handsome dude of First Steps, gaped at me. We entered the clan house together as we continued negotiating. Ark, without a trace of flinching, said with a bright smile,
I don't know what's going on, but there's no way I'm lending you money.
Monetary loans and debts were the prime cause of conflicts within a party of hunters. Stories abounded where parties had dissolved due to financial disputes among their members. Hunters made good money, but they spent it just as fast. Though not as much as the Grievers, Ark should be making decent money. Coming from a prestigious family, he might have one of the best financial standings in our clan too. How should I convince him? I need to piece together some money quickly and start negotiating, or some other hunter might snatch it away. I'll definitely pay it back later. Ark shrugged. The same gesture looks so much better when done by a handsome man instead of me.
I'm sure you've just found a new relic or something, right? Speaking of which, isn't the auction about to start soon?
Of course, he knew everything. By the way, this wasn't the first time I'd pestered him for money. Ark and I certainly had no bad blood between us, but he was quite the responsible person when it came to things like this. Liz, letting out the anger she'd pent up from earlier, stepped forward to confront him.
Say that again? Did you hear what Krai just say?
Zip it. I held her back. Hush, Liz, no, it's different this time. It's a crazy relic. I absolutely need to get my hands on it.
That's nothing different. How much did you want me to lend you, by the way?
That would depend on how the negotiation went. The market for relics was a tricky one, and I had no idea how much I needed. Putting on an earnest expression, I replied, "As much as I can."
And what's the effective and your reason to go after this relic thingy?
By changing my face, I'd gain my freedom. I'd be able to go to the confectionery cafes on my own. And so, with sincerity, I firmly said, "That I can't tell." Of course, I couldn't. I couldn't say it was illegal. Does that mean I have no shot?
I know you're secretive, but this conversation isn't going anywhere.
That was an entirely valid response. And so I gave up on Ark and turned my gaze to his party members, standing against the wall. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. Ark's party, Ark Brave, was a level 7 party certified by Explorers Association. Its members averaged level 6. They had a well-balanced class composition, were all highly competent, and displayed excellent teamwork. What truly made them stand out compared to other parties, however, was surely the fact that Ark's party members were all women, all beautiful women. This was why his party was teased as a harem party, all the while being recognized for its superiority.
Standing at the back, Eve, the party's saint, shrank back and nervously said, I'm not lending you money.
The other members of Ark Brave, Isabella the Magus and Armel the Swordsman, also glared at me with scowling expressions.
If you're a level 8 hunter, as you claim, please cover your own finances diligently without relying on Ark!
Oh boy, you're such a wimp as usual trying to mooch off your rivals. I fail to comprehend how a man like you leads that party.
Not only were they from various classes, but their personalities also varied greatly. They were timid, aloof, and warrior-like. Warrior. Perhaps it was his ability to lead a harem that had made Ark the most approachable person. While I didn't really harbor a sense of rivalry towards Ark Brave, the Braves seemed to see us, the Grievers, as their rivals. Thanks to that, they were often critical of us. Liz looked like she was about to pounce at them even now. It looked like I'd have to give her a rub under her chin later. Isabella, the most eloquent speaker among them, closed in on me. She too was well-groomed, much like Ark. Her lavender-colored hair and eyes, as well as her snow-white skin, indicated her northern origins. However, her intimidating gaze ruined her allure. She was also a pitiful girl, who often challenged Lutia despite ending up being ignored.
Teach you begin with, as much as Lady Claire is a child. Why would you talk to her with such disrespectful sarcasm? Are you not afraid of making an enemy of the House of Gladys?
Huh? Sarcasm? I was just stating facts. I had no idea what she was talking about. How was my statement about being oblivious to the rules of etiquette sarcasm?
Would not matter much to you people after all you've been through, but we're in the same clan now. Do you understand what that means? What if you tarnish Rodin's name?
As headstrong as ever, she should be younger than me, yet she was difficult in a different dimension from Liz and the others. Though unfortunately for her, I remained unhurt no matter how much she berated me. That was because I understood the fact that I was incompetent better than anyone else, and I'd gotten used to being berated, And really, what could I do even if Rodaine's name was tarnished? I didn't have an answer to the question, so I wouldn't be doing anything in particular. Besides, I doubted Rodaine's name would be tarnished that easily.
You insolent! How dare you make such false accusations against Master Yi?
Tino suddenly stepped in between me and Isabella and attempted to bite her. I muffled her. All right. I'm sorry, but I need to go borrow money from someone else, so are we all done here? I kowtowed, deftly shrugging off their criticism. I had a knack for muffling mouths. I might be weak against enemies, but I was strong against allies. I was what people called a lion at home and a mouse abroad. ARC's party members all had distinctive personalities, but they weren't indiscriminate like mine. Isabella was taken aback when I suddenly covered Tino's mouth, and Tino protested with teary eyes as she continued to shout in a muffled voice. Yeah, Well then, see you later, ARC. Time was running short. I gave a brief goodbye, and ARC waved as usual with a smile that revealed nothing about his mind. For now, maybe I should check with the clan members in the lounge and see if I could borrow some money. News that the 1,000 Tricks was scrambling for money unabashedly spread throughout the entire capital quickly. The exchange had taken place at the entrance of the clan house while many clan members, as well as outsiders, were present. It was simply impossible for that conversation between the clan's top 2 members, both in name and substance, to go unnoticed. It was an open secret that the 1,000 Tricks had a huge collection of relics. While hunters typically kept their secret weapons under wraps, the 1,000 Tricks' relic collection was beyond the realm of mere secrets. Almost no one had ever actually seen the collection, but it was rumored to contain rare, expensive, and apparently even cursed relics too dangerous for an average hunter to handle. There were even rumors that the Griever's relics from his collection. Debts were something that hunters should avoid. Borrowing from another party could potentially damage a hunter's most valuable asset: trust. This was a relic for which a relic collector, a level 8 hunter, was willing to incur such a debt to obtain. What kind of power could it possibly possess? Its effects were unknown, but it was apparently a crazy relic. Anyhow, it was undoubtedly a relic that rarely appeared. Perhaps there was even a possibility that it would become the level 8 hunter's trump card. By nature, the many merchants, hunters, and even nobles in the capital were all interested in rumors surrounding the upcoming Zabrudia auction. And rumors only bred more rumors. Everyone desired powerful relics, hands down. Treasure hunters pursued them for their hunts, nobles for prestige, and merchants for trump cards to utilize in business. What kind of power did this relic actually hold? Those with it schemed to acquire it by any means. The merchants thought, he may be level 8, but he's ultimately just a hunter. There should be a limit to the funds he can possibly gather. The hunters thought perhaps we could obtain power rivaling that of a level 8 with this relic. And the nobles thought, wouldn't we be even more gilded as long as we get our hands on this relic? It was just a rumor in the end. However, it was just too tantalizing a rumor to dismiss as mere hearsay.
Hey, Arnold. Apparently there's a crazy relic up for auction.
They were in a corner of a tavern abuzz with the aroma of alcohol and the fervor of the crowd. The place was teeming with numerous hunters, and even Falling Fog, a group of outsiders, seemed to have blended in thoroughly. It'd been a few days since they'd put aside their grudge with the 1,000 Tricks, and unlike the past week, everything had been going smoothly for them. They'd tried exploring a few treasure vaults and confirmed that their abilities were more than adequate even in the capital. Falling Fog had wandered around the Zabrudia capital, learned more about the state of the city, researched the hunters of the capital in more detail, and fixed up their equipment anew. The only remaining issue was the 1,000 Tricks.
Slamming the ale mug he just emptied onto the table, Arnold asked. Oh yeah! What kind of relic is it?
Well, I don't have the details, but they say it's a relic that would make even a level 8 hunter pester people all around the place for money.
A level 8...
Arnold scowled at the news, and A's expression wasn't any better either. Arnold's current target was the 1,000 Tricks. Now that his body had healed, he didn't care much about the wounds Liz had inflicted on him. Yet, the humiliation he'd suffered remained etched in his soul. The problem was that he still had no clue about the tactics the 1,000 Tricks had employed. Whether it was subterfuge or an incomprehensible level of ability was beyond conjecture. Even members of Obsidian Cross and Starlight, parties within the 1,000 Tricks' clan, knew nothing about his power. Ark knew there were only 3 level 8s in the capital, and he suspected that they were all big guns on par with that man. To say he wasn't interested in a relic that high-level hunters like them were frantically pursuing would be a lie. But unfortunately, the members of Falling Fogged, who just recently arrived at the capital after their long journey, didn't have the funds for it. They'd expended a large proportion of it on their equipment in the past few days. Besides, there was probably no way that they'd afford a relic that even high-level hunters had to borrow money to purchase. Well, even if they had the money, shelling out a substantial amount for such an unknown relic, all based on the premise that a high-level hunter desired it, was out of the question. A treasurer of the party surely echoed the opinion.
Sec, what an intriguing story. By the way, how did the appraisal we've commissioned for that relic go?
Yeah, seems like the appraiser is swamped because of the auction, so it might take a little longer.
Okay.
Recalling the disgusting relic they'd found in a treasure vault near Nebulanoobs, Arnold furrowed his brow. It had been a repulsive mask, as if made by kneading raw meat. Not only had it looked like real bloody flesh, but it also felt like it to the touch. Even Arnold's party, hunters accustomed to the texture of blood and organs, were horrified by it. The relic had been so repulsive that he'd regretted bringing it back the moment they'd returned to town. It was a relic that even the appraiser in Nebulanoobs had refused to appraise. It was probably nothing worthy. Judging from its appearance, it might even be one of those relics that imposed handicaps on its user. They had it appraised anyway, and if it proved to be of no value, they'd planned to ask the appraiser to dispose of it for them.
I hope its price could at least cover our drinks. You know, bringing it back wasn't all that easy.
In response to A's heartfelt words, Arnold let out a groan of agreement. I really feel bad about doing this, Citri, even though we've just talked about repaying my debt not long ago.
Oh, please don't feel bad about it. That's how we roll, isn't it?
Citri cracked a wide grin as her close friend displayed an apologetic expression. Indeed, Citri was a bit low on cash at the moment. She'd been making a massive quantity of potions to be used when charging relics and selling them off at a giveaway price. Additionally, she'd spent a considerable amount making the metal puppets for her older sister to train on. Initially, Citri had started accumulating money to increase her options and broaden her available choices. She usually diversified her assets so that she could flee anytime if she needed to. But because of that, she couldn't just summon a large sum of liquid cash on a whim upon request. Eva had approached her to ask her to stop giving him loans anymore, and to discuss repayment plans, but Citri wasn't particularly concerned about loaning money. Though, in actuality, these loans didn't come with interests or deadlines, she didn't even care if they were repaid. As for marrying him, well, she didn't have to debate that to come up with a conclusion. Nevertheless, Citri had made it her policy to support Krai with loans as much as she could. Of course, her fondness for Krai played a role, but it was hard for her to imagine that a close friend of hers, who earned quite a bit as a hunter, would borrow money just to squander it. Regarding his hobby of stocking up on relics, considering that these relics proved to be useful in Grieving Souls' expeditions occasionally, she had no reason to stop him. However, even if his hobby had been a pure extravagance instead of collecting relics, she probably wouldn't have stopped him either. Citri was on Krai's side through and through, just like Krai, who it always still was, and would always stand by her side through thick and thin. She was ready to go through hell and high water for her close friend. Love was blind. Having received news from Mathis that he'd made contact with the owner of the reversible face, I headed for the negotiation venue. By my side, I had Citri as my escort. She'd shown not a sign of reluctance when I'd requested a loan from her despite what I'd just promised not long ago.
Don't worry, we'll be able to finance this to a decent level if I liquidate some of my materials and potions in reserve, though the research might have to be delayed slightly.
I'm so sorry. Don't be mad at me, okay?
You don't have to worry about a thing. If worst comes to worst, we could borrow from the bank, though I'd prefer not to. We alchemists have an immense advantage when it comes to getting a loan. My sister is going to help too, so don't worry. It's an absolutely necessary relic, right? I'll acquire it for you by any means necessary.
Yeah! Haha!
We'll put ourselves second. To be honest, I don't really feel like it, but we'll put ourselves second.
I felt really guilty. Liz had said it might be tricky for Citri, and indeed, Citri's financial situation appeared to be much worse than I'd imagined. Naturally, I couldn't just put Citri through hardship for my sake. I'd tried withdrawing my request, but it'd already been too late. Citri had the bad habit of prioritizing me over herself, not only today. It was probably for the same reason that Liz didn't strongly oppose my borrowing money. It was wholly my charisma that was to be blamed for having my clan members reject. All the disness reasoned of my charisma's reject. All the disness is dead. It was probably for the same reason that Liz didn't strongly oppose. Not only.
But we must first determine the amount we need. Let's take care of the hunter who owns the relic when it comes down to it. Negotiation is my strong suit after all.
That was a terrifying smile. Never had I resented more my inability to see through the emotions she was concealing within. Though, I wonder what she means by taking care of them. I'd prefer to resolve this peacefully if possible. Liz had ventured into a treasure vault to assist me in fundraising, and it seemed she'd be vault hopping later. I'd never heard of anyone going vault hopping, but I didn't get the chance to stop her. I've accumulated a large debt. Am I a sugar baby? Am I? Regardless, there was still hope. Depending on the negotiation, I might be able to get by without overburdening Citri. Direct negotiation was a double-edged sword. It offered the advantage of securing a desired relic before others, but the opponent could also exploit the situation and inflate the price. Though, on the other hand, there'd been a few cases where the negotiation had broken down due to a high price offered by the opponent, and yet there actually were no other bidders at the auction. In those cases, one could end up winning the relic at a price far cheaper than originally proposed in the negotiation. The relic I was targeting this time looked awful. So awful that an ordinary hunter might even consider not bringing it back. In other words, the other party should be looking to dispose of it as soon as possible. If things went well, I should be able to obtain it at a rather low price. The negotiation would be easier if I were an acquaintance of the seller, but given that this relic had apparently been obtained from a distant treasure vault by a foreign hunter, my chances were slim.
Though, if the owner was amiable, we won't have to resort to rough measures.
Every single one of Citri's statements was disturbing. She was an alchemist, weak in hand-to-hand combat. Her statements were probably just a joke, but even her jokes carried a certain menace that couldn't just be dismissed. The sky was clear with not a cloud in sight, but my heart was filled with uneasiness. A tavern adjacent to Explorers Association's capital branch, the Challengers Classroom, was chosen as the venue for negotiation. It was the most famous tavern in the capital, always bustling with hunters returning from treasure vaults. The drinks and food there were affordable. Regardless of their quality, all hunters from novices, who tended to be poor to veterans, gathered here, making it the perfect place to learn about the freshest news in the capital. Even I used to frequent this place a lot during my early days as a hunter. Though since Liz and Luke had been banned from the establishment after an incident, it had been a while since I'd visited. Pushing my way through the hunters, who were dead drunk, despite it still being daytime, I headed towards the table arranged for the meeting. From a distance, I spotted the table, and as my mind registered the figure of the surrounding hunters, I stopped in my tracks reflexively. Citri also seemed surprised, placing a finger on her lips. This was bad. I checked around, holding on a glimmer of hope I'd come to the wrong table, but it was indeed the right one. There, by the table, sat Arnold and his comrades, with whom I recently had an intractable strife. There should be more hunters than one can possibly imagine coming into the capital at this time of year. Why am I so unlucky? Citri was our only muscle here. Dealing with a level 7 vanguard would be impossible if things went south. Maybe I should just leave. For a moment that thought crossed my mind. But then I remembered that it had been Matthews who'd set up this negotiation. As much as the old man, fawning on Tino, was a suspected Lakon, I couldn't just disgrace him by bailing on this meeting he'd taken the trouble to arrange amid his busy schedule. At least we'd resolved our strife in an encounter, and I'd apologized through Chloe. They wouldn't just pounce on me the moment I show my face, I thought. As I remained standing frozen, attempting to gather my thoughts somehow, Citri approached the table with a bright smile. Her courage was commendable, considering her altercation with them in the tavern not long ago. I hadn't fully steeled myself yet, but I couldn't possibly let Citri go alone either. Hastily, I followed her petite figure. As the approaching figure drew near, Arnold looked up, his expression perpetually sour as always. Please forget about us. Despite my desperate wish, his expression contorted fiercely. Of course it would.
Next to him, widened his eyes upon seeing us and raised his trembling voice.
We extend our sincere gratitude for your willingness to engage in the negotiations today, Mr. Arnold.
Without flinching, Citri struck preemptively with a cheerful voice. Her eyes were twinkling genuinely. Come to think of it, doesn't she have a thing for men like Arnold? Ha! A was left speechless at her radiant smile. Arnold clicked his tongue and gestured towards the seat across from him with his chin. Suppressing the sharp nervous cramps in my stomach, I sat down, and so, the negotiation began. What the heck is this man thinking? Arnold hadn't expected to face him in a negotiation, and now he was unsure of how to proceed. He still felt the anger smoldering within him, but a deeper disquiet overwhelmed that burning rage. This flow of events was clearly unnatural, and his experiences as a hunter so far told him now was the time to stay calm. With their leader maintaining a stoic silence, the other members who were about to raise their voices held their tongues. They were probably echoing Arnold's sentiments inside their minds. The man before them was, how should they put it, too enigmatic. As he sat in front of Arnold, his expression was tranquil, almost lethargic, to put it bluntly. His body was slender for a hunter, lacking in both muscles and strength. With him he carried no weapon. Was this a gesture indicating a lack of intent to fight, or was it more akin to what he'd demonstrated last time? That he didn't need weapons. Either way, his audacity to show up so calmly after such provocation was anything but ordinary. In contrast, the woman tagging along beside him was brimming with a serene aura. Her hair color and facial features were all reminiscent of the stifled shadow who'd once overpowered their party. If the stifled shadow represented vitality, then this one represented serenity. Her appearance was refined, and her fair skin was unblemished. Every move she made was graceful, but, at the same time, without vulnerability. She must have camouflaged it, but upon closer inspection, the aura she concealed within her wasn't significantly different from that of the stifled shadow. Her physique indicated she was a rear guard, but they couldn't afford to let their guard down. Arnold had likely only seen through her disguise because hers was inferior to the 1,000 Trixes. She was a griever, undoubtedly a mighty individual. Arnold licked his lips. Despite everything, he should be in the superior position in this situation. They'd been informed that someone had expressed interest in negotiating the purchase of the relic they'd sent in for appraisal. When he'd heard the news, Arnold had thought this person had quite the strange tastes, yet he hadn't expected it to turn out to be the 1,000 Trix. Could this mean that this man was the level 8 hunter rumored to be seeking out relics? It would be too great a coincidence otherwise. Initially, he'd be glad even if that relic could fetch a price to cover a round of drinks at the tavern, but now, knowing that there was someone who desired the relic, this was a different story. Relics were expensive. There were even some that were traded for hundreds of millions.
After they'd concluded their self-introductions, the woman who had identified herself as Seatree spoke with a smile as if their earlier altercation hadn't happened at all. Krai has a penchant for collecting peculiar relics. He was intrigued when we learned about this particular relics.
It's a curious item that we've taken the trouble to bring all the way here from Nebulanubes. To be honest, that took quite some effort, and selling it at a low price won't cut it. This is an item that could sell well to not just hunters, but also dilettante collectors. Am I right, Arnold?
He glanced at Arnold's expression. That was a bluff. At least there were no takers for that mask at Nebulanubes. Even nobles who fancied rare items were picky about their acquisitions. Surely no one would want a flesh mask that appeared nothing but cursed. Upon hearing A's words, Seatree pressed her hand against her mouth, her expression troubled.
I see where you're coming from, but unfortunately, I don't believe anyone in this capital would desire that eerie mask. Krai, here, isn't insisting on acquiring it either.
The negotiation was still in the probing stage. Just as she'd said that, the 1,000 Trix's eyebrows moved slightly, and his expression contorted momentarily. The change in his expression was all too evident. It was hard to tell if it was meant to be a poker face or not. With such a blatant display, there was no telling whether he was genuinely agitated or simply putting up a show. A was bewildered, but he kept it from showing on his face. Arnold, who'd known him for long, understood what he felt, but he kept it from showing on his face. Arnold, who'd known him for long, understood what he felt. Wait, is this really a coincidence to begin with? The 1,000 Trix who'd been in conflict with them and hell-bent on provoking them had offered to negotiate for the relic Arnold had brought in. Could such a thing really happen by mere coincidence? It would have been understandable if the relic had been a well-known item, but it had been a flesh mask that had failed to sell back in their hometown. If anything, they should have been at war with one another. There was no reason for the negotiation to succeed. Despite that, this was obviously an unnatural situation, and as the leader of the party, Arnold ought to make his decisions cautiously.
It's not like we're insisting on not selling it.
I'm afraid it'd probably fetch a lower price at the auction than if sold to us right here. I doubt anyone would vie for that relic and bid on it. Can I presume that Mr. Arnold shares the same perspective with your experience as a high level?
She'd hit the nail on the head. That was what Arnold and his party had been told before they'd taken the relic in for appraisal. Hunters and nobles were cautious when it came to purchasing relics because there existed ones that posed risks to their owners. Such relics usually looked like that, just like that mask.
That's not fair. That was a relic we've gone to great lengths to find. We still don't know its effects, and it's disheartening to see a potent relic being bargained for a dirt cheap price. I'd rather just discard it in that case.
He'd even been told there was a chance that the mask couldn't be appraised. There were two major ways of appraising a relic: researching the accumulated literature for information or activating it, and trying it on. If the former method failed to determine its functions, appraisers would resort to the latter. But appraisers were humans too. Manifestly dangerous relics were sometimes rejected by appraisers as impossible to appraise. In fact, that mask had been rejected back in Nebulanubes. The appraiser Arnold and his party had commissioned was a man with decades of experience, well known for his competence even within the capital. If even he refused to appraise the relic, there was probably no one in the city who could appraise it. In that case, the mask would likely only sell for collection purposes.
You seem to have an idea of its effects. We can't put a price on it as it stands. How about you tell us what kind of power the relic holds?
He meant to unsettle them. Information was gold, and no one would divulge it straight away just because they'd been asked to do so. Citri frowned as if exasperated at A's words. That, I can't tell.
Hump!
That was as expected. Arnold was about to raise his voice and retort, but the 1,000 Tricks, with a troubled smile, said unexpectedly, "But if I have to say one thing about it, if my speculation is correct, it's a slightly dangerous relic. Even the law of this land would prohibit its use. I'd let it go as soon as possible if I were you." Arnold had been a hunter for a long time, and to survive as a hunter required more than just physical strength. To excel as a hunter, one needed good bargaining skills to negotiate appropriate prices for the transaction of relics and monster materials acquired from treasure vaults, as well as communication skills for things like making connections with influential people. While these were primarily handled by A, Falling Fog's vice leader, based on his experiences thus far, Arnold had come to understand its importance to some extent. And now, his intuition was telling him that this aloof man in front of his eyes, the 1,000 Tricks, was lying. The 1,000 Tricks looked at Arnold with a serious expression.
Slightly dangerous, you say?
Arnold mentally catalogued every thought and action. His expression, his demeanor, his words. Arnold retreated into his own thoughts. The law prohibits its use. It's slightly dangerous. These aren't words people use in negotiations. If so, I can easily imagine why you'd want this relic. But this would surely just make us all the more wary. The 1,000 Tricks is an excellent tactician. Apparently, he can see through absolutely everything. Why is this 1,000 Tricks negotiating so crudely? Facing the silent Arnold, the man before him seemed to be assessing his capabilities with his gaze.
The 1,000 Tricks, you lied just now, didn't you?
He flinched.
Slightly dangerous in that you'd let it go if you were me. Funny, you trying to trick me?
Cold sweat streamed down the 1,000 Tricks' cheek as he became unsettled. What a splendid disguise. Even in Arnold's eyes, he appeared to be nothing but genuinely in a panic. Right. Don't be deceived by his words. Read between the gaps between the lines. Dangerous. He'd let it go if he were me. Yes. Didn't the 1,000 Tricks sound almost as if he didn't want Arnold to part ways with the relic? At that moment, a revelation descended upon Arnold. He felt like all the pieces of the puzzle had come together. Could it be that he thinks that I, a level 7- am an idiot? Citri was smiling next to him, but a cold light gleamed in her eyes as though she were looking at pathetic worms. Though she'd disguised her outward expression, she couldn't conceal the light in her eyes from Arnold.
Arnold?
Arnold had made his decision.
All right, I'll sell it to you. Yeah, let's see. 8 million gild. No, 10 million gild. I'm not cutting it down any lower, and I'll have you pay me in full, all at once.
While it was a high price for a hideous mask like that, this was an amount that a high-level hunter could easily pay. The 1,000 Tricks' eyes grew as wide as dinner plates. Citri looked at Arnold with eyes as if questioning his intent. Perhaps because Arnold's reaction had been unexpected, his companions rustled. Despite that, all decision-making authority in Falling Fog lay with the leader, Arnold. Though, if that flesh mask sold for 10 million gild, they'd surely be more than happy.
Arnold, are you sure?
Yeah, 'cause it seems to be a slightly dangerous relic.
Twisting his lips, Arnold smiled as if intimidating his opponent. In front of him, the Thousand Tricks shuddered.
You didn't think I'd not sell it to you because of your provocation, did you? Humph! Indeed, we have our strife, but that's a different matter. For now, I'll pretend that has never happened.
Huh? That? I'm terribly sorry. Seemingly confused, the Thousand Tricks scratched his cheek. To begin with, it'd been quite unnatural for a level 8 hunter to directly engage in negotiations to acquire a relic that was considered slightly dangerous. If he'd truly wanted it, he probably wouldn't have involved himself explicitly like this. The changes in the Thousand Tricks' expressions were also too natural, making it look all the more unnatural. It all seemed just like an ostentatious information drop. His words were laced with lies. Arnold contemplated the dynamics between them, recalling the grotesque flesh mask, which instilled a visceral sense of awful revulsion, that he'd sent in for appraisal. Arnold felt a chill down his spine for the first time in a while. Taking a deep breath, he looked into the eyes of the seemingly distressed Krai Andrey. It was said that eyes speak louder than mouths, but all that he could sense from the Thousand Tricks' darkness-evoking irises was bafflement. The emotions hidden within remained inscrutable to him. But why did this dude put up such an obviously unnatural negotiation? The situation was complicated, but as he put himself in his opponent's shoes and contemplated the situation, Arnold unraveled his intent. The flesh mask was probably not just slightly dangerous, but perilous enough that the level 8 hunter hastened to retrieve it. Appallingly, the Thousand Tricks seemed to intend to make Arnold and his party hold on to that relic, or rather he'd most likely made this his plan sometime after they'd met. Though, Arnold couldn't detect any hint of a lie in his claim that the relic was illegal. Considering all that, and judging from the character of the Thousand Tricks they'd conjectured based on the intelligence they'd collected thus far, Arnold came to a conclusion. The Thousand Tricks had learned that an extremely dangerous relic had been brought into the capital, and had decided to take action. His goal was most likely to prevent the relic from falling into the hands of the nobles, merchants, and hunters in the capital. According to A's investigation, the Thousand Tricks had been solving incident after incident in this city. It might sound too flattering to be true, but there were always people who didn't act to benefit themselves, especially among the high-level hunters. Looking back on it now, Arnold found it abnormal that in the tavern they'd randomly chosen when they were new here was a level 8 hunter. A rarity even within the capital. The tavern they'd chosen was a cheap saloon. Given the Thousand Tricks and his companions' level, they surely could have opted for a slightly better place. The Thousand Tricks had likely already been observing them at that time. But there, trouble arose for him. His party had gone on a collision course with Arnold's. The stifled shadow's actions, he dare say, had come unexpected even for the Thousand Tricks. Having one's reputation tarnished was a critical blow for treasure hunters that would invite scorn from other hunters and affect their future endeavors. Arnold boiled with anger whenever he recalled that incident. Then, the Thousand Tricks, realizing that his chances at a successful negotiation had been lost almost entirely, had shifted gears on the spot. Abandoning his attempt to negotiate through gentle persuasion, he'd begun provoking them repeatedly with questionable attitude and words instead. He tried to infuriate Arnold so that he'd withdraw from the auction altogether. The Thousand Tricks' objective probably was to prevent that dangerous relic from falling into the hands of and being used by curious nobles, wealthy merchants, and hunters of the capital at all costs. In other words, his best course of action would be to acquire and safeguard the relic himself. But for now, keeping Arnold and his companions out of the auction would also achieve his objective. It was just natural for people to be unwilling to part with such a thing, even if they were told that it was a dangerous relic and that he'd let it go if I were you, let alone if it was said by their arch enemy. Yet, Arnold wasn't going to be deceived. You think I'm an idiot? You think I'd be so stubborn over an extremely shady relic like that? Your purpose is to ensure that the relic doesn't fall into others' hands. Am I right? Huh? Ick? His bluff was obvious. Indeed, if Arnold were a low-level hunter, immature and unable to control his emotions, he might have gone on to stubbornly withdraw from the auction out of spite. He might have believed that the level 8 had coveted the relic so much that he'd lie to get his hands on it. But now that he'd thought about it rationally, what would Arnold's party stand to gain if he withdrew from the auction? That relic looked ominous at a glance. Any hunter who was even slightly cautious wouldn't think of using it. Arnold never considered trying on that mask himself, and he would vehemently oppose it if any of his party mates had attempted to. Now that he knew it was a dangerous relic, he'd have no choice but to keep it under strict lock and key, a responsibility that was a meaningless burden for them. Or perhaps, was it his plan to buy time by making them withdraw from the auction temporarily? There was even the possibility that he planned to discredit Arnold and his party by accusing them of possessing a dangerous item. In fact, he couldn't deny the possibility of criminal organizations targeting the relic and assassins attacking them for it either. In the worst-case scenario, could the Thousand Tricks have been provoking Arnold into using the mask so that he could consign the mask into oblivion alongside Arnold? According to the information they'd gathered beforehand, the Thousand Tricks didn't seem to be wicked, but being indulgent alone wouldn't have gotten him to level 8. Arnold and his party mates were aliens here. Anything they could have done to them would be fair game. Numerous possibilities flashed through Arnold's mind in an instant. Arnold knew not of the power of the mask, and because of that, his predictions were inevitably all just possible outcomes. But regardless of which possibility it turned out to be, it was certain that things wouldn't turn out well for them. As he pondered the myriad of possibilities, the somewhat vacant face in front of him began to feel like a terrifying visage concealing a fierce resolve. He carefully examined the Thousand Tricks, who'd been silent for a while now. He was most likely testing Arnold, testing to see if he was indeed brilliant enough to see through the Thousand Tricks' ostensible performances and blatant lies and uncover his true intentions. What if I'd been imbecile whose mind became clouded by my own anger and thus unable to grasp the Thousand Tricks' intentions? What would have ensued? And assuming Arnold's assessment was accurate, what could he do to make the man who'd attempted to manipulate them feel the sorriest? What course of action would provide Arnold and his party with the greatest benefit? Should he deliberately go against the Thousand Tricks' wishes and sell it to some noble or merchant? Should he have done so even though they'd yet to establish any connections in the capital? After all, palming off a relic to influential individuals despite knowing that it was dangerous would be a thoughtless act of an idiot. Whose words would people trust more? The Thousand Tricks, who'd performed numerous distinguished services for this land, or the newcomer, Arnold? It wasn't hard to imagine who'd win this fight. Going against the Thousand Tricks was too risky for him. Or should he use the relic himself? Should he try on such a glaringly dangerous item that even appraisers hesitated to appraise? Arnold might be intrepid, but he didn't have a death wish. Or rather, should he decline the negotiation and just proceed to put the relic up for auction? That was an option, but he was quite sure that the chances of the relic fetching a high price were slim. Furthermore, this Thousand Tricks in front of him would most likely just win the bid in that case. Unfortunately, he couldn't set restrictions on who could bid on the item. Should he just securely keep it with his party? But that wasn't going to benefit anyone, and they'd be dancing to the Thousand Tricks' tune completely. At the end of his labyrinth of thoughts, a simple solution awaited. Get to the negotiating table and sell the relic off, and use his plans against him to demand a reasonably high price that was hard to turn down. This was the course of action that would bring the most benefit to Arnold's party without any risk. In exchange, it inflicted no substantial damage on the Thousand Tricks. It was the optimal compromise.
Now, what's your call?
Was he overthinking it? There certainly was such a possibility. The Thousand Tricks might have said it was a dangerous relic, but there was a possibility that he might have been mistaken about that. Or even though almost impossible, there was a non-zero chance that the flesh mask could indeed be a useful relic despite its appearance. Either way, if it did happen to prove useful, he could then accuse him of lying during negotiations. Besides, regardless of the authenticity of his claims, Falling Fog had no use for that relic. Even if it was useful, he had no intention of donning that. Disposing of it right here was his best option. He couldn't afford to make a wrong decision. He'd repay humiliation with humiliation. This was Arnold's way. Setting the price at decently high was, at the very least, his small act of retaliation against the Thousand Tricks for probing them. 10 million gild was not a reasonable price tag for an unappraised, conspicuously dangerous flesh mask. As Arnold curved his lips into a smile, the level 8 hunter, of which only 3 existed in the capital, put on a somewhat pathetic expression. In all likelihood, the Thousand Tricks had discerned that Arnold had seen through all his plans. Even the Thousand Tricks probably hadn't anticipated his opponent, whom he'd tried to ensnare, to handle the situation so calmly. But then, the Thousand Tricks couldn't really refuse those terms. This is our victory. Citri shot a quick glance at the Thousand Tricks next to her and, just as Arnold had anticipated, nodded with determination.
Very well. We'll take it for 10 million gil.
Wait a second.
Before she could finish her sentence, a hunter sitting at an adjacent table suddenly interrupted. It was a middle-aged man, an unfamiliar face. Being stared at, the man raised both his hands in an exaggerated pose and forced a wry smile.
I'm not here to start a fight or anything. That relic, I'll buy it for double the price.
What? What did you just say?
A shot an astonished gaze at the absurd intruder. Even the Thousand Tricks seemed bewildered. The appearance of a hunter willing to purchase that flesh mask for 20 million gild had been unexpected. Equally unexpected was another unrelated man at another adjacent table, suddenly raising his voice. To Arnold, it didn't really matter whom he sold the relic to. After all, he didn't owe this town or the 1,000 Tricks anything, while it'd only be all the better for them if the relic sold for higher. So what on earth was happening here? This person here should have just heard the 1,000 Tricks said the relic was dangerous. Citri put on a loathsome expression, as if this unfamiliar man had opened a can of worms. Hunters throughout the tavern began raising their voices after him.
Wait, I'll pay 25 million.
Hold on! I've had my eye on it all along. I shall offer 30 million.
That's the relic the 1,000 Tricks has been going after by any means necessary. I'll offer 40 million.
You're just planning to resell it. Get lost.
What's going on? Who are these people?
Before he knew it, the tavern erupted with clamor. The patrons' gazes were laced with a palpable aggression, and some even began wrestling one another. They were all fervently shouting their respective bids. With their mouths agape, drunkards watched the spontaneous auction unfold. Drunks looked on with vacant eyes at the sudden auction.
42 million. 43 million. Damn it! I'll offer 45 million. You're in debt, so what are you even saying? Shut up! I'll sell my equipment to finance it if I have to.
What? Is this a joke? Do these guys really want that flesh mass this much? Is there some intel I'm missing? Arnold groaned at the incomprehensible sight. If this was the case, then Arnold's conjecture about the 1,000 Tricks' plan became increasingly questionable. Why do these people want such a grotesque relic? What's happening?
This is all because, Krai, you've been trying to borrow money from all over the place. You should have just asked me from the very beginning.
Despite his deflated sigh, the price of the flesh mass kept shooting upwards. One of the drunkards staggered to his feet and, in a cheery voice, began to host the impromptu auction. It was all beyond control now. These people raising their voices were all deadly serious.
100 million!
And that was when an incongruously delicate voice cut through the storm of boisterous bellows. The hunters, who'd been inflating the price gradually, all turned towards the source of the voice. Standing on a table dotted with fallen bottles, a figure in a luxurious white dress came into view. At her waist, a sword that seemed out of place for her childish limbs hung.
I, Eclair Gladys, shall acquire that strongest relic, or whatever, for 100 million. Understand!
This is why I don't like nobles and merchants. Krai, can we just withdraw from this negotiation?
Citri let out a frail sigh and tugged at Krai's sleeve. With a smile brimming with confidence, the girl who'd claimed to be Eclair looked down at the 1,000 Tricks. What on earth was all that about? Did I do something bad? Holding a hunter gossip magazine in hand, I clicked my tongue for the first time in a long time in frustration with the current situation. The magazine was open to a colorized page with an article detailing the deeds of the leader of a certain clan, a high-level hunter bustling about to acquire a certain relic that was set to be auctioned at the upcoming Zabrudia auction. Though the name of the hunter had been withheld, given the rarity of relic maniac hunters who were also clan masters, anyone reading it would surely immediately recognize that it had been referring to me. The negotiation had been going quite well until someone from the crowd had suddenly interrupted and caused chaos. But it had been the intrusion of Lord Gladys's daughter that had completely derailed it. I was hoping to somehow purchase the reversible face within 10 million gild, but Arnold decided that he'd put it up for auction once again. Arnold appeared to be bewildered by the sudden turn of events, but the one most bewildered was me. I hadn't expected that so many people would be interested in that strikingly creepy mask, and neither could I fathom what the Earl's daughter meant by strongest relic. I did try to tell Lady Eclair that it wasn't the strongest relic, but rather a dangerous one. But she hadn't seemed willing to hear me out. The reversible face was far from being the strongest relic. It was merely a relic that changed one's appearance without boosting one's combat abilities or anything. While it could do things like making one appear more muscular, it didn't actually give them more strength. And since their body would just be wrapped in a layer of muscles, this actually had the demerit of making one's movements more difficult if they just changed their body shape haphazardly. Well, to be fair, it was illegal but not dangerous, so I might have been lying about that, but even so, snatching it away from me just because I wanted, it was just too mean. While it wasn't against the rules, it was definitely a breach of etiquette. Do these people have no ethics? Don't expect ethics from nobles and hunters? Haha, but true enough, nobles were surely wealthy, weren't they?
So, what are you going to do?
All while I was still asking for help to repay some unrelated debts, I was already planning to purchase the next relic. Now that I thought about it, or even without thinking about it, I realized I was completely hopeless. What's worse, I was reporting it only after the fact. Someone please do something about me. But allow me to offer an excuse. There was a chance that the reversible face would only be available in this auction. It wouldn't be an over-exaggeration to say that this could possibly change my entire life. Now that I already have a 10-digit debt, what's another 8-digit one? It'll only be merely a few % more. Won't you agree?
Krai, please answer me.
Oh, right. You don't think so, do you? Do I have no choice but to give up after everything? 10 million gild was an enormous sum of money that an average person couldn't even earn in a year. But for grieving souls, it was an amount we could easily cover with a single hunt. That said, 100 million was a different story. To put it simply, it'd be 10 times more. Grieving souls was a party of 7 including Eliza, so for each person to earn 100 million by simple calculations, we'd need to bring back at least 700 million gild worth in relics and rare materials. There were only very few relics that could fetch for a high price. Relics valued at over 100 million gild were known as centimillionaires, and acquiring one was one of the dreams for hunters. Since we also had to set aside some money as a reserve fund, earning 700 million gild in one go was challenging even for us. Well, as challenging as it might be, it wasn't impossible. That said, it took courage even for me to just casually pay out 100 million with all that debt I had. Liz, who was on the hunt for relics too, probably wouldn't be able to do much either. But above anything else, the biggest issue was that it seemed 100 million might not be enough after all.
There are rumors that the daughter of House Gladys is frantically buying up all the relics to disprices poitzes.
I remained silent.
I've also heard that a few large trading companies are working to obtain these items as well. I presume prices are soaring because of it.
Ugh.
Don't you me? Good grief.
Nobles were sparing no expense as they scrambled to buy up the vast assortment of relics. No normal hunter could stand a chance against these nobles. The difference in wealth was much too great. The prominent House Gladys had been supporting the empire for generations. Trading companies lacked ties to nobles, and they were dying to change that. Relics were a product of nature, and they were infamously rare. Globally and historically, they were used as offerings. The worthiness of the hunk of meat on offer aside, the fact that Lady Eclair had thrown her hat in the ring would undoubtedly reach the ears of the restless trading companies involved in the auction. Hunters made good money, but the ones who held the most wealth within this nation were trading companies and nobles. I was sure that none of them were willing to hurl their entire fortune to obtain a relic, but as a person with debt, I couldn't take the risk and fight against such a powerful foe. I was sure the trading companies had their own reasons, but why would Lady Eclair have a need for an unlawful relic? Did she want to obtain the strongest relic and become a hunter? She couldn't do it. It didn't matter just how powerful of a relic she had. Without cultivating her own strength independently, she would forever remain a small fry. I was a prime example.
So, what will you do?
I couldn't offer a reply.
Please think carefully, Krai. Do you really require that relic? You already have plenty.
But I wanted it. I wanted that relic so badly. If I could have it, I'd take it in a heartbeat. Did I really not need it? I scratched my head furiously. Well, it might have been possible for me to scrounge around and gather 100 million. A battle of wealth against nobles and trading companies was an impossible one. And the auction was drawing near. I was a true-born consumer, and I didn't stand a chance from the get-go.
If you were going to make that face, why did you go out of your way to get yourself in debt and hand out information?
I don't remember doing that. I wonder how much money Lucia has saved. I'm kidding. I'm just joking. Eva, who would usually support me no matter how pathetic I was, gave me a sidelong glance of revulsion as though she was looking at a piece of trash. But if I were allowed an excuse, Lucia had said that if I was truly in dying need of money, I had permission to take her savings of my own accord. As reliable as a younger sister could be, she'd stated that if I were to be in debt, it would have been best if I was indebted to her. Still, well, I guess it can't be helped. I'll do my best. If it's not enough, I'll just give up on the relic. My savings weren't nearly enough to outbid nobles or trading companies. I also had Citri to worry about, and this couldn't have come at a worse time. I felt bad for doing this, but if we were to go to confectionery stores in the future, I would need Tino to humor us as well. Just as I made my decision, Citri burst into the room, slightly out of breath.
This is why I don't like nobles and merchants. They always try to solve matters with money or by wielding their power. They use cheap and dirty tricks to steal what you want. Krai.
Instead of the usual bag that she had slung over her back, she was clutching a large suitcase that could have easily fit a person inside. She wore a serene expression, but her eyes were brimming with determination. This might be a sudden side note, but Citri hated to lose. Her grace belied the fact that she was just as strong-willed as Liz. My spirit was already half broken, but it seemed like the intrepid Citri was determined to fight back.
Krai, if it's money you need, I've got it. We can still fight. I went out of my way to create secret potions for them, but the moment I got a criminal offense tacked on, those nobles changed their attitude in the blink of an eye, and I want to get back at those merchants for selling my potions at exorbitant prices, stuffing their wallets more than necessary. I'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
She seems more fired up about this than me, and I feel like our initial motives have shifted here. Citri placed the suitcase out in front of me and undid the lock, revealing a mountain of wealth that no normal person would usually see. Glimmering silver coins, exponentially more precious than gold coins, and worth 100,000 gild each, were piled high. There was clearly more than 100 or 2 of this precious currency. And the suitcase was stuffed with them, as some rolled onto the floor by my feet. Eva looked taken aback. If there was any business transaction that required a suitcase full of silver coins, it would be done with a check. Where'd you get this? Didn't she say that she was flat broke? The pile of beautiful silver coins in front of me was easily worth more than 100 million gild. Citri's porcelain skin turned a touch pink.
These are my marriage funds that I've been secretly saving and hiding from my sister. There's about 800 million.
I couldn't hide my shock, and Eva followed suit.
Marriage? Funds?
I see. Marriage funds? A flurry of questions filled my mind. Didn't you save a bit too much for just marriage? Since when did you start saving up? Do you have a partner in mind? But first and foremost, there was no way that I could accept such precious money. Citri, you're going too far. This is a bit much. This isn't some secret stash you've been hiding away, it's a whole fortune. I'm sorry, but I can't take the money you've been saving up.
I planned on using this on you, so we're just using it a bit ahead of schedule, I suppose.
I was confused now. Huh? By marriage funds, did you mean you saved this money for my marriage? We were longtime friends, but I couldn't believe that she saved money for me, whom she had no blood relation with. That can't be it.
No, this money is for my marriage. You can think of it as an early dowry.
I think men are supposed to pay when taking a woman's hand in marriage. If I were to add on, this payment could only be given to one's marriage partner. Citri stared at me with befuddlement before she pounded her fist on top of her palm.
I suppose you're right. But hey, in marriage, I think both the man and the woman should work together to build a relationship, and I'm the type who commits to her man.
She let out an airy giggle. Yeah, uh-huh. Ha 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 ha. Citri's unexpectedly a bit of an airhead, I guess. As I spoke cheerfully, Eva, who'd been silent this entire time, grabbed my shoulders and started shaking me violently.
What are you laughing about, Krai? You'll be forced to marry her at this rate.
Ha! Nah, that can't be. I assumed it was Citri's usual marriage jokes. Marriage? Me? I'd never even thought about it. This was a once-in-a-lifetime commitment, and I thought it was best to think about it carefully once I retired from being a hunter and took on a steady job to settle down.
Once we get our hands on that relic, it'll be in lieu of your engagement ring.
Huh? No way! I didn't think a grotesque mass of flesh could be seen as a ring at all. I grew calm upon hearing her outlandish suggestion, but Citri continued passionately.
As for me, if you don't mind, I'd like a ring from your collection.
That I didn't mind one iota. My collection was important, sure, but Citri and the others were much more precious to me. I was more than willing to offer her a ring relic, but I still felt like I was taking advantage of her. Even a safety ring wasn't worth 800 million. How could I ever repay Citri? I crossed my arms and mulled over my choices while Eva stepped forward and slammed the table loudly. A smile plastered on her face as she gazed down at Seatree.
Seatree, I believe I've said that Krai's debts would be repaid in full. What doesn't...
Don't mind us. Our bonds aren't so shallow that our marriage would crumble just because of debt.
The number one reason that causes hunter parties to collapse is money troubles. Because you're so lax with him, he's become lousy with money.
Don't mind us. I'm willing to accept Krai, lousy with money and all.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Eva remained dauntless even in the face of a high-level hunter. I'd told her to never lay a finger on Liz and the others, but I felt like her words were filled with emotion.
Please don't make weird promises with our clan master. What'll you do if odd rumors start circulating? I'll definitely pay back all his debts in full. You have my word. This includes the marriage funds that you'll loan Krai. Is that clear?
This is why I don't like merchants.
She slumped her shoulders in surrender, causing Ava's cheek to twitch. I had nothing to offer in this fight as I crouched down and was ready to flee. I'm raising the white flag. Citree's marriage is more important than a reversible face. I just wanted it if I could get it for relatively cheap. I'm so sorry that I'm out of touch with money. I feel sick, Erp.
Just you watch and see. Krai, I'll buy that relic without fail.
Nah, I think I'm good. I'm pretty sure it'll be expensive, and there's a chance that 800 million won't be enough. I tried to give a reason to stop her, but even I knew that her money was more than enough. That relic's abilities weren't worth that much, but Seatree only balled her hands into fists and leaned forward fearlessly.
Don't act so reserved. I can gather more money if you wish. I'll use whatever means possible to get that relic. Why don't we spread bad rumors about that item? It's much easier to lower its price than to gather more funds.
Sure. No. Take it easy, okay? When I saw the twinkle in her eyes, I was determined to stop her from running wild. Perhaps due to the Zebridia auction being just around the corner, the Explorers Association was busier than ever before. For hunters who use the Imperial capital as their base, the auction was a golden opportunity to gain a fortune, and it was a perfect chance to bid for powerful weapons and boost their power. There was a larger crowd than usual, gathered in front of the quest brief, preparing for the day of the fated auction. Some were searching for information regarding the treasure vault, hoping to gather more relics. Others were reading up on quests from outsiders, trying to gather a few more guild for bidding. Tino was in the crowd too, standing on her tiptoes and craning her neck to read the quests among the throng of tall hunters. With the auction nearing, almost all the good quests were taken. Quests to defeat nearby monsters were all gone, and only those that required ample time and wouldn't make it for the auction remained. The crowd of hunters all let out a murderous air, frantically glancing around with bloodshot eyes, hoping to grab a lone association employee who might have new quests to offer. Everyone gathered here is third-rate, Tino thought. The date of the auction had already been decided long in advance, and first-rate hunters had already gathered the necessary funds and relics for the event. They were likely snickering at the third-rates who were panicking while making last-minute preparations. Tino wasn't interested in the auction. She wasn't very materialistic, and she was reluctant to waste her money. So, why did she have to be treated with scorn like the crowd of ill-prepared hunters? Unable to be affected by the excitement buzzing in the air, she suddenly heard a voice call out to her.
Hey, Tino, you all right?
Tino silently turned around and saw a thief that she'd been in a party with in the past, during her journey in the White Wolf's den, Ruda Runebeck. As always, she had a head full of silky brown locks and a full chest that would catch anyone's eye. She'd recently ranked up to level 4, and the two ladies were close enough to engage in casual conversation whenever they bumped into each other. As a fellow thief, Tino got along quite well with Ruda, even dragging the latter along to her master's training. Tino rarely visited the association, and thus didn't meet Ruda often, but they were friendly enough to be called friends. As Tino stared silently, Ruda gave a strange smile.
You seem to be doing well, as usual. Are you done with your training?
My sister said that she would go on a treasure vault tour. I was left behind because she said that I was dense.
That seems par for the course for her.
A gossip magazine filled with information related to treasure hunters was thrust in front of Tino. The open page had a summary of the relics that would be offered during the auction. She took the magazine and scanned through the pages. A certain famous hunter was scurrying around and trying to gather money to purchase the most powerful relic. The other hunters were aiming for it as well, of course, but even nobles were going for the item with bloodshot eyes. The precious relic was gathered by a level 7 hunter from a foreign nation, who barely made it out with their life. The noble in question were even on friendly terms with the Ark Rodan, and several trading companies were scrambling about trying to get their hands on this item. Everyone knew that this relic would be the highlight of this auction.
This magazine's talking about Krai, I take it?
How true was this article? It even had predictions on the powers of the relic, along with its estimated price at the auction. It contained a bold statement that claimed that any hunter who could get their hands on this relic would be guaranteed a boost in their level. Gossip magazines couldn't be trusted to begin with, but Tino furrowed her brows when she read just how baseless these claims seemed to be.
They're wrong.
Huh?
Master wasn't lent money in the first place.
Ruta gave a look of astonishment. Tino had only seen a snippet of the exchange, but as far as she knew, no one was willing to loan Master a single gild. She was left speechless when she saw him die an honorable death, crumbling away into tiny pieces. The magazine stated that Krai was gathering money by the hundreds of millions, but where could this number have come from? Tino cocked her head to one side in confusion while Ruta's eyes twinkled with glee.
So you're saying that this isn't about Krai?
Tino fell silent, but she was sure that they were referring to Krai. There weren't many high-level hunters out there who were clan masters and had a penchant for collecting relics. Once she finished reading, she gave a deep sigh and handed the magazine back to Ruta. It ended with a few words that poked fun at that certain high-level hunter, claiming that anyone who aimed to collect relics without giving a second thought towards expense was truly laudable and a perfect image of what a hunter ought to be. The hunter was able to use their powers and influence as a clan master to their fullest and even had a woman in the same party give up all her money for the cause. These roundabout chiding remarks and derisive comments could only be written by a fearless author. They were all lies. Tino gave up on trying to stare at the quest brief among the crowd and sat at a table located within the meeting space. Ruta sat across from her. How shall I explain this? Tino thought. Ruta was a thief recruited by Krai for Tino. Though it was a temporary party, she had gotten acquainted with the clan master and had reached out, worried about him. I don't want to put her good intentions to waste. Compassionate Tino also pitied the woman for being in a tizzy because of these baseless rumors. After a few seconds of hesitation, she opened her mouth.
Master has already found a way to obtain the relic. His debts can be taken care of, and you have nothing to worry about.
Huh. Are you sure?
As far as Tino knew, no one in the imperial capital could compete with Master's fondness for collecting. In fact, she had once followed Liz into his room and saw that it was decorated with a countless number of relics. There were easily over 100 on display. From common ones to those that didn't have any rumors whatsoever, his collection could likely trump any relic store in the capital. The prices of relics varied on demand, but if you were to change all of it to money, it would easily be over 10 billion gild. The term treasure hunters, always on the hunt for treasure, couldn't have encapsulated Tino's master better, and I'm sure debt isn't an issue either. Citri's face flashed across Tino's mind, causing her to shudder. City likely admired Master even more than Lizzie. They were truly siblings to the core. In fact, not only would City allow her master to be in debt, she would happily lend as much money as she had. This was clear as day to even Tino, who tried to avoid her sister as much as she could. Should City not have enough money, she would most certainly employ any means she could to prepare the required gild. Tino shook her head, trying to rid herself of City's glare whenever the former had stepped close to Master.
Master will always obtain any relic he desires. I think this silly information was spread on purpose by him.
Ah. Really?
I think.
How could this not be calculated? There was no reason for him to grovel to Ark Rodan and ask for money in front of a huge crowd, and he didn't have to look so absorbed with his money in the lounge. Tino didn't have a single clue about Master's ingenious schemes, but she knew that he would always plot something amazing. The outcomes would always be amazing. I don't quite get it myself, but I know that they are. Ruta shot a dubious look before she regained her composure and leaned forward. She glanced around, worried about her surroundings, and whispered into Tino's ear.
So, Tino, what exactly is Krai aiming for?
A weird mask. It resembles an old relic that Master had, but I think it's a completely different item. I don't know what power it holds.
I was kinda curious about that.
A reversible face was Master's favorite relic until recently. The current one must surely be different. I heard that the relic was so ill-reputed that Lizzie crushed it into pieces. Admittedly, Tino wasn't a fan of the item either, as it often changed faces. This must be the true 1,000 tricks, Master had said, causing his surroundings to grimace and wince. Even City hadn't been able to let out a hearty laugh. And who could blame her? Though it was the inside that counted, no one would be happy to hear that a person they admired was ecstatically gazing upon a shifting face while calling it 1,000 tricks. Master is an amazing person, but he's just so far ahead of me that I can't understand him.
Well, if you're sure, everyone's been whispering rumors and I knew he'd be fine, but
It was likely true that both nobles and trading companies were getting involved. Other hunters were gossiping about that too, after all. It was almost guaranteed that this relic would soar in price. There had been such instances occurring before for the auction. What would soon begin was the fight for the limit. Only super first-rate hunters could stand a chance against merchants and nobles. But why is everyone so worried about Master? He might seem a little unreliable, but that's nothing more than his image. His high level surely attests to his skills. For Tino, who felt like a speck of dust in comparison, she found it hard to understand this train of thought.
oh, and by the way, what are you here for, Tino? It seems like everyone's scrambling to get quests.
Since I can't train, I wanted to make as much money as possible and assist Master.
In the clan master's office, a raucous debate between Citri and Ava had begun. To them, I was treated as a complete bystander, and I was tempted to sneak out and buy myself a sweet treat or two.
As I just said, if I stop selling my potions and Steps refuses to provide materials, I'm sure that a vast majority of trading companies would cooperate with us.
Potions aside, are you planning on picking a fight with trading companies? We'd also be troubled if trade dealings crumbled.
Well, that's something that you have to deal with, so it's not really my concern. But if it's for Krai, I'm willing to change the location of my base, so I really couldn't care less about the merchants of this nation. I think everyone would agree with me.
She's so extreme. In contrast to the stern Ava, Citri had a smile dancing on her lips.
I thought that my store was becoming a bit too large for my liking anyway. First and foremost, Krai is our leader. He's not just the clan master.
It sounded like she had no concerns about the well-being of a clan that we built. I couldn't blame her. I was the one who wanted a clan, and she cared little about its members. Recently, I had stopped exploring treasure vaults completely, much to her dismay. Eva's shoulders were trembling from rage at Citri's biting remarks, and I quickly jumped in to try to soften the blow before sparks flew my way. Don't, Citri. You can't pressure the trading companies. I know negotiations can include talks like that, but we can't be inhumane against people that we're indebted to. What'll happen to the clan if Ava leaves? I'm even having her handle foreign affairs.
I understand. But if we can't circulate rumors or negotiate with the merchants...
I'm just letting you know that both of those options are against imperial law.
Yeah, I know. They were illegal methods. My bad, okay? I don't need that mask anymore. Citri looked up at me with a bright smile.
Then why don't we negotiate with the seller once more? If we're not too picky about the method, we might be able to obtain the item for cheap. We can state that the seller got intimidated by the fuss that was being made and left the Empire with his tail between his legs. That's a likely scenario, isn't it?
I don't think so. No one will agree to that reasoning, I think. I didn't quite understand where she was coming from, but there was no way that Arnold would nod his head in agreement just because we tacked on a small additional fee.
This might cause a bit of a fuss, but it's best if Lady Eclair is gone. What do you think?
Huh? I don't think she'll just vanish. She doesn't seem to like me much either. While her reasons were unknown, it might have been because she liked Ark. He and I weren't on bad terms, but the newbie hunters of Zeebrudia were apparently divided into two factions. Mine or his. As a side note, I was definitely part of Ark's faction. It was a no-brainer for me.
But there are quite a few boorish hunters out there, and it's clear that she's wealthy, plus she's infamous for disliking hunters. It wouldn't be odd if she was abducted, and there are many hunters out there willing to do anything for money. What do you think?
Huh? I'm sure she has guards around her. She's probably fine. She was the daughter of a noble. Zabrudia was prominently known for its hunters, and nobles made sure to hire guards who were just as powerful. Citri folded her arms in front of her and groaned loudly.
But I don't think any of them are resistant to my original blend. You require mana material, which you would then need to direct away from mana growth.
In the past, Citri had made an original poison potion that was effective against phantoms. Since it worked against phantoms and monsters, it would certainly work against humans, but apparently, only she could make it, and there was little chance that her item was leaked elsewhere. But since only you can make it, there's no way it's out on the market. It was then that she clapped her hands together as though I was exactly right.
Don't worry, I made sure that Talia knows how to make it, perfect for times like these.
What? Don't worry? I didn't think there was even a ghost of a chance that Talia would betray Citri. Just because Talia knows doesn't mean that she'd leak your recipe. That seems highly unlikely.
I guess you've got a point.
Citri once again seemed lost in her thoughts. Ava, who'd been listening quietly with her eyes open, finally decided to say a few words.
Wait a sec. You guys aren't serious, are you?
Huh? What do you mean? Did I say something? I feel like I'm losing track of this conversation. Eva was staring at Citri, who tilted her head to one side in befuddlement.
Huh? Well, I know you aren't like that, Krai. I believe in you. I do.
Citri began mumbling to herself.
Well, if we can't go to the cellar and we can't auction it, the only thing we can do for the relic is, well, maybe beforehand. But this risk is too great.
From her serious expression, it was clear that she was trying to get that relic for me no matter what, but I had no intention of using grayish methods to obtain it. I'd just tackle the auction straight on. If I couldn't get it, I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it at this rate. Please use your marriage funds for yourself. I'm grateful for your ideas, but you don't have to do anything. I'll just bid at the auction fair and square, and if I fail, I fail. I don't want it that desperately anyway.
If you say so, Krai, then I'll do my best to gather more funds.
Honestly, you don't need to do that either. 800 million sounds more than enough. For the first time since I came to the imperial capital, I was eager for the auction to end. As I saw a fired-up Citri and a frowning Eva, I prayed that this entire affair would end without a fuss. It was as though a battle had occurred in front of Magi's tail. A large crack ran through the street, and the metal gates that surrounded the store were blown wide open. The storefront sign was lying on the ground, and the house across the street was riddled with numerous bullet marks. Dried blood painted the nearby buildings. The Third Order had been dispatched to maintain peace, controlling the curious crowd that was gawking at the scene. Someone had broken into Magi's tail. I was notified of this just as Citri and I were discussing our future plans. The burglar had broken in the previous night. The perpetrators were identified as the Shadow Lynx, a party of criminals who had received a request to steal certain items. They were basically a group of failed hunters. Every now and then there'd be a hunter who'd give up on conquering a vault and use the mana material they absorbed and cultivated to live a life of crime. A lot of them had found that it was much easier and more efficient to attack humans than phantoms and monsters. Such parties of former hunters, willing to conduct illegal and dangerous activities, were dubbed ghosts by the Explorers Association and had a bounty for hunting them down. This was vastly different from Citri, who simply had a level taken away as a penalty. She was seen as a good, law-abiding hunter, while these parties that did illegal acts were regarded as criminals.
I knew they'd take the bait sooner or later, but I didn't think we'd catch an idiot so soon.
I, on the other hand, couldn't remain so calm. If I looked at myself in the mirror, I was sure that the face staring back would be distressingly pale. All I'd done was find a relic that I was interested in and beg the other hunters to borrow their money for the auction. But as the days went by, this matter escalated, and a relic store that I'd been indebted to had fallen victim. I'd say this now, but I swore that I didn't expect this outcome. Sure, I couldn't deny that I was careless at times, and I was a level 8, but I was a mere hunter. The relic in question seemed to have a few catches, and it wasn't as though it boasted a long history. How could I have possibly predicted this situation? I clutched my aching stomach while Citri maintained her composure.
I know that the dead of night is the perfect opportunity, but I didn't expect anyone powerful enough to break into a relic store. I was being careless. Had I spent more time looking into this, I might have been able to point out a different route.
Our one saving grace was that this ended as an attempted robbery. The knights had gathered at the scene and chased away the general public, but I decided to use my influence as a high-level hunter to get a closer look. The cozy, rustic door was snapped in half, and a burning aroma filled my nose.
I've got work to do, damn it. You think I've got time to pay attention to a burglar or two?
I won't make it in time for the auction.
Shit.
You lot are all being manipulated by that kiddo's words.
Guards? Like hell. I don't need a guard. I've got a trusty one of my own. Thank you very much. An excellent bodyguard indeed. I'd rather you help me clean up my store than provide me with guards.
It was crystal clear that he was in a bad mood. I'm not sure if he'll forgive me if I apologize here. I should have brought Tino with me. I was reluctant to step inside, but I had to do it. I glanced around as I took a deep breath and set foot inside of the battered store.
Ah, kiddo. You've done it now.
I visibly shrank at the sight. I'm terribly sorry. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage, cast by Artail Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artail.ai now. Enjoy the story. The inside of the store was just as trashed as the outside. Gates were torn to shreds, and the counter was sliced in two, and yet the glass cases that housed the relics didn't have a crack to be seen. I should have expected as much. While the store was undoubtedly in a state of disarray, no one was injured. As always, a bodyguard stood, enveloped in several relics. He was generally an unsociable man, but he seemed to be in a particularly good mood today. Relic stores dealt with expensive items, and they had higher security than other shops. This was especially true for Magi's Tale, located on the outskirts of the city, where knights rarely made their rounds. Despite appearances, Mathis's store boasted one of the highest levels of defense that was like an iron wall. He'd opened his store in the imperial capital a couple of decades ago, but Magi's Tale had never been successfully broken into.
Cheer! If you're gonna rob me, do it in the afternoon. During the day, I'm always sleep-deprived when you do this at night.
I noticed dark circles under his eyes. With the auction being just around the corner coupled with this botched burglary, even Mathis, who generally looked much livelier than me, looked ready to throw in the towel. Still, I was glad that he was unharmed. If he'd fallen victim to the blade of a criminal, I wouldn't have been able to sleep at night. As I internally gave a sigh of relief, he glanced around his store.
Hey, Krai, where's Missy? If you're gonna come to wish me well, you better bring her along with me. I don't need you. You're in the way of my work.
Seems like I really didn't need to come here. The knights winced as they checked out the sorry state of the store. I heard someone mutter in a low voice, "We've already caught our suspects, so I think we can go." It sounded like they'd had enough of the old man's grumpy yelling. I clasped Citri's shoulders and presented her forward. I brought Citri instead. Could you please let me off the hook with her?
No way in hell. There's no replacement for her. Citri, the burglary last night wasn't your doing, was it?
What? Krai stopped me from doing so. Even if there was a 1 in a million, no, a 1 in a billion chance that I did do something like that, I'd at least choose better people.
Fine. If you've got time on your hands, help me out. Will you? Business is horrible. My employee can only stand around and do nothing.
Man, he's really energetic. He's more suited to being a hunter than me. The bodyguard who stood outside was easily in earshot of Mathis's voice, but he didn't seem at all annoyed by the comment and stood tall, gazing into the air. Is he a scarecrow, or what? Citri also didn't seem displeased as she helped clean up. I sat at the counter and gave a sweeping glance at the store. It's rare for you to be done in so badly, I observed. Any injuries?
None. I was up against 3 failures of Hunter's thieves. The one who destroyed my store was my bodyguard. He said that he hadn't used relics for a while, so he couldn't hold back. Shit! I didn't loan him relics to screw up my store.
Oh, so it wasn't the burglars. Yet, the bodyguard in question stood tall and didn't even flinch. I guess birds of a feather flock together. Weird people tend to attract other weird people. The fact that he was able to chase away the burglars solely with the assistance of relics only proved how powerful he was. He was likely stronger than me. Once Matthews aired his grievances, he gave a look of satisfaction and took a sip of water.
So, what you here for? I don't need compensation from you. The ghost's bounty is more than enough to put me back in the black. My grandkids came to visit me too.
Sure, but even so,
I don't need your apologies regarding the rumors. People are so easily manipulated by others' words. There's no such thing as the strongest relic in the world. If something like that exists, I'd like to see it.
I wasn't even allowed a rebuttal as Mathis spoke rapidly and pounded his fist on the counter. The most dangerous relic may exist, but the most powerful doesn't, was this old man's favorite saying. His views were the result of being in this industry for a couple of decades. It was apparent that he didn't even hold a shred of trust towards the rumors. I wasn't sure if this was due to trust towards me or against me, but either way, his stubborn words made me feel a lot better. I smiled and decided to put a happy end to this conversation. The most dangerous relic, huh? The most dangerous might not be a relic, but a human's heart.
Shut the hell up. What's dangerous is how you can become the center of attention just by trying to buy a relic, kiddo.
He wasn't wrong, but I tried again. Indeed, the folly of humans is limitless.
I said shut up. Your words are so vacuous and vapid.
Compared to all this, how devastating is a 10-digit debt? I saw Citri scurrying around, cleaning up the place. I wasn't sure how she negotiated, but she was using the knights that had come to check on the scene and ordering them around, cleaning up the debris. I was sure that they'd make short work of this. Speaking of, were you able to appraise it? Details no longer mattered. That relic was now the center of attention in the Empire. I wasn't sure why Lady Eclair had mistakenly assumed that it was the strongest. But once the item's abilities came to light, we could put all this fuss to an end. A transforming relic was strictly limited by the Empire, and nobles had appearances to uphold. I thought I had a sliver of hope, but Mathis shook his head.
Well, I did use a few references and tried to confirm its powers, but I'm going with unable to be determined.
I'd expected as much, but I couldn't help my shoulders fall slightly. Mathis held great pride in his work, meaning that he wouldn't conceal any potential risks, and he certainly wasn't going to risk his life to appraise his item.
It's an S-rank item when it comes to risks upon using it. Masks and the like are always troublesome. Facial expressions allow one to display their true nature. Relic masks that conceal such a core part of one's being usually change the user's body and mind. I tried using a golem to activate the item, but nada. Judging from the shape of the mask, it might require a living being to know what it does.
I see.
9 times out of 10, the result ain't worth it. If you're gonna bid on it despite knowing these risks, that's on you.
I was once again impressed. It was difficult enough to activate a relic's effects, but to try to make a golem do was something only Mathis could do. I didn't know anyone else who could do the same within the Imperial capital. In the past, when I got my hands on a reversible face from bandits, one of them had spilled the beans and told me about the effects. If Mathis couldn't analyze the item despite his best efforts, it would have been difficult to shed light on the relic without a human sacrifice. The relic auction would reveal each item's analyzed abilities as well as the opinions of an expert. If Mathis were to publicize what he just said, many hunters that desperately tried to buy that relic would snap out of it. The only hurdle that remained was Lady Eclair. While her reasons were unknown, she was enamored with the concept of the strongest relic. A lady like her, ignorant of the ways of the world, wouldn't listen to Mathis's words.
Your party symbol looks pretty odd, too. But that mask of meat isn't just for show. I don't get why so many of you seem desperate to get your hands on it.
I'm the most troubled by this, you know. This whole affair is made out to be entirely my fault. And, quite honestly, I just want this auction to end soon. Besides, it doesn't really matter how strong of a relic you have if you yourself are weak.
Exactly. Everyone's dreaming too much about these relics.
Strong people were powerful with or without relics, and the converse was true as well. Hence, hunters had to perpetually learn and better themselves. I organized the situation in my head, coming up with the best and worst possible scenarios. The best case was if the lady, the trading companies, and the other hunters all unanimously decided to give up on the relic, allowing me to obtain it for dirt cheap. At worst, the noblewoman and the trading companies would get their hands on the relic, use it without caring about the potential risks, find out its true effects, and try to crush me in a furious rage upon finding that the effects weren't what they expected. This sounded horribly unreasonable, but I was up against a daughter of a noble who knew what she'd do. In terms of rank and power, I was at an abundantly clear disadvantage. so it was best to be prepared for any scenario. I no longer wanted that relic. I'd take it if it was handed to me, but I wasn't willing to use my best friend's marriage funds to obtain it. However, since I was at the center of this mess, it was best to take preventive measures. It was a huge pain to do so, and I was reluctant to act, but if I were to leave this be, I knew that I'd only make my future self suffer even more. I think I'll have a talk with Lady Eclair and tell her Mathis's words. Could you come with me?
Of course. Let's get more acquainted with that young lady who favors Ark.
Eclair Gladys first met the strongest hunter a year ago. House Gladys was a prominent household, producing numerous soldiers that protected the Empire. Their knights were renowned for their combat prowess, and for generations they'd shielded the Zabrudian Empire from enemy nations, monsters, and phantoms. The Empire had decided to use treasure hunters as well, eventually elevating them to become one of the greatest global powers. However, just because they enjoyed this status, it didn't mean that they could let their guard down. It was imperative to remain vigilant and be prepared for any situation coming their way. That was House Gladys's family motto. Within the Empire, the strongest force wasn't the knights, but hunters. Absorbing mana material allowed one to strengthen their core power. No matter how tough the training was, there was a clear and vast difference in power between knights who had to protect the land and hunters who were constantly challenging new treasure vaults. Gladys, holding great pride in being the sword of the Empire, found high-level hunters who couldn't be overpowered by a mobilized platoon of knights. To be treacherous threats, they couldn't be trusted. Gladys was known to dislike hunters because it viewed them with a sterner eye than other nobles. It wasn't rare to see nobles whispering about how hunters were basically grave robbers, but it seemed like Gladys's sharp gaze was harsher still. Eclair had also taken up the sword from as young as she could remember, and received lessons from famous swordsmen, ensuring that she wouldn't lose to hunters. Though she had a guard by her side, she would periodically visit treasure vaults herself. She might have still been a child, but no one doubted her remarkable talent. Among the hunters, Gladys had approved of only one House Rodan. Gladys had heard stories about House Rodan on numerous occasions. In the past, Lord Rodan had achieved an amazing feat, allowing this household of treasure hunters to call themselves a hero. It had been several centuries since the Empire was built, and though the nation was now seen as a sacred place for a countless number of treasure hunters, House Rodan, the Empire's hero, still stayed on top. Though they were hunters, like House Gladys, they protected the Zabrudian Empire for generations, and worked their way up, even attaining a noble rank at one point. Ultimately, Rodan had politely declined to receive a rank, but Gladys knew that House Rodan was a compatriot. Whenever House Gladys mentioned hunters, House Rodan would be mentioned without fail. The lords of House Rodan were all known to be excellent, but the upcoming successor was rumored to be especially so. He was still young, but he was given an honorable moniker and had conquered high-level treasure vaults in succession. People were sure that he'd etch his name into history as a hero. Whenever Eclair heard his name, her heart pounded with excitement as she imagined who this man exactly was. When she finally met Ark Rodan in person, he was a man who far exceeded her expectations. In stark contrast to the uncouth image that hunters evoked, Ark exuded an air of elegance. He had a slender yet well-built body, and his azure eyes were deep like the calm sea, making him seem different from the rest. Above all, she was blown away by his might. At the long-awaited battle that Eclair had badgered to be present for, Ark had overpowered the esteemed knights of House Gladys all by himself. She received swordsmanship advice from him. She tagged along with his party and helped explore a treasure vault. The more time she spent with him, the more her adoration for him grew. This man was called the Argent Thunderstorm. He'd mastered both the blade and magic, a seemingly impossible feat, and had fused the two for his moves. Truly, he was a hunter that was worthy to be called a hero. Eclair yearned to stand by his side. One day, her body trembled with euphoria. After they parted ways, she continued to passionately read up on tales of adventurers and had started to hear about a certain hunter, known to be that hero's rival. Lord Gladys's base was in the center of the imperial capital, a nobles' district where many nobles' houses stood. The area was different from the bustles of the main street, giving off a refined atmosphere. Beautifully paved stone tiles lined the road, and luxurious carriages adorned with lavish ornaments ran along. Knights wearing their well-polished helmets stood equidistantly along the street, ensuring the safety of the citizens. There were barely any signs of commoners or hunters. There wasn't even a speck of trash lying on the ground, and I felt like even the scent of the air was different from where I usually resided. Earl Gladys, the title of Earl might not have seemed too impressive at first, but within the Zabrudian Empire he was quite highly ranked. Sure, I was a level 8 hunter, but I was nothing more than a commoner, This nation might have been forgiving to hunters, but if I wasn't careful, I'd be squashed like an insect on the road. In addition, I was headed for a noble infamous for his disdain towards hunters, and a military house to boot. I wouldn't be surprised if a blade swung down at me at our first meeting, and only now did my stomach start to hurt. I was the master of a clan that Ark was in, but I wasn't sure just how useful this would be towards the young lady.
Damn. I guess in any age, commoners are subjected to the whims of nobles.
As I continued to walk along the road, I felt the penetrating gazes of the patrolling knights follow me. Traveling on foot, I was clearly out of place and attracting a lot of attention. Citri squeezed my hand tightly, her slightly cold fingertips interlocking with mine.
Don't worry, we're just gonna talk with her a bit. There's nothing to fear.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Attacking a defenseless person was a crime even for nobles, but the problem was that they had the means to conceal the evidence and prevent a scandal. Citri smiled. I was feeling sick to my stomach, but for whatever reason, my childhood friend looked to be in a good mood.
Worst case, I'll step in and crush them. I was just in the midst of researching noble blood. Do they hold any value other than the history that flows through their veins? Even Akashic Tower won't let you do such research?
Yeah, uh-huh. I don't quite get what she's saying, but is she invincible? Does Citri not fear anything? The massive Gladys Manor was surrounded by gates. The Gladys House emblem was raised loud and proud, and several knights stood near the front gates. I guessed that they belonged to the house's private army, and they furrowed their brows while clicking their tongues at me. It felt like they'd unsheathe their swords at any moment. If Eva didn't make the preparations beforehand, I was certain that they'd restrain us immediately. I was almost never involved in Lord Gladys's affairs, but his rumored contempt towards hunters was apparently true. A tan man with an intimidating face narrowed his eyes at me. I presumed that he was the leader.
I'll take your weapons. Hand them over.
Huh? I don't have anything on me. The knight fell silent. I mean, can't you tell by looking? The leader scowled as he patted me down and confirmed that I was truly unarmed. He ended his inspection by fitting me with an armband, an item that jammed my flow of mana and restricted me from using spells and sealing my abilities. I couldn't use magic, so of course this band did little to me. As I maintained my composure, I noticed the leader grunting with flared nostrils. Upon closer inspection, I found that even his eyes were twitching.
You remain calm in this situation. Don't underestimate us. If a mere hunter like you does anything suspicious, I won't hesitate to cut you down.
What is he, a brigand? I just wanted to talk and offer a word of good-natured advice. I was a little fed up with it all. I was used to being threatened, but it wasn't as though I liked to be in that situation. I sighed and pointed to Citri, who stood beside me with a serene smile painted on her face. Oh, and since Citri's a lady, I'd prefer it if a woman inspected her. We were treated like criminals as we were finally escorted into the manor. As expected of a noble's manor, the interior was filled with the finest furniture. A glittering chandelier hung from above, and a crimson carpet lined the floors. I'd heard that they were a military household, but it was clear that they enjoyed their wealth as well. Citri and I pressed on, surrounded by pompous knights, and the maids who were taking care of the housework hastily stepped out of our way. We were led to a vast room that had a grand sofa and a sturdy table. Portraits and silver armor decorated the walls. A young lady was seated on the sofa waiting for us, and upon noticing our presence, she crossed her legs and smiled.
I didn't think you'd march into this house from the front gates. 1,000 tricks. You've got guts.
I'm not here to make enemies. I don't even want nobles to become my enemy. She acted haughty, but she looked exactly her age, and I couldn't bring myself to be intimidated by the small girl. I wasn't afraid of her, but her knights that lined up behind her terrified me. I was equally frightened by the knights who stood behind us. Left with no other choice, I copied Citri and forced a smile to form on my lips. I saw Lady Claire freeze.
You're completely surrounded, yet you act so calm. I see. I suppose your courage is on par with Ark.
I don't get what's going on, but is she perhaps praising me? I'd already told her my reason for my visit beforehand. I was eager to hurry up and get it over with so that I could head home, but I couldn't understand a noble's train of thought. Nah, the only thing I'd best arc in is my level. Lady Eclair took a sharp breath. Ark Roden was a popular guy, well regarded by men and women of all ages. He was especially popular with the nobles. His power, personality, and handsome face, combined with his honorable household that supported the empire since old times, gave little room for doubt towards his popularity. Every now and then, people would look at me who only had a high level and call me Ark's rival, but I was nowhere near his greatness. Does Lady Eclair believe such a baseless rumor? Is that why she seemed stern when we first met? That can't be it. I'm just catching strays. The young lady glared at me dangerously, and I thought that I should set the record straight. Lady Eclair, have you perhaps heard a ridiculous rumor that made me seem like Ark's rival?
Ow!
Those rumors are absolutely wrong. Ark and I differ in so many ways regarding rank and achievements. It's completely baseless. At the very least, I don't see Ark as a rival, but a friend. Just a friend.
What did you say?
Lady Eclair's fists and lips were trembling, her cheeks turning bright red like she was enduring her anger. Have I said something wrong? There were numerous amazing hunters who experienced great success in this empire since ancient times, but I was sure that Ark was one of the strongest in the empire. He was a guy who would eventually be called the strongest.
So, Ark isn't your rival?
I simply couldn't understand why she seemed to be glaring at me more intensely than before. The guards behind us were also gritting their teeth while gazing down at us. Do they think I'm lying or something? Oh wait, I think I get it now. Ah, to be precise, he's not my rival, but he's a rival of one of my party members. I fear this might count as self-praise, but she's a very capable person, and I'm sure even Ark could attest to that. Isn't that right, Citri?
Quite so. Ark is my rival. If we look at the bigger picture, I've got the upper hand for now, but Ark's been growing at an astonishing rate. I think I'd lose to him one day.
Hey, don't provoke her like that. Citri sounded a tad condescending, though not at all sarcastic, and Lady Eclair's ears started to turn bright red. I think Ark's above us, to be honest. We've just conquered a lot more treasure vaults is all.
Aw, Krai. Whose side are you on? Ark's or mine?
Yours, of course, but there's a time and place for everything. The usually composed Citri, known for her impeccable ability to read the room, had spouted something completely uncharacteristic for her. I felt like middle management, stuck between my superior and my subordinates. It was difficult to rank hunters in the first place, but I felt like Ark was the strongest. He was ahead above all the rookies, and there wasn't a single person who could win against him in a one-on-one battle. However, if this was a clash between two parties, Ark Brave and Grieving Souls, I was certain that we would win. This wasn't the fault of Ark, but his party members. Aside from the leader of Grieving Souls, everyone else was insanely powerful. But regarding Ark Brave, everyone except the leader lacked combat prowess. It wasn't like they were weak, they certainly had first-rate skills, but to be frank, none of them were particularly impressive. Even if the party gathered excellent people, they would all pale in comparison to the leader and would quit out of a sense of inferiority. Men in particular were quick to jump ship. There was a joke in there, but I didn't want to touch on a sore subject and couldn't find the right timing to say it. I wonder if this young lady would laugh if I said it? Probably not. I continued to smile when the young noble suddenly unsheathed her blade and slammed on the table, burying half of her sword into the furniture. Wood shavings flew in the air, and I froze in shock at her sudden action. In an unladylike fashion, she raised her right leg onto the table, her face bright red with tears brimming in her well-shaped eyes.
I understand very well what you lot are implying. I can see to you're mocking both Ark and my household.
Wait, what? We're not mocking.
If I had the power, I'd have lopped off both of your heads by now.
Sorry, what? Did this child just talk about decapitation? Come on now, what did I do? All of Lady Eclair's guards had their hands on their swords. The moment she gave her order, they would pounce on us. I was here with good intentions, but I didn't expect her to try to kill me. While my face twitched in panic, Citri still had a smile dancing on her lips. It was nice to see that she maintained her cool no matter what, but I didn't think her attitude was fitting for this situation. I guess it's not much when compared to the treasure vaults. Lady Eclair pointed her index finger at us. This might be unnecessary information, but since her leg's still raised, I can almost see her underwear.
But your insolence ends here. I'll make you regret ever looking down on House Gladys. I'll definitely, absolutely, without fail, get my hands on that strongest relic.
No, that's a dangerous one. The appraiser said so too. I think it's best if you don't bid on it. I was still confused, but I decided to get back to my initial goal and try to negotiate with her. Besides, you've got power and money already. What use is there to go out of your way to do something unnecessary? If I was the daughter of a count, I'd just laze around every day and do nothing.
According to my investigation, you're scurrying around and gathering relics. You probably used those items to become a level 8, didn't you? Your strength simply comes from borrowed power.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. I guess so. She was half right. Indeed, my strength came from my relics. 100%. But even using my entire collection of a few hundred relics couldn't possibly make me into a level 8. Why is she getting so heated?
I'll give Ark the strongest relic, and that'll be the end of you. No longer will you be able to stand on top.
I don't think he'd be happy to receive that. Ark was already set to become the successor of House Rodan, and thus had access to powerful relics. Having more of these items didn't necessarily make him stronger. As I'd said before, he was a strong guy. He didn't need the power of relics to prove himself. Just like how Luke could easily kill me with his bare hands, powerful people were powerful with or without relics, and no matter how much I struggled and tried to turn the tables, I was weak. This was also just as true. That's meaningless. The strong will be strong even without relics, and the converse rings true as well. The weak will be weak despite having relics.
What?
This is simply the truth of things. Just because he obtains that relic, it will never equate to Ark's strength. As his friend, I'd just like to say that he won't be happy even if he does become stronger with a terrible item like that. So please, give me that relic. Come on, Ark's got it good. He's handsome, so he doesn't need to change his face, does he? He can fight back even if someone's after him, so there's no need for him to hide his face. Lady Eclair looked stunned for a moment before her body started trembling. Tears spilled from her eyes.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! You're so stupid! You idiot! I'm definitely, absolutely not handing that item to you! Leave this place at once!
What are you, my lady? Please calm down.
He tried his best to pacify Lady Eclair, but she shook her head rapidly and continued her wailing. Doesn't this look like I made her cry? Is this bad? Would I be tried for contempt of a noble or something?
Citri, who'd been watching the scene unfold, stood up. Lady Eclair, we're here today because we wanted you to give up on that relic.
What?
I mean, she's not wrong, but did we need to mention that now? Didn't I say the same thing earlier anyway?
That relic is something that neither you nor Ark can handle. I believe the wise decision is to give up on it.
Perhaps she was furious once more because I saw the young noble's face turn red as she bit her lips so hard that she started to bleed.
The room focused on Citri and she placed a hand over her cheek and smiled. You mentioned earlier that you have 100 million guild prepared. We've got 200 million.
200 million?
Citri gave a firm nod and declared, and this is our absolute limit. You may be the daughter of Lord Gladys, but you must have a spending limit. In addition, that relic is meaningless to you. If you still truly wish to have that item, why don't you gather more than 200 million guild? If you're willing to go that far, it pains me to say this, but we have little choice but to admit our defeat.
Citri, it was hard to extinguish a fire that had already spread. I prayed that the rumors would die down by the time the auction rolled around, but my hopes were dashed and people were still clamoring about a reversible face. Citri's words must have lit a fire within Lady Eclair as well. I'd heard that she begged her father to pull a few strings and was gathering all the money that she could. She seemed mature for her age, but I guess she's still a child who needs her parents' help. Every year, just before the auctions, rumors would start swirling about a few choice pieces. But this year, the entirety of the imperial capital was gunning for a reversible face. Even in the lounge, that item was all anyone would talk about. Only Eva and I, the center of this mess, were tired of hearing about it. While I was lazing around in the clan master's office, Citri entered with an eager expression on her face. She placed a suitcase much larger than what she'd brought in the past in front of us. Her pale pink eyes were quietly flickering with her fighting spirit. Unlike Liz, Citri managed to contain her glimmering determination and keep silent.
Combined with the marriage funds, I managed to gather 910 million guild. We'll take her down. City and T chipped in too.
She'd even given Lady Eclair a falsified limit to keep the noble in check. I burst out laughing when I realized just how immature Citri's tactics were. It felt like I'd fallen into a pit of bottomless quicksand. At this point, I had to keep my initial reasoning for wanting a reversible face at all to my grave.
Eva, who'd been hard at work in an attempt to quell the fuss, couldn't hide just how taken aback she was. Krai, we're closing in on an 11-digit debt.
I know. The only winner in this auction would be Arnold, who brought in this relic in the first place. The auction would take a handling fee, and their cut would increase the more expensive an item would become, but it was still practically guaranteed that he'd be walking away with a stuffed wallet. The die had been cast. I could no longer back out of this auction, and even if I did, this excitement wouldn't die down. I didn't know where I'd land. I feel like I'd come out as a loser no matter the outcome. What do you think?
Quite honestly, at this point, we're at a disadvantage. There are plenty of trading companies more than willing to lend House Gladys money, and though it depends heavily on just how much Lord Gladys would bend to his daughter's whims, he's known to be pretty extreme at times.
Eva remained grim ever since the auction news started heating up. It was difficult for commoners like us to fight head-on against nobles who wielded power, money, and military influence. I knew that very well, which was why I went to House Gladys to convince the young noble otherwise, but it ended in spectacular failure.
The astute Citri nodded in agreement to Eva's words while glancing up at me. Well, if we wanted to be in tip-top shape, perhaps I should negotiate with the trading companies and borrow some money.
That won't be necessary.
But?
It's not necessary. As she was one of the brightest alchemists of her time and studious as ever, Citri's potions could easily earn her millions. Had we looked, we certainly could find trading companies that were willing to loan her money. But of course, the lender would be well aware of why we'd need the quick cash. The timing of the auction would give it away. This might have been too late for me to say after I had her sell off some of her extra equipment and stored potions, but if she were to be in debt now, there was a good chance that it'd bite her back in the future. That was an outcome that I couldn't accept. Citri puffed out her cheeks in disagreement, but when I smiled at her, she gave up and smiled back.
I understand. If you say so, then I suppose it's not necessary. I don't quite understand why, though.
Whatever the outcome, I troubled everyone greatly this time around. Citri, Liz, Eva, Tino, and Mathis were all victims of my whims. I was sure that some of my clan members also felt awkward about this entire affair. This auction wasn't a war, it was an annual festival. It was supposed to be a fun event, but this was anything but. I'll never ask others for money to buy relics. Never, ever again. I rubbed between my eyebrows, hoping to relax my facial muscles. Right. I should enjoy the auction. This isn't a war. It's not like I'd die without that relic. Who cares if Lady Eclair gets her hands on it and is disappointed by its effects? That's not my problem. At this point, all we can do is pray to Lady Luck. Once the auction's over, why don't we all have a party and celebrate?
That sounds wonderful. We should also invite Lady Eclair to the party.
It was clear that she was fully intent on winning and snapping the young noble's spirit in half. Now that I think about it, isn't it Ark's fault for causing this entire debacle? He brought that lady with him. All right then. The party'll be on his tab. I maintained a calm demeanor as I kept that thought etched within my heart. There was only a day left until the auction. A raging battle was just about to begin. The prideful nobles of Zeebrudia had times when they must never back away. House Gladys was nowhere near poor. They didn't have much land when compared to the other houses, but they commanded an army of superb knights whose skills surpassed that of hunters. They managed peace and order within the empire, and they enjoyed more wealth than the hunters who were drawn to treasure vaults. However, even for influential nobles, 200 million gild was no price to sneeze at. At the very least, it was certainly not an amount that Eclair, who wasn't even the current lord of the house, could use freely. Earl Gladys had stated as much when his daughter gave her report and notified him that she required at least 200 million gild. Donned in a crimson coat, Earl Gladys had a large blade that hung by his waist, and his dark brown hair was neatly arranged. His gaze was far too sharp for a noble, and his burly physique was evident of his might. Eclair's father, Van Gladys, was a nobleman and a military soldier. There were times when he would personally stand at the helm of his knights and take command. His piercing gaze, which seemed much too harsh to point at a child, quelled Eclair's anger in an instant.
Very well. Win Eclair. I find this to be foolish. We're not at war, and I'd like to avoid fighting against steps for a relic that we won't even use, but surrendering after clashing against them would sully our name. You may be a child, but should word spread that you are overwhelmed by hunters, I won't be able to face my ancestors.
His tone was quiet, but Eclair felt his voice emanating pressure like never before, causing her to snap back to her senses. Eclair was to blame for starting this all. She'd uncovered information about a man who was called Ark's rival and was gathering relics with reckless abandon. Before she knew it, she'd pieced two and two together and had barged into a tavern to declare her intent. Reckless, impulsive actions were something that her father disliked the most. Before she was able to express her gratitude, Van furrowed his brows.
Don't get the wrong idea. We don't have any money that you can simply squander for your desires. I'm only lending you this money, Eclair. I'll have you repay me one day. You may still be but a child, but as a person with House Gladys's blood flowing through your veins, your actions come with great responsibility. Since you are my first daughter, perhaps I've given you a bit too much freedom, but this will be an excellent opportunity. This is an order from the Lord of House Gladys. Win at any cost, Eclair. Failure is not an option, and our household has no need for the weak. And finally, I will have you learn the results of your actions. I'll have Montor give you his full cooperation. He's a thoughtful man, so use him well.
This was a transparent condemnation of her rash behavior. It was imperative for her to win. She was the one who instigated this battle as a noble of the Empire. She had a duty to see this until the end.
My lady, I've just contacted Wells Trading Company, and they have given me their word to loan us some money should we need it.
She was in her private room of the manor, sitting expressionlessly. Though the young noble was obviously in a bad mood, the elderly Montor didn't even flinch as his intelligent eyes and calm voice called out to her. He was Gladys's right-hand man, serving the house for a long time, and assisting the Earl in areas other than combat.
How much will they give us?
Calculating the savings of our household, you can use up to 500 million gild without a problem. Wells can finance us with an additional 500 million. It's not impossible to borrow more money from them, but I believe it'd be quite difficult to repay a larger debt.
An additional 500 million?
Eclair widened her eyes in shock at the man whom she'd been familiar with since she was a baby. That infuriating woman had stated that their limit was 200 million, the young lady thought. She thought that she could easily win the auction since she had over twice as much money prepared. But Montor had apparently negotiated with Wells to borrow even more money. He furrowed his usually gentle face.
My lady, no one will honestly state their limit to an opponent during an auction. This advice should especially be heeded against the Thousand Tricks, a man renowned for his ingenuity. Above all, the woman he was with, Citri Smart, is an excellent alchemist. She can easily prepare more than 200 million gild.
What?
Her mind went blank, stunned by this astonishing revelation. Citri had so proudly declared war on Eclair, and had even asserted her defeat if the young noble could gather more than 200 million. The composed visage of the alchemist beside the Thousand Tricks flashed across Eclair's mind. Was there anyone who dared to misinform a noble? She couldn't. No, she didn't want to believe it.
That's impossible! She firmly told us that she'd admit defeat if we gathered more than 200 million. If we have more than that, she should surrender.
My lord wished for a certain victory from you, my lady. I think it's better if we were prepared. Surprise attacks are expected during battle. For auctions, it's not an understatement to claim that the information we gathered beforehand is the heart of the battle.
She was losing heart. She had to achieve certain victory and make preparations. Montar's words rang true. It was vital for her to answer to her father's expectations. Her shoulders slumped for a while. Eclair trembled, but managed to squeeze out her last words.
Yes, thank you. You're right, it's better for us to be prepared.
The extra money would only be used during the worst-case scenario. If she could win with 200 million gild, that would be great. If for whatever reason, that wasn't enough, she'd dip into the extra funds and use everything she had to pound her opponents into the ground. The auction was nearing, and the truth of this outcome would come to light all too soon. With clenched fists, Eclair continued to reassure herself while Montor gazed at her calmly. Her small body emanated an awful power that seemed to distort the air. This was completely different from the Eclair that everyone was familiar with. She was surrounded by a chilling aura. Ark chose to neither scold nor call out to her.
I see. You wore the mask. There's no need for a sword. I certainly didn't expect this.
Ark!
What exactly was Krai trying to collect here? Ark had faced numerous odd monsters and phantoms in the past. There were plants that preyed on roaming humans, and colossal spiders that were more than 10 meters tall. He'd faced small dragons that formed a flight of over a few hundred and attacked from above. He battled a suit of armor with no one inside as it expertly maneuvered itself like a skilled swordsman. But Ark had never faced anything like this before. Even a seasoned hunter like him had never seen a mask that took over a person's body. Eclair had maintained most of her physique. Based on the silhouette alone, she didn't look too different, and that was precisely why the mask that covered her pretty face was all the more atrocious.
My head is...
The walls creaked and small cracks formed where she'd placed her hand. The strength that she possessed was far above any normal human. Sure, Ark could have done something similar, but the little girl in front of him wasn't a hunter. Eclair might have been brimming with talent, but that meant that she was above kids her age. She shouldn't have had enough technique, power, or mana material to down a hired guard. Or so I thought. Ark internally muttered. Then what was this scene in front of him? There was a guard rolling on the ground, a large dent in his armor. If Eclair had done this with a single punch or kick, she at least had enough power as a mid-range hunter. While there were some relics that enhanced the user's capabilities, Ark hadn't heard of an item that made a young girl gain explosive might. There were no visible wounds on her body, only her face had transformed, and there were no signs of the mask of meat swallowing the rest of her body. Ark clenched his left fist, dissipating the purple lightning that wrapped around his arm. He could hold himself back, but he wasn't willing to use a spell that could completely paralyze a monster or a phantom on Eclair. He couldn't go all out as he usually did within treasure vaults and decimate the area with his lightning.
She called my name. Does she still retain consciousness?
He didn't want to get rough. It seemed like her body wasn't completely taken over, and he knew that he had to tread carefully. Could I peel the mask off her? If possible, how do I go about it? Eclair had a sword around her waist, but she hadn't unsheathed it yet. That was the only reason the battered guards were still alive. There was still a way to undo this mess.
Thank you for coming. Hi.
Lady Claire, can you hear me?
Her small body stumbled a few steps towards him. Ark's party members slowly spread out, holding their breaths to avoid provoking the child, and kept a watchful eye on her.
Ark.
I know.
The situation that they had to absolutely prevent was the mask-switching masters. If it had the ability to turn an inexperienced Eclair into a mid-range hunter, then if it decided to latch onto Ark or the Braves, it would make them exponentially more powerful. If Bonetta or Isabella were possessed, there was still a chance to stop them, but if Ark were to fall victim, all would be over. There were probably only a few people within the capital who could stop him. A relic possessing a human sounded illogical, but the impossible had already occurred in front of their eyes. Eclair didn't respond to Ark's words.
I'm strong. I became strong. I won't lose to anyone anymore. I won't lose to hunters, knights, or even my father. I'll never.
Her passionate ramblings were more akin to dark obsession. Eclair had always been an ambitious child, but she didn't yearn so strongly for greater power. At the very least, she wasn't one who was so desperate that she'd wear a mask of her own accord. For better or for worse, she was an honest and earnest girl.
My lady, why do you...
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Don't look at me with those eyes!
She leaned over, hunching her back as she took a step forward and propelled herself in a flash. Her power, speed, agility, and instinct far surpassed anything the young girl could have done just a few days ago. Her almost exaggerated forward position she used to pounce was similar to a fighting style that aggressive swordsmen preferred. Her hands, however, never reached for her blade. The guards froze in panic, seeing that a lady they were hired to protect was attacking them. And Eclair used this opportunity to close the gap in the blink of an eye. Her small fist landed blows in their solar plexuses. Each punch held terrifying power. The metallic clangs of crushed armor rang through the air as the guards were all blown back, sharp pain gripping their bodies. Eclair possessed a sword that was practical, which was quite unusual for a noble. It could be used to protect herself, and the blade was sharp enough to cut down opponents. If her fists alone were enough to destroy armor, her sword would undoubtedly have sliced these guards in half, armor and all.
Hypnosis cage.
She took the opportunity when Eclair's back was turned and surrounded the girl in blue light. This spell manipulated the victim's mental state and forced them to sleep. Though this wasn't effective against powerful monsters and phantoms, it certainly was more than sufficient for a normal person who had barely absorbed any mana material. The young girl's body wavered as she was open to a full frontal attack of the light, but she soon planted her feet firmly on the ground she'd endured the spell.
I'm sure that I caught her off guard.
Psychoactive spells were more likely to succeed if the target was least expecting it. Eclair should have had no resistance towards attacks like these, but the fact that she wasn't affected implied that the mask had enhanced her mental state and made her impervious. Guards appeared from behind the young girl and by Ark's side, showering the girl with countless gazes. She took a step forward. The mask hid much of her face, but her tone had expressed her mental state.
No! Why? Don't look at me! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you all!
Her shrill screech was familiar, but her words were unbefitting her usual self. The guards that surrounded her all glanced around in confusion. The guards hired and raised by House Gladys were all genuine soldiers. They were all indeed strong, but they all knew Eclair very well. Some had even trained her daily. She was still yet to reach her full potential, but she never skipped her daily training, and her honesty was something that the others admired. She was never one to look down or mock her guards.
Those who mocked and humiliated me?
She violently clawed the mask of flesh that surrounded her face, but no blood dripped down the pulsating hunk of meat, and it showed no signs of peeling itself away from the young girl. This wasn't good. Eclair looked clearly more agitated than several moments ago, and the guards that arrived were all inching away from the monstrous girl with the mask. Confusion and fear quickly spread through the area.
Step away, everyone. I'll negotiate with her.
Got it! You heard him! Everyone step back!
Ark's frequent visits to the manor had worked in his favor. The guards that surrounded Eclair all looked visibly relieved as they stepped away. The small hands that were violently scratching the mask stopped, and Ark took his chance to slowly close his gap. He wasn't sure what the mask's effects were, but he was almost certain that it was a psychoactive type and messed with the user's mind. Still, Eclair had still held on to a shred of her sanity, and judging by her earlier reactions to the change in situations, the relic seemed to lend her power in exchange for heightening certain emotions. She was still unstable, but if she had even a bit of reason within her, there was still room for negotiation. If she calmed down, there might be another way to de-escalate the situation. If there was a clash between the current Eclair and the guards, there would certainly be deaths. That was something that Ark absolutely wanted to avoid. He outstretched his arms wide, showing that he was harmless, and spoke to her.
Lady Claire, please calm down.
Ark! Ark!
He took a deep breath and smiled, hoping it'd soothe her mind. The young lady took a step, then another towards Ark, her movement showing no hostility. To him, she looked like a young lost child.
I got it! I won it!
You did.
And now as long as you have this item, you can become the strongest Ark! That's what this was for! I fought solely for that reason. So, why?
Her words were thrown at him, but it sounded like she was reminding herself why she was doing any of this in the first place. Her sorrowful tone was filled with regret.
Thank you very much, Lady Eclair.
He carefully expressed his gratitude. Eclair's methods were wrong. Power and victory couldn't simply be handed by another party. They had to be won with one's own hands. Lord Gladys likely held the same opinions, and Eclair would have normally understood the importance of doing so. She was swept up by her emotions and swayed by the rumors that surrounded the item, causing her to act impulsively. However, her voice clearly contained a tone of regret. She didn't want the power of the mask. When she had fought against the guards, she hadn't unsheathed her sword, likely because she subconsciously avoided doing so. If this were the case, there must still be a way to remove the mask. The item on her face was a relic, and it required mana to activate. Even if it couldn't be removed now, there was a good chance that it'd deactivate of its own accord as time progressed. Ark could also consult the 1,000 Tricks, who had sent him into this mess. It went without saying that Krai should have been raked over the coals for his actions, but even so, this was simply too much. How could anyone do this to a noble woman? If Ark couldn't resolve this problem by himself, he was determined to forcibly pry the solution out of the 1,000 Tricks.
Ark slowly lowered his raised right arm and offered it to Eclair. May I have your hand?
A long silence followed. The widened eyes from behind the mask of flesh stared at Ark for a while before she quietly raised her tiny, trembling hand.
Hey!
The Braves looked on with bated breath, the quivering fingertips brushing her cheeks. At a glance, it seemed as though the mask had fused with Eclair's face, but on closer inspection, there was a clear boundary between them. Had Ark not made it in time, and had Eclair worn the mask for moments longer, would it have fused completely with her face? Logically speaking, this didn't seem possible, but as he thought back to his interaction at the clan house, he couldn't suppress a shudder. If Ark, for some reason, hadn't believed the clan master's words and thus hadn't visited the manor, numerous people might have died. A soldier like Earl Gladys might have chosen to kill his daughter to protect everyone else. Just how far did Krai's predictions go? Did he truly foresee this situation? As far as Ark knew, Krai wasn't an evil man. However, this situation made the man of House Rodin reevaluate his thoughts. Perhaps he'd been too naive. The moment Eclair touched the mask, she froze in place.
Whatever is the matter, Lady Eclair?
The air grew tense for a moment as the girl remained silent. She wasn't looking at Ark. Her wide, azure gaze was fixed at his waist, where he carried his white sword. Historia was a weapon that symbolized House Rodin, a holy sword that crushed evil. It was such a powerful blade that Eclair had begged to see it with her own eyes every time Ark visited the manor. Historia held the power to slice a mountain in two with a single swing and was considered to be one of the best blade-type relics. Ark had no intention of using his sword against Eclair, and he'd even forgotten that it was by his waist until now. The young girl's eyes completely changed, and the words of the 1,000 tricks filled Ark's mind. In fact, it might be better if you had nothing on you.
Hey! Wah!
There was a flash of cold steel. Ark managed to step back and dodge the furious slash in the nick of time. Eclair swiftly leaped back, gripping her sword that she'd kept sheathed against the guards. Tears of blood dripped from the mask's eyes as screams reverberated through the room.
Why? Ark! Why do you have that sword on you?
Ark's smile had faded, and he stared grimly at the young girl as she readied herself for battle.
Wow, I didn't think that dangerous piece of trash became a centimillionaire. The folks of Zeebrudia are more than generous.
Arnold and the rest of his party were in a tavern, an annex of an expensive inn within the capital. In front of a leather bag stuffed with 200 million gild, they were celebrating their newfound wealth. This money was nothing to scoff at for even a level 7 hunter like Arnold. To make this kind of money, they had to find a high-level vault or focus on profitable monsters and slay quite a few of them. Even then, there would be necessary expenses, and it was rare for them to make 200 million gild in pure profit. They could buy excellent weapons and armor. They could purchase valuable relics that could save them from predicaments. Lavish feasts and delicious liquor would help raise morale, and they could even get a house to use as their base. Falling Fog had just finished a long journey and was out of money. The expensive price placed on the mask of meat was a bolt from the blue, but it was a welcome one.
I was shocked when I heard that the 1,000 tricks was getting involved. He's a messenger of luck.
And you're a lucky guy yourself, Arnold.
Don't let it get to your heads. We don't know this capital well yet.
The subordinates might have been gloating a bit too much, but who could blame them? Nobody in Nebulanubes had wanted to touch this mask, and so Arnold had put it up for auction on a whim. Ever since, things had gone smoothly. He was surprised when the 1,000 tricks offered to buy the item off his hands, but the price had inflated so much that he thought that he was dreaming. Arnold had initially planned on selling the item for dirt cheap. He didn't imagine that it would become worth 200 million gild.
Since it had been the talk of the town, I thought it'd go for a bit more. I guess a noble getting involved worked against us.
We would have practically paid someone to get the relic off our hands, but we gained 200 million instead. That's more than enough.
Well, you've got a point.
Indeed, it was a bit of a letdown that the price had stopped at 200 million, but it wasn't wise to get too greedy.
Besides, if we make too much money, we'd have to buy a pint for the 1,000 tricks, don't you think?
Ha! I don't doubt it.
It'd been a while since Arnold was in such a good mood. The 1,000 tricks must have been gritting his teeth at this unexpected conclusion. That had satisfied Arnold for now. He didn't get to exact his revenge completely, but he could set it aside for now. Once their hunger and thirst were sated, they checked their funds and saw that they'd hardly made a dent in their wealth of silver coins. They could play around and do nothing for a while, but Arnold didn't visit the capital to laze around.
This 200 million gild is just going to help us out. We'll make preparations for our next treasure vault.
What? Seriously?
His party booed the leader. 200 million gild was a lot, but it'd be gone in a flash if they needed to gather the necessary equipment. That was well worth the price if it saved their lives. But vast amounts of wealth were fleeting for treasure hunters. Arnold saw the critical looks on his party's faces, and his lips curled up to form a wide grin.
Of course, we're going to rest for a while.
His members gave a thunderous cheer. It was imperative for everyone to be in high spirits to progress through the vaults. With his future prospects within the capital in mind, Arnold nodded in satisfaction. As the night wore on, Arnold dragged his wasted party members as they cheerfully returned to the door of their room.
Tcha! You guys drank too much.
I guess it can't be helped. We've been pretty unlucky for a while now.
While it was important for them to maintain their morale, it was rare for them to be so drunk that they could barely stand straight. Arnold warily opened the door to the room when a large object pounced on him. He gasped and reflexively clenched his fists as he fought back against his assailant. His fist made contact with something hard. Arnold immediately switched gears, gripped his weapon on his back, and stepped inside. Since they'd just made a lot of cash, he'd been vigilant. Anyone could easily look up the list of sellers and find Arnold's name next to the mask, but he thought that his fears were baseless. He didn't expect anyone to be so idiotic as to try to rob a level 7 hunter. The rooms were all lit, illuminating the entrance, living room, meeting area, paintings, and ornamental plants. By the table where Arnold and his party had gathered before they set out to explore was his assailant, seated deeply where he usually sat. The intruder crossed their legs smugly, and Arnold realized that the vase decorating the living room had been thrown at him upon his initial entrance. He was familiar with the tied strawberry blonde hair of his assailant. As she turned around and faced Arnold and his crew, a skeletal mask obscuring her face. Arnold froze, not expecting to meet her, but the intruder didn't care about hiding her identity as she spoke arrogantly.
Goddamn, you trash are late. When did you bastards get so high and mighty as to make me wait? Come on, tell me. I'm the Great Liz, damn it. And I'm busy, unlike you idiots. I'll freaking kill ya!
What's the meaning of this?
The other members, though drunk and staggering, managed to grip their weapons as well. Arnold had locked the room. Another person with a skull mask sat beside Liz with her hands in front and scolded him.
Please calm down, Arnold. We're not here to fight. Please don't misunderstand. We're just here to talk about our cut of the money.
Arnold and his party were prepared to pounce at any time as they analyzed the two ladies wearing creepy masks. Though there was a skull motif on them, the mostly black mask had obscured their expressions completely, even hiding their gazes. No normal person would dare wear this mask, and it seemed more fitting for a magic syndicate or a cult member. Did they really plan on hiding their identities? The seated pair showed no signs of fear. The stifled shadow had arrogantly thrown her legs on top of the table like she owned the place. The ignoble sounded polite, but there wasn't an iota of anxiety within her. They were supposed to be in enemy territory, but their actions were nothing short of audacious.
Air you guys a ghost party?
What do you mean by your cut?
There were currently no rumors about grieving souls being a ghost party, but the infiltrating pair seemed far too used to this. This clearly wasn't their first rodeo. Did they get rid of any witnesses? Or did the grievers have a reputation that allowed others to turn a blind eye to some of their antics? Either way, this was a nasty way of doing things. If Arnold were up against some ruffians, he would make short work of them. But he was up against hunters who'd absorbed mana material just like him, and his entire party was quite drunk. They could still fight, but they weren't in top shape.
Please don't be so on guard. Our leader wishes to settle matters peacefully, and this won't be a bad deal for Falling Fog.
City, you're being too nice. Because they're so late, they're causing us trouble. We gotta do stuff like this properly.
She slammed one of her legs onto the table and stared at Arnold through her mask. Her aura was similar to a phantom as she let out her murderous intent. Arnold and his party had defeated ghost parties in the past, but her sharp gaze was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Her combat prowess was likely on par with Arnold's, a certified level 7 hunter. His equipment was geared towards wielding his greatsword, as he prioritized power over agility. He was a poor match for Liz. Tino had shown specks of talent, but the lady in front of him was the perfected form of that. As the air remained tense, ready to turn explosive at any moment, Sutri gave a troubled look and poked Liz's shoulder. The stifled shadow clicked her tongue and removed her legs from the table. They weren't here to fight.
While Falling Fog remained standing, Citri slumped her shoulders ever so slightly and said, "We're talking about the auction. Arnold, the price of your relic soared because of Krai's plans. We have the right to claim a cut of your profits."
That's out of the question. While it's true that I didn't expect the price to skyrocket, you guys don't deserve the credit. We're the ones who took home the relic. This is just the result brought upon by your thoughtless leader.
Krai didn't bid on that mask at all. You can look that up and check for yourself.
What?
Her mask hid her expression, but Citri sounded like she was chuckling. The merchants, nobles, and hunters were all being played by the rumors that Krai had circulated? You didn't notice that, did you?
Arnold hadn't at all. That part was true. When Krai had arrived to negotiate, he hadn't seemed to be lying one bit. His expressions, voice, and minute movements, coupled with the surprise he expressed when the noble had arrived, all seemed genuine. Arnold could hardly believe his ears as he stared at the masked duo in front of him. Had Krai been bluffing the entire time? Was the 1,000 tricks far more cunning than initially anticipated?
How idiotic! Why would he...
That's a secret. But I'm sure that you've thought something along the lines of, I can't believe this relic that no one wanted became worth well over 100 million gild. I must be dreaming. Am I wrong?
Arnold thought back to his conversation back at the tavern. He couldn't deny that he had those beliefs. That relic looked dreadful, and it was unable to be appraised. Common sense told him that such an item would usually never be sold for 200 million gild. Had this been a result of manipulation, he couldn't help but find himself agreeing.
Thanks to you, we fulfilled our goals as well. You have our gratitude. However, even if you weren't aware of this, you've obtained a profit far more than you originally anticipated. As hunters, we can't have you thinking that we've lost to you. That's what we mean by our cut.
Her voice was calm, but the pressure she exuded was overwhelming. She spoke with confidence as though she was telling nothing but the truth. But Arnold couldn't agree with this deal. Even if she was telling the truth about the 1,000 Tricks' plan, there was little reason for Arnold to pay them. But it was risky to decline this negotiation outright. For a moment, he weighed his odds, calculating the merits and demerits of each situation. The losers of this auction were the nobles. If they ever caught wind that Arnold had been colluding with others to raise the price of the item, things would turn troublesome real fast. Even if Arnold insisted that he was in the dark about all this, making an enemy out of a noble would affect his future plans. This was clearly an illegal deal, but he couldn't deal with skilled hunters who managed to manipulate information and turn trash into a centimillionaire. He had friends back at the Land of Fogs, but there weren't many on his side within the capital.
Are you planning on blackmailing me?
Jeez, we said that this was just a negotiation. Besides, this capital's our turf, yeah? Come on, think about it. You asked us to pour you alcohol, had us wait forever, and we're only asking for 200 million gild in return. It's your lucky day, really? Or else, I'd kill ya.
200 million? Is that what she just said? Arnold thought. That wasn't a cut of the profits. It was everything they had. Since there was a processing charge when submitting items to the auction, Fallen Fog would be in the red. They couldn't have possibly tolerated such an unfair deal. His pale-faced party members started to glare at the two intruders. There was zero chance that they'd accept this negotiation. Arnold was a level 7 hunter who took charge of a party of 8. They were being vastly underestimated. If he were to obediently pay up, it would be the end of the road for him as a hunter. His party would collapse. Negotiations were a failure. Arnold and the rest of the Falling Fog prepared for combat. The moment he clenched his sword, Citri piped up.
Be quiet, Liz. There's no way we can take all of their profits. That's not a cut at all. Besides, the processing charge would put Arnold at a loss. We must negotiate properly.
Huh? Then we can just kill them all and take their money. Since we're up against hunters, anything goes. We aren't infringing on any rules.
A verbal argument ensued in front of 8 hunters who were ready to fight. Were the two out of their minds? Or were they simply that confident in their abilities? Once Citri had admonished Liz, she placed a small bottle on the table. A translucent golden-yellow liquid sploshed inside.
We're asking for 110 million gild. That is the cut that we want, and so does our leader.
This meant that 90 million gild would remain in Arnold's hand. This was still an expensive deal, but far preferred to the initial offer than Liz had demanded. The Fallen Fogs exchanged a glance.
I bet you guys weren't expecting your item to go over 100 million, were you? And you're exactly right. You'll get 90 million and we'll take 110 million gild. We can uphold our reputation, and you will still walk away with a profit that you didn't initially anticipate. What do you say?
This was a brilliant compromise. 90 million gild was less than half of their total profit, but it was still vastly more money than what Arnold had initially anticipated when he tried to auction the relic. 110 million gild was the lion's share, and was still an impressive amount of wealth, but it wasn't so much that Falling Fog had to desperately cling to. In fact, if this would allow them to avoid a dispute with a level 8 party, it was a dirt cheap price to pay, and Citri and Liz's request seemed logical. Arnold had little room to doubt that there had been a cunning scheme in play. He didn't mind accepting this offer, but he was irked by how casual and relaxed his opponent seemed to be. Arnold was a level 7 hunter, and it was obvious that he was being underestimated. His party members were all ready to flee, but that only further implied that he had to stay strong as the leader. Citri's logic had one fatal flaw that he was dying to point out.
If we transfer over our money to you, that would only open the doors for suspicions and further questioning. What are you going to do about that?
He had no idea just how much power the Grievers held within the capital, but they surely weren't in complete control of Zeebrugge. The 1,000 Tricks would be just as troubled if rumors of a collusion circulated. While Arnold and his party could simply up and leave the capital if necessary, this wasn't so for the Grievers. This city was their hometown. Citri raised the small bottle she'd brought and shook it proudly as she chuckled.
Which is why I'm selling this potion to you for 110 million. This is an antidote. It's potent, so it should be enough for your entire party. I don't quite mind waiting for a long while, you see. In fact, it was rather convenient that you all drank quite a bit. Was the alcohol good? I'm not too knowledgeable on the subject, but as an alchemist, it looks to me like your party lacks resistance. Certainly, you may be fine, Arnold, but can you say the same for the rest of your party?
Did she poison the liquor? Arnold thought. He could practically hear the blood drain from his face. The usually calm A looked pale. He didn't feel any pain, but thinking back, his entire party had indeed seemed to become drunk at an astonishing pace. As the party stayed in an expensive lodging, it wasn't likely that the employees were bribed, but the pair in front of him were able to break into their room. Citri, who seemed to be the level-headed one of the pair, suddenly looked a lot more terrifying than Liz.
The ignoble smiled and pressured Arnold to make a decision. Which will you choose, your friends or money?
Then nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, I forgot to ask. Can I have this?
Yeah, sure. I don't need that thing. I'll give it to you. I was wrong for trying to steal your relic from you. I'll never do it again. I swear it. Please forgive me.
Her teary voice echoed throughout the room. Well, I can't blame her for wanting to get rid of something like this. But I worked so hard, and I didn't expect this outcome. I didn't think I misjudged a relic. I'm a failure of a relic collector. I decided to bury this mistake deep inside my soul and take it to my grave. I pulled myself together and formed a smile as I gazed at everyone in the room. Well, this was a bit of a letdown, but I've even got cake prepared for you guys. Let's all eat. I've got a few candles too.
Are you sure the toughest one will do?
Yep, thanks. You're a huge help. She brought in a large glass box using a few casters. My private room was hidden. The trap was so simple that any hunter could easily make their way inside, but I couldn't let any outsiders in so easily. My room used to be large, but as my relic collection grew, it started to feel a little cramped. My relics were not only my collection, but also my weapons. If they weren't easy to access, there was little meaning in having them. Not like I'm any stronger with these relics, but I do feel stronger, at least in nature. I decided to have Luke and the others help me place the item once they returned and position the glass case in the corner. The case was made from a special kind of glass and was much tougher than others. They were used to display items in museums, and they could even repel the attacks of hunters. With a bit of trouble, I managed to open the heavy lid and place the gloomy-looking fake reversible face instead. Its glum visage that appeared when I put it on my face hadn't changed, and its droopy eyes didn't make it seem as terrifying. Ark had told me that the mask had possessed the noble lady and created a huge fuss. The relic had greatly enhanced Lady Eclair's abilities and had given her power on par with a mid-range hunter. If this was true, this was a relic that I'd been seeking for a long while. My collection had several relics that couldn't activate unless the user possessed some sort of physical capabilities. If I could easily boost my strength with this mask, I might not have had to live with fear. I decided to confirm one last time with the droopy mask inside of the case. Are you sure that I can't use you?
Normally, it was silly to talk to a relic, but the mask's mouth slowly moved to answer my question. It's impossible. My powers cannot unleash your hidden potential. It's best if you find a higher class mask, though finding one higher than me will limit the number of users. I presume it can only be used for military affairs.
The talkative mask stopped itself, sensing my gaze. I sighed. This mask apparently had the power to bring out a person's potential, but my stats were just so weak and garbage that it couldn't draw out anything from me. This implied that my hidden potential was far lower than a little girl's. Isn't this world a bit too harsh on me? I sighed and quietly tried to cheer myself up. The item's effects might have been useless for me, but its rarity was guaranteed. I'd never even heard of a mask that could talk of its own volition. It might stop moving if it ran out of mana, but it was the perfect talking partner. Every relic was built upon something. The mask looked hideous, but it was created from someone's desires. While it had the power to enhance someone's abilities, it also heightened the wearer's emotions. I wasn't sure if it was worth 200 million gild, but as I just received it for free, I had no right to complain. I wanted a reversible face though.
Eva, who was watching the two of us converse, sheepishly said, Krai, about that mask.
Do you want to wear it, Eva? I don't think that's a good idea. If Eva wore the mask and became even stronger, my fragile heart would shatter into a million pieces.
I don't. Is it perhaps a library? I've never seen one before.
There was a beat of silence. Huh? The moment I heard her words, I furrowed my brows with concern and turned back at the mask.
My name is Evolved Greed. I am one who advances humankind. It's quite unpleasant to be grouped into some unknown category.
I'm an idiot. I've been collecting relics more than anyone, and yet I never realized it. This mask spoke as though it possessed its own will. It certainly seemed like a library. I was embarrassed to admit my mistake and nodded in understanding. So, you've noticed. Very good.
I've been doing some research on relics myself, and I've been allowed to view that item for a while now. The odds of one appearing are astronomically low, and I never expected to see one with my own eyes.
Despite her words, Eva couldn't hide her grimace. I should have been more excited about this too, but I lost the opportunity to do so. I always screw up at the most important part. The term library didn't refer to a specific relic. Rather, it was a name for a group of relics that had a unique characteristic. Eva took a deep breath as her body trembled. It seemed like she was unusually excited about this.
Her usually composed tone carried a hint of elation. While it depends on the details, your debts might disappear, Krai. I thought you just went on one of your crazy tendencies. Cue to pencil, what the Romans toasting with.
Citri mentioned something like that too, but you guys are all treating me like I'm insane. That hurts. Now then, here's a pop quiz for everyone. What is the most expensive relic thus far? Is it a treasured sword that can slice a mountain in one blow and part the ocean? Or perhaps it's a bracelet that could allow the user to fly as they pleased? Is it a dimensional pouch that could house an entire castle? The answer is a book-type relic. It was the most expensive item ever recorded, and likely the most famous too. The Book of Sands. This relic received its name from the color of its cover, and was an encyclopedia that listed every relic that existed since the era of magical arms. It was probably created during the golden age of civilization, and while the book had no special abilities, it contained information that could completely turn common sense on its head. A majority of relics found within treasure vaults were developed by one of the great ancient civilizations, the era of magical arms, and allowed civilization to flourish. It was a product of advancement. The knowledge documented in the Book of Sands elucidated more than half of the abilities of items that were excavated and deemed a complete mystery. Some even claimed that the discovery of the Book of Sands had started the age of treasure hunters. The whereabouts of this book were currently unknown, but the initial discoverer of the relic had sold it off and used that money to found a nation of their own. This was the start of Mir Kingdom now. 1,000 years later, it was one of the largest kingdoms in the world. This was a fairy tale that any treasure hunter knew about. Items that could provide insight into their creation and, by extension, about the past civilization, were known as libraries. They came in all sorts of shapes, from books to posters to monuments, but I'd never seen a mask type before. Relics of this type were rarely revealed, but scientifically speaking, this item was extremely useful and went for absurdly high prices. While I wasn't sure just how knowledgeable this mask was, it exhibited enough intelligence to hold a conversation. I didn't even want to imagine just how high of a price this mask could have been. I never expected it. 200 million was cheap.
It might still be cheap, even if you offer 10 times the price.
Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tukikaj, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. And I didn't pay a single gild. It'd been 1,000 years since the Book of Sands was discovered, and the information it contained had been widely rumored about. Since I hadn't heard about a mask before, there was a good probability that this item wasn't a product of the era of magical arms. Effects aside, if I were to sell this to the Empire, it would be sold for an astronomical price. Eva wasn't lying when she said that I could probably pay off all of my debts. I would also gain an honorable reputation. The Zebrutian Emperor was known to prioritize practical gain. and he could raise my official level or even provide me with a noble rank. But the one who won this at an auction was Lady Eclair. Should I return it to her? I thought long and hard, remembering her face of shock when she ate the wonderfully delicious cake that I, Thousand Tricks, had carefully selected from a shop that I favored. Whatever the reason, she'd given it to me. I had no reason to return it to her, but if she knew that she'd gifted me with a library for free, I wasn't sure how that prideful noble lady would react.
We should negotiate carefully. Should we go to a trading company, a noble, or perhaps even a different nation? Mere Kingdom has spent years desperately trying to collect these libraries.
I'm not selling this.
Huh. Didn't you construct this elaborate plan to obtain this item and sell it?
Have I ever collected a relic for resale? I'd purchased expensive items from resellers before, but I'd never sold a thing. It was awkward for me to say this since I didn't realize that I had a library until now, but I was a relic collector. I couldn't use this myself and I could sell it for a high price, but if I were to sell my relics because of these flimsy reasons, I was a failure of a collector.
This item cannot be handled by a single person. It's indeed valuable, but I feel like it's for the best if we pry all the information it has, and then quickly sell it off.
So this'll be a secret just between the two of us, Ava.
Matter of fact, I'm sure Ark and those surrounding Lord Gladys will be aware of this.
I couldn't deny that. Even Lady Eclair knew that the mask could talk and possessed high intelligence. If you weren't blind like me, it wasn't difficult to put two and two together and realize that this mask was a library. I could probably stop Ark from blabbing about this to others. He didn't lust after items and fame. He was the epitome of what treasure hunters should be. I wasn't plotting anything nefarious, so I knew I could handle him. Well, I think we'll be fine. Could you deliver a cake to Lady Claire's house to get on her good side? We'll go with the carrot and the stick plan. Oh, and don't forget the candles.
I understand. I feel like this was the perfect opportunity to repay our debt.
I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. Interlude, named quest. The auction became a thing of the past. As the buzz around it was dying down, the Explorers Association was as quiet as ever. The crowd of hunters that swarmed around the quest board had dissipated, and there were only a few remaining. This scene had become an annual event of sorts. The employees of the association gave an air of lenience. Upon finishing what she needed to write, Chloe saw the lack of hunters and used that opportunity to stretch out her arms.
By the way, did you hear, Chloe? The eldest daughter of Earl Gladys had apparently gone berserk at the manor.
Chloe gave a lackadaisical response and mulled over her thoughts. What happened to Arnold and his party? He seemed to be in a furious frenzy, she wondered. At the very least, she hadn't seen the man since then. There wasn't any information discussing the defeat of the Thousand Tricks, but she was a little curious to hear the outcome of the match. Should I ask around if a hunter visits us later? Just then, she heard a voice call out to her behind her back.
Unnamed quest. Unnamed quest.
Chloe murmured with a look of surprise at branch manager Gark's words. On the desk was an envelope with the seal of a noble.
Yeah, and it's from Gladys to boot. Looks like he's done something.
Oh, Gladys. The one who hates hunters, correct?
Matter of fact, he doesn't hate them per se. He's just got his land to think about.
A named quest was a request that designated a specific hunter. Trading companies and nobles issued one whenever they wanted a hunter they trusted to do their bidding, but Earl Gladys had never used this policy before.
Gladys probably wants to test Krai. You know that Gladys's fief currently has a few troublesome matters on their hands, don't you?
Chloe indeed was aware of this. The land was being targeted by some irksome people Bandit Squad Barrel. They were a fearless group that terrorized the lands. This band of thieves couldn't be expelled from the lands protected by the strongest knights that House Gladys boasted. The Earl was called the Sword of the Empire and his dignity was at stake. She wasn't sure if requesting the help of a hunter here was a good or bad thing.
But I'm sure Krai can do something about it. He has always pulled through somehow.
Right, but he has a nasty habit of unconsciously provoking others, and he's up against the Gladys.
Why was I called for this? Chloe wondered with a dubious expression. Gark grinned and provided an unexpected response.
Chloe, you're free right now, aren't you? Tag along with Krai and support him as an employee of this association. Don't worry, Krai's used to this. You don't have to act tough. Think of this as a learning experience.
To be continued in Part 4.
My crybaby!
You're always so cheerful. She threw herself towards me, and as always, I caught her in my arms. Our cheeks touched, and she rubbed her warm, soft skin against me. She emanated a faintly sweet, pleasant scent. I could probably tell Liz from her scent alone. There wasn't any excess fat on Liz's limbs, and she seemed supple like a wild beast. But when she was so close to me that I could hear her heartbeats, her body was soft to the touch. I reached out and patted her head. She let out an ecstatic cry while burying her face in my neck. Liz Smart loved to be touchy-feely. Citri didn't seem to hate it either, but Liz would jump on me every chance she got. She would sometimes try to hug me even if there wasn't an occasion. The other members were usually gone and busy with their training, so since old times it was my role to catch her embraces. She rubbed her nose against me and brushed her lips against my neck. As though to answer her passionate affection, I wrapped my arms around her back and squeezed tightly. Liz's touching had grown more extreme by the day, and though I was nervous about it at first, I'd gotten used to it. Now I only got a little nervous. Though it rarely happened, I made sure to tell her that she shouldn't cling to me when she was naked. She lacked modesty.
Come on, cry baby. Let's continue. We can't we? Please?
Tino, who was left behind, placed a hand over her mouth. Her cheeks beat red as she watched her master nuzzle against me.
Hell, Lizzie, you can't be so shameless.
Her apprentice's words fell on deaf ears, it seemed. She must have been tired recently. This isn't shameless or anything, but just an effective way to provide care for her mental health.
Huh?
Liz's actions weren't sexual, of course. We were so close that we could feel each other's body temperatures, and outsiders might have thought that we were lovers, but Liz and I didn't have that sort of relationship. I could feel her warm breath tickling my neck. Her ears red. Liz entrusted her entire body to me as I rubbed her back in a circular motion. I explained myself to a shocked Tino. Being a hunter is a tough job. You're always out there risking your life, and that does a number on your mental health. I'm doing this to calm people down so that they won't snap.
Is that so? I've never heard anything about it before.
But it's the truth. It's written in books too, you know? I'm sure that she can do stuff like this with her lover when she gets one, but until then, I'll be hugging Liz instead.
I don't think she ever will.
Liz, your apprentice is being pretty rude. While it was true that Liz was violent and short-tempered, she also had plenty of good points. Feeling sorry for her, I undid the ribbon that tied her hair and ran my hands through her beautiful strawberry blonde locks. Though she was always in combat, her hair was silky smooth and my fingertips didn't get stuck in any tangles. Liz loved it when someone brushed her hair. Just touching her head was enough to make her tremble as she squeezed me even tighter. I would have been able to brush her hair properly if I had the tools to do so, but she had to make do with my fingers for now. Liz first started clinging to me when she was 10. She decided to become a hunter and just started her training. Back then, our physical capabilities were practically the same, and there wasn't a noticeable gap in talent either. We each found our own masters to study under and began training. Among our group, Liz's master was the strictest when it came to training. Our hometown was a small city, and the person she apprenticed under wasn't of high level, but her master had given her absurdly difficult and harsh training. One couldn't have imagined a mere child going through it all. The worst bit was that this merciless method wasn't done out of love. No, Liz's training was just unnecessarily rough. Liz wasn't even taught the techniques required to become a thief. From sunup to sundown, she ran around, trained her muscles, and was forced to do mock battles. When she came home after her day was done, I couldn't bear to see her look so worn. Compared to the ridiculous regimen that she had to go through, the training that she gave to Tino displayed affection. I tried to stop Liz on numerous occasions. Her daily regimen was absurd no matter how you sliced it. No child should be forced to suffer like this. However, the strong-minded Liz didn't lend an ear to my words and pressed on. It was then that I noticed that everyone was only looking towards the future. The only person with time on their hands was me. I had been chased away at the front gates by every person that I went to and had been told that I lacked talent. I was the only one with meaningless spare time. And so, I quickly searched for what I could do. I found a single book. It listed methods to soothe and calm one's mind and soul. It looked easy enough that I felt like I could follow these steps. I still remembered the first time I hugged Liz's tattered body. She cried. She was so tired that she could hardly move another step, and tears spilled from her eyes as she answered my embrace. Since then, Liz loved to rub against others. She didn't give up. She continued to undergo severe training and had become a daily routine to hug her exhausted body. Her no-good master only knew how to tire people out and didn't teach Liz a single technique, but she quickly surpassed her awful master within a year. In fact, she half-killed her master in a mock battle and had quickly been switched to a new one. The only thing she learned from her former master was to be merciless, and that was precisely what had beaten them half to death. I could only find irony in this situation. It was rare for her to become extremely fatigued these days, but she still liked to be touchy-feely. This led to a talentless person like me to misread the situation and cling to the false belief that even I could do something worthwhile. This was why I'd worked hard immediately after Luke made me the leader. I should have just gone by the book and not had any funny ideas. The world's a tough place, but since this ultimately worked in Liz's favor, I had little room to complain. Liz didn't seem at all angry when I played with her hair. Her cheeks were tinged pink and she gave me a broad smile. To me, she was a lady with superhuman strength, but she wasn't squeezing me to death. There were numerous cases of a powerful hunter accidentally exerting too much strength and injuring their normie partners, but our embrace was also a way for Liz to control her might. Or so the book told me.
Cry, baby. Go on, keep 'em coming. There's more to this.
The trick is to pet her head with plenty of love. Do this to her when I'm not here. Okay, Tino?
There's no way I can do that. Master?
I lifted Liz, her arms still around me, and lay on the sofa while facing the ceiling. Liz's damp eyes stared up at me. I brushed aside her bangs, and she took my palms, nuzzling her cheek against my hands. Because she's proud and has self-control, you have to praise her well. I explained to a stunned Tino who silently watched on. Look, when she shows me her tummy like this, it means she's showing her affection. I pointed to Liz's soft, exposed belly. She had a nice tan going on, and it made her seem alluring.
Master, what book did you read?
I think it was Volume 2 of The One Who Traverses Paradise.
Master, that's just a novel. And why did you only read Volume 2?
That was the only volume that was being sold. And besides, there's plenty to learn from novels. It was a novel about adventure where the main character was a hunter. I knew that it was a work of fiction, but it was jam-packed with tribulations and growth, and I learned plenty from the book. I loved reading it, but as I started to grow busy, I'd only managed to read the second volume. Some of the faux strategies that I told Luke were actually based on that book. I especially thought that the bond of trust between the main character and his partner was ideal. I can lend the book to you next time, though I only have Volume 2.
No, thank you. I actually have the books and read the entire series, by partner.
I looked at her in astonishment. It felt like a huge coincidence that Tino knew about the series. It was written over a decade ago. I glanced at Liz's exposed stomach and rubbed her soft, supple skin. She let out a shrill cry and squirmed, but it was evident that she liked it. The novel depicted that their partner's signals needed not to be overlooked. Liz was in a good mood today, and I gave a firm nod of satisfaction before I moved to the next step. I took out a boomerang made from bone from my desk drawer.
Master, the main character's partner in The One Who Traverses Paradise is Rianne. And if my memory serves me correctly, and I could be wrong, mind you, wasn't Rianne a wolf?
What? I was shocked to hear those words, and the boomerang slipped from my grasp. Liz panted happily as she jumped forward and caught the toy, displaying her superb reaction skills.
Cry, baby! I don't get this training at all. I don't like it. Maybe it would have been useful back in the day, but my agility is already good, isn't it? I feel like this won't do anything for me at all. I'd rather you pet me more.
Unlike the novels, Liz, as per usual, didn't like playing fetch. Wait, a wolf? Seriously? That can't be... But that wolf talked.
I'm pretty sure that the main character had the special ability to understand the wolf's words.
I looked away and turned to Liz, who was gazing up at me with damp eyes. Seriously. I mean, yeah, there were mentions of a wagging tail, but I just thought that the wolf was a human, like a half-beast girl or something. I'm pretty sure Volume 2 didn't clearly state that she was a wolf, and she was stronger than her partner and pretty intelligent.
It's a tale of adventure between a very intelligent large female wolf and a boy who can understand the wolf's words, isn't it?
Now that she mentioned it, there was some weird stuff going on. Rianne would often lick the main character's face whenever they hugged, and there were times when she was carried around. During the bathing scene, her entire body was scrubbed meticulously, and she was used as a pillow when they slept. I did think that they might have been a bit too close to each other, but I just assumed that hunters were like that. I'd tricked myself. I guessed that the main character didn't seem at all nervous or embarrassed to be with his partner because he was a profound guy. Wait, seriously? A wolf? So my displays of affection towards Liz for the past 5 years were something shown to a wolf? Really? Whoa, I'm freaking stupid. Liz got up and rubbed her body against me. I hugged her and gave her head pats. The sheen on your fur is splendid. I knew that. Of course. I was just testing you, Tino.
Right, of course you surprised me for a moment, but I didn't think you read my favorite series. Rianne is such a good girl and absolutely adorable. I can see why she's the ideal partner. And the main character sees Rianne like a person, even though she's a wolf.
Uh-huh. Rianne really is so cute, even though she's a wolf. I always thought that Liz was a naughtier kid than Rianne. Oh God, what do I do? To hide my panic, I copied what I read from the book and started scratching behind Liz's ears.
Cry, baby, let's continue this in the bathtub, hon. It's been a while, so could you please wash my back, please?
You can do that by yourself, can't you? You should be more modest. It's not like you're a wolf after all. Prologue, the Branac. Amid the tension, I absent-mindedly stifled a yawn. A heated argument had erupted in one of the rooms at the Explorers Association in the capital of Zabrudia. The topic of the meeting revolved around the compensation and cleanup procedures following Noctis Cochlear's recent illegal experiment. Seated at the large table was the Explorers Association's Zabrudia branch manager, Gark, accompanied by his trusted aide, Kana, as well as a few of his staff members. Joining them were officers from the Vault Investigation Bureau, the governmental organization tasked with researching and handling incidents related to treasure vaults. Alongside them were knights from the Third Order, entrusted with upholding public order in the capital, as well as the hunters, the linchpins in resolving this recent incident. The conference room, normally spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people, was now packed with the gathered members. Notably, the leaders of the nearly 20 hunter parties who'd assisted in resolving the case commanded attention in the room with their presence. Although the case had already been closed, these stakeholders were all brought together because the magnitude of the situation had far exceeded the initial expectations when the quest was first issued. Typically, the association would have reviewed their quests to ensure that the rewards were commensurate with the task. But exceptions existed. For instance, the quest's objective could have far exceeded the association's initially expected scale. Unexpected treasures might have been discovered, or like this time, the quest could have deviated significantly from what had been expected, with hunters going beyond their duties and unearthing a major conspiracy capable of destabilizing the Empire. In such cases, the compensations would be renegotiated during a meeting involving all stakeholders. In cases where the client was an individual, the negotiations could get messy, but for cases like this, where the client was the Empire itself, and therefore implicitly trustworthy, one could expect a satisfactory amount to be disbursed. I hadn't been involved much in this quest, so I wasn't familiar with the details. However, it looked as though this incident had been so significant that a large payment alone wouldn't suffice as compensation. In fact, the monetary bounties had already been agreed upon and distributed to the members in a prior meeting. This meeting seemed to have really been convened to tie up the final remaining loose ends. Despite my total ignorance, I was made to attend merely due to their expectations of me as the kingpin of First Steps. I was essentially a mere decoration. After verifying the authenticity of the information on the seized documents, the government has decided to securely seal them away, in accordance with the contract. Occasionally, Gark interjected with such dreadfully dull topics. The more enlightened hunters among us would raise their opinions, but I was just struggling to not doze off to the uninteresting conversation. Beside me, Citri observed the meeting with serene eyes, reminiscent of a lake's placid surface. By the way, her sister Liz had refused to attend the meeting and had gone training instead. I'd also have preferred to go watch her train rather than sit through such an agonizing deliberation, but my position within the clan hadn't allowed me to do so. Since I'd declined the compensation because I'd done nothing, I couldn't help but wonder why I was still burdened with such responsibilities. Lastly, let's turn our attention back to the confiscated items. Essentially, in accordance with Imperial law, those items, excluding the documents, will be liquidated after proper examination, and the resulting proceeds will then be distributed accordingly. You can refer to the note provided earlier for a detailed inventory of the confiscated items. I examined the list given to me. Most of the items, inscribed in fine print, were things I hadn't even heard of, let alone seen. Even if I recognized a few, I had no idea of their actual worth. Nevertheless, I couldn't care less about the proceeds. I hadn't contributed anything, so why not just split it among everyone else? Just as I was thinking, can't wait for this meeting to end, Citri unexpectedly poked me in the knee.
Krai, I want this and this if possible.
It seemed that Noctis Cochlear's area of research aligned with the scope of alchemist's activities. Perhaps something had struck a chord with her. Sharing the same professional background with him, saying that I hadn't hoped Citri would ask for them herself would be a lie, but I was indeed in a better position than her to do so, and without much thought I raised my hand as I stifled another yawn. Immediately, tension flared up in the room. The Vault Investigation Bureau agent hosting the meeting cast a strange gaze at me, as if I were some peculiar spectacle. Let's see. On this list of confiscated items, we have a Malice Eater and an Akasha Golem. I'd like to buy them out.
What are they for?
I was met with a strong reaction from the agent because of my repeated history of being dragged into troublesome affairs. But even so, I had no idea as to the answer either. Besides, these items shouldn't be illegal anyway.
I understand the golem, although I have no idea how to make it work. I assume your interest must have been piqued by such a powerful article. But what about the Malice Eater?
He seemed to be genuinely wondering. Unfortunately, I had zero idea what a Malice Eater even was. I turned to Citri, but for some reason, she simply smiled back at me without uttering a word. I furrowed my brow and tilted my head. Well, I'd never seen the thing in person, but that name should speak for itself. I could make an educated guess, I suppose. An eater of malice it was. The convict was a magus who'd conducted research rivaling that of alchemists. And when it comes to alchemists, potions were the obvious image that came to mind. There was only one answer to what it was. With that thought, I nodded my head in agreement. It was probably a specialized tranquilizer or something. It had an ominous name, but in the world of magical potions, it wasn't uncommon to come across such intimidatingly named substances, so I could understand why Citri would want it. And perhaps it was something I needed right now, too. That's, of course, for ingestion.
What? For ingestion? Is that a metaphor for something?
Huh? No, it's not a metaphor. The meeting hosts and the hunters looked at me as if they were looking at something unfathomable. Apparently, it seemed like I'd gotten my assumption wrong. I must have answered too randomly. Well, I thought I was on the right track, though.
As juvenile as the specimen we found is, it's still a dangerous animal. Perhaps it might be wise to have Krai take it in.
Yeah, you're right. To be honest, even I don't have a clear idea of what to do with it. But, having said that, simply destroying the research findings surrounding the Akasha would be such a waste. Rather than dealing with the trouble that may ensue if we sell it to enthusiasts, wouldn't you think it's better to put it under the care of a level 8 hunter? I'm sure I'll have no problem looking after it. Animal? Did he say a dangerous animal just now? I looked around the room, but no one looked surprised at all. Maybe it had been explained while I hadn't been paying attention. Who would have thought? I see, so Malice Eaters are animals. How on earth am I to ingest one? Without commenting on my absurd remark, the hosting agent placidly nodded. Evidently, he was quite accustomed to such outbursts.
Very well, 1,000 tricks. I will allow it to be turned over to you under a few conditions. As for the golem, unfortunately, another agency has already requested it too, so that isn't a decision I can make.
What should I say? That I didn't know it was an animal or something. Yet it was Citri who wanted it, not me. And so, I nodded in a "yeah-ha" manner. I don't mean to brag, but I once raised a cat that was perfectly trained.
I see, a cat. That's good to know.
Meanwhile, Gark's and the other attendees' expressions were twitching. It was going to be all right. While I was an irresponsible person, it was Citri who wanted it, and so it'd be her who was going to take care of it. As for the training, I suppose Lucia, my younger sister, will take care of that somehow. Our cat back home had been well known as a smart cat in the neighborhood, and it had all been thanks to Lucia's efforts. I was sure that brilliant younger sister of mine would somehow take care of the training for me. Throughout the rest of the meeting, an uncomfortable atmosphere lingered on thanks to my interjection. And with that, the treasure hunters left the room as they cast a variety of glances filled with what looked like dread and exasperation, probably 90% exasperation at me. It seemed that they were going to hand over the Malice Eater right away, and so Citri left alongside the likes of Vault Investigation Bureau agents and knights from the Order after thanking me in a low voice. And as I was about to leave the room while I stifled a yawn, a deep voice stopped me in my tracks. It was Gark. Perhaps because I was too used to being told off by him, By just hearing his voice, my body tried to get down into a kowtowing position on its own accord, but I suppressed it just in time. I hadn't done anything bad today yet. Letting out a small sigh, I turned around, and there was Gark with his eyebrows lifted like an ogre. It was really disturbing to face such an expression from a stern giant of a man, but this was his ordinary expression.
Hey, Krai, I agreed to have it handed over to you just now because I think it was reasonable too. But what plans do you have for Noctis Cochlear's assets?
None. Really? I didn't have any plans for it. It was Citri who did. Citri's curiosity was second to none even among grieving souls. Her voracious greed for knowledge manifested itself unwaveringly even at perilous moments, and it had even put our party in danger in the past. It was no surprise that she took interest in an animal kept by Akashic Tower, and it was only natural that I, as the leader of our party, would take action for my childhood friend. Don't worry, there's no need to put on such a scary face. I'll make sure it gets properly trained.
Branch manager, let's put some faith in Krai. It's all right. As you may know, Krai is at least not the kind of person who would do evil.
Fine.
With a dismissive chuckle, Kaina followed up, and Gark clicked his tongue and finally relaxed his eyebrows slightly. And that was exactly why his moniker of War Demon wouldn't fade away, even though he'd retired from treasure hunting so long ago. How I wished Kaina would quit being Gark's right hand and come help run our clan. But that wouldn't work. If Kaina left, there would be 0 people who could stop Gark.
Krai, speaking of which, have you ever heard of the crashing lightning?
No, I haven't. Is something the matter? The crashing lightning? From the sound of it, it should be a nickname. But unfortunately, I didn't recall ever hearing about it.
Arnold Hale, the crashing lightning. He's a hunter from another country and a holder of the title Dragon Slayer. Apparently, he recently arrived in the capital after conquering most of the treasure vaults of the Land of Fogs.
His words struck a chord with me. High-level hunters, on the whole, were conceited, especially those who'd moved their base of operations from other countries. They repeatedly clashed with other hunters who considered the place of their new base home. On the other hand, having high-level hunters come in from other countries was surely a blessing for the Empire, but I guess they would be seeds of trouble for Gark, who was in charge of the Explorers Association branch in the capital. Well, I guess that was just until they got used to this place either way. It was none of my business. To be honest, I'm not really interested in him. Clashes happened between hunters because both sides were violent that had nothing to do with me, the shut-in hunter.
Oh? Quite confident, aren't you? He's a holder of the Dragon Slayer title, you know.
I am a Dragon Slayer too, if you put it that way. The title Dragon Slayer was an appellation granted differently from a hunter's moniker. As the title suggested, it was conferred upon those who had conquered the most powerful and renowned mythical beast of it all, the dragon. As much as holding the title was something to be proud of, dragons came in all shapes and sizes. Therefore, there were quite a few holders of the title. To begin with, there wasn't a definite requirement to meet for getting the title either. Most of the members in the top parties of First Steps were holders of the Dragon Slayer title. And even I, back when I still adventured with grieving souls, had witnessed my party mates defeated a few dragons too, hence why I was qualified for the title. All in all, it was a very crude system of awarding such an accolade. Gark momentarily widened his eyes upon hearing my words before quickly slapping my back merrily. He slapped so powerfully that my safety ring was mistakenly activated to form a barrier.
You were right. That was an unnecessary piece of advice for the 1,000 tricks. Well, if he causes any trouble, handle it well as their senior, okay?
Ugh, can I not? Seeing off the cheery Gark and the apologetic Kaina, I let out a brief sigh. There weren't a lot of people at the Explorers Association lobby. Citri should be back soon after the Malice Eater was handed over to her. So in the meantime, I killed some time by wandering around and looking at the quest file on the quest board. Since I became clan master, I rarely had the chance to visit the Explorers Association. And when I did do an occasional drop-by, it was usually to apologize to Gark, so it had been a while since I took the time to look around. The atmosphere was filled with an exhilarating heat and a tingling sense of tension. My impression of the interior of the building hadn't changed since I'd first registered as a treasure hunter here. As I was complacently browsing the bulletin board, trying not to get tangled up with the ruffian hunters, A phrase on the quest board caught my attention. Coming soon. Zabrudia Auction. It was an event to take place in the capital.
Ah, so it's that time of the year again.
Zabrudia Auction was the name of a large-scale auction held once a year in the Empire. This was an event I usually looked forward to every year, but perhaps because of the recent mess I'd been in, I'd totally forgotten about it. The auction was a major national event taking place over a week. During the week, Zabrudia attracted a great number of merchants, hunters, tourists, and the like from home and abroad, and the city would be bustling with festivities day after day and night after night. There was one thing that separated the Zabrudia auction from other auctions. The majority of the items for sale were relics. Even without the auction, Zabrudia was already known as the Holy Land of treasure hunters, and numerous relics were being brought in regularly. In fact, the quality and quantity of relics brought in during this time of the year were beyond comparison to their normal levels. It was no exaggeration to say that hunters of the capital saved their money or dived into treasure vaults in search of relics to be put on auction exactly for this occasion. And of course, as a collector of relic, I couldn't quite miss this event. Do I have the money? Auctions were fun just to watch, but even more fun when you got your hands on your desired relics. I regretted a little that I declined the reward for the quest earlier, but what had been done had been done. Just as I was seriously working out my budget, I suddenly felt a tickling sensation on my back.
Krai, Krai.
I turned around. An unexpected face came into view, and I widened my eyes. Gently poking my back with her index finger was a receptionist girl who always sat behind the counter at the association, the most popular receptionist at the capital branch of the Explorers Association. Bright and cheerful, she was friendly to everyone, and behind her back glamorously tied a lock of long black hair. Despite appearing younger than me, she wore the association's uniform from top to bottom with elegance. Chapter 1. The Mighty and the Mighty. In a corner of the capital, Arnold Hale and his party mates gathered in a room of an inn catering to hunters. 5 to 6 members was generally considered the right size for a typical party, but Falling Fog was a party of 8 men, with 5 vanguards and 3 in the rear. Most of them had been attracted by Arnold's reputation. Their homeland, Nebulanub's the Land of Fogs, had an environment far more treacherous than Zabrudia's. The rainy season dominated most of the year there, and there were only a handful of clear days throughout. In the thick, ever-present fog, evil abounded, and even within the city, one couldn't feel completely safe due to the lurking monsters that sneaked in under the cover of fog. Compared to their homeland, the capital of Zabrudia was like paradise.
Damn it, that girl treated Arnold as if he was some country bumpkin. The Dragon Slayer and Moniker Bearer has arrived, but she showed not a shred of respect.
What came to their minds was likely the girl who'd sat behind the reception desk of the Explorers Association. As one would expect from the famous capital, indeed, she was a bright lady with a remarkably well-featured face. Based on that alone, the Land of Fog simply just couldn't compare up to the capital. Yet, as much as she'd worn an affable expression, her words had lacked the respect and reverence one would expect towards high-level hunters. Had she been unaware of Arnold's achievements, that could still have been understandable, but she'd known Arnold's name even before they'd mentioned it. It'd been clear that she'd just taken them lightly.
Well, that's how it goes. We're strangers after all. What? We'll just shut her up with our skills soon enough. Seeing her face distort in astonishment will be satisfying.
In this era, considered the heyday of treasure hunters, word about high-level hunters spread swiftly. While the arrival of high-level hunters was seen as an opportunity for cities to strengthen their forces, it'd mean the turf of existing hunters would be disturbed. By now, the sensible hunters must have learned of Arnold's arrival and were on the lookout. Arnold's party had 2 choices before them. They could recognize their status as newcomers and submit to those weaker than them, or they could silence them with their own strength. But, in reality, there might as well be no choice. To know their places and bow down to the inferior would be an act of the weak, and that was not something a hero like Arnold the Dragon Slayer would do. Therefore, there was only one path to muzzle the competition by force and demonstrate their valor through their prowess. After all, this was the simplest and most favored option to the hunters, who were largely hot-blooded and meritocratic, and indeed, that had been Arnold's purpose in coming into this capital city, to acquire even greater power and to win even greater renown. Arnold was a level 7 hunter with a moniker, and some hunters might have lacked the resolve to face him based on that alone. But that was fine. Arnold had no interest in the weak. The adversaries he sought to devour were the strong of the capital, he had to make it known to the hunters of the capital, as soon as possible, that the hero of Nebulanubes was worthy to be known as a hero no mere country bumpkin, also in Zebridi.
But, Arnold, this capital truly lives up to its reputation as the holy land of treasure hunters. There is an abundance of both treasure vaults and hunters with monikers here, unlike in the Land of Fogs.
Although the Land of Fogs' environment was cruel, and the monsters appearing there were troublesome, the number of treasure vaults in the vicinity was scarce. The quality of hunters in a region was directly proportional to the number of treasure vaults it held.
The Abyssal Inferno, the Argent Thunderstorm. This is the all-star lineup of famous moniker bearers, and there also are names I haven't heard. This is better than what I've imagined.
With that, a deep smile crept onto Arnold's face. Among these hunters may be warriors who could rival Arnold, who'd reigned supreme in the Land of Fogs. Engaging in life-or-death duels with formidable opponents was exactly what stirred Arnold's soul.
Looks like we're gonna have some fun.
Where should we start? I mean, we might need to gather some information about this capital first.
We stand as newcomers on this land, and we shall unleash our wild spirits and make a resounding entrance. Such is the way of the hunters, for it is through flaunting our valor that we etch our names in their memories. Let us show the hunters of this land our true might. Oh, what sweet anticipation I hold for witnessing the expressionist girl's face when our paths converge once more.
Things hadn't been going my way lately. One's fortune ebbed and flowed. When they rode the wave, everything they did seemed to sail smoothly. But when the tide turned, even the smallest turns led to dire consequences. The pressing matter at hand right now was the recharging of my relics. The truth was, I'd originally planned to wait for Lucia, who'd always recharge them for me, to return. However, if Luke had started training deep within the treasure vault, it'd be a while before she'd come back. Most of my relics were now out of mana, and even half of my protective safety rings were depleted. My barely remaining trump card was the one relic Lucia had infused with magic. But unlike the safety rings, it couldn't be used for self-defense. I couldn't afford to keep idling around, waiting to be toyed to death by the Malice Eater. Such a fate would be too pathetic even for me. But the problem remained. How should I go about having over 500 relics recharged for me? The task of recharging relics in fact would pose a significant burden for hunters. These powerful artifacts demanded immense amounts of mana, commensurate with their level of power. An average hunter could typically handle charging only 1 or 2 relics, while even the most proficient magi with deep mana reservoirs would find themselves reaching their limit after charging just 5 or 6. People who depleted their mana would be struck with an overwhelming exhaustion so intense that could even render them unable to stand. Worse yet, if they weren't used to the process, they may even lose consciousness on the spot. As a consequence, mana depletion within treasure vaults was one of the most crucial things hunters must be wary of. Thus, hunters didn't generally possess a lot of relics. After all, there were limits to how many relics one could recharge even if they enlisted their magi comrades' help. Moreover, magi themselves required mana to cast spells, leaving them with little to spare. Although mana was naturally replenished by nourishing oneself and getting sufficient rest, mana was a very precious resource for hunters, and this was often misunderstood. Nevertheless, my clan members were all good people, and I was sure they'd help me if I asked. But there was a problem: the quantity. I wouldn't have thought twice if there were only 1 or 2 relics, but there were over 500. This was such a great number that it was questionable as to whether even most of the clan's magi amassed could come close to covering the amount of mana needed. In this sense, my younger sister Lucia, who'd always handled the task of recharging my relics, was an exceptional magus. Especially demanding in terms of mana were safety rings. Their ability was simple: to block any attack, albeit only once. It was the very simplicity of their ability that made them so powerful as relics, and that was why safety rings were relics that everyone considered owning for additional layers of precaution. However, recharging safety rings demanded 5 to 10 times the mana required for the average relic. That was a ginormous quantity that posed a significant challenge even for an ordinary hunter to charge just once. But I couldn't afford not to recharge them. In fact, they were my highest priority. Safety rings were my lifeline. Without them, I would have died multiple times already in the past few weeks. Feeling a comforting pressure on my shoulders, I let out a weak sigh without much thought. Then I turned around and asked, Citri, what should I do?
About what?
It was Citri imploring, despite the fact that she should still be fatigued from her recent exploration. And for some reason, she was massaging my shoulders. Eva was at work. In the clan master's office, there were only Citri, wearing slightly more casual attire than usual, and me, sitting deep in my usual seat at the work desk. Citri had many hobbies, and one of them was massages. In particular, she enjoyed giving them but not receiving. And due to her busy schedule, it wasn't often that we had the time together. After she returned from journeys, it had become customary for us to chat while she gave me a massage like this. She not only solved my troubles but also massaged my shoulders, and I even owed her money. What did that make me? I must have seemed like a total loser from an outsider's perspective.
So how? Did it feel good?
Her slender fingertips crawled in a rubbing motion along my nape and traced a path all the way to my shoulders, firmly pressing down on my not-so-stiff muscles in turning motions. She seemed to be well-versed on the locations of pressure points. With each firm touch, a tingling titillation surged up my spine, providing an overwhelmingly pleasurable experience that almost took my breath away. Citri was highly knowledgeable about the human body. An alchemist was not only an excellent scientist, but also a magician and a physician. Perhaps this massage had also been a subject of her research. The members of Grieving Souls were all on good terms, but Citri and I were particularly close. This was due to the fact that Citri had been slower in her growth compared to the other members during our training days before we'd become hunters. Ultimately, it had just been that the mastery of the alchemist profession required extensive knowledge and facilities, making it a late bloomer path. However, at that time, Citri had been plagued by feelings of inferiority, and I, talentless and idle, had encouraged her. It seemed the grateful and loyal Citri still remembered. Since then, Citri had frequently shown concern for me, even though she'd long repaid that kind of favor with interest. And to be honest, it was questionable if those had even been favors in the first place. After all, I couldn't really refuse when she'd pensively said, "I'll stop if you don't like it. Sure, go ahead. If that is what you want, I'll be your experimental subject as much as you want." Firmly pressing, she applied pressure along my spine in turning motions, gradually kneading and loosening the muscles. Despite her slender appearance, Citri was strong. Her breath brushed against the back of my head by my earlobe, sending shivers down my spine, and my body heated up as if on fire.
You're so hard. Krai. You're amazing.
It wasn't really a big deal, but since it was starting to get weird, I'd prefer if she could refrain from making strange noises. How on earth was a masseuse producing such a seductive voice? My shoulders weren't even that stiff. I suppressed the weird sounds I was about to make in response to the tremendous pleasure I was experiencing and tried my best to maintain my composure. Taking a deep breath to soothe my throbbing heart, I addressed the brains of our party, who seemed to be running on a high voltage for some reason. About my relics, they'll be running dangerously low if I don't get them recharged soon. Where did that come from? Unfortunately, this was not a job for Citri. While alchemists were a subclass of magus, their mana pool was only about as deep as an average hunter's. Their reputation was so low that alchemists were generally considered to be a class for magi who lacked talent. Although her mana capacity was higher than that of an average alchemist, it was still on par with the ordinary hunter and her mana was priceless.
Only if I can properly modify Noctis Cochlear.
I decided to ignore whatever dangerous thing she was talking about. I couldn't afford to react to every little thing like this if I wanted to keep up with Citri. Lifting her fingertips off my shoulders, Citri smoothly glided her arms forward from the sides of my head in a stretching motion. Her breasts firmly snugged the back of my head, breasts that were far bigger than her older sisters, and her heartbeat was palpable. She'd got to be too unsuspecting, no matter how close we were. Though she didn't usually show it, Citri had a penchant for physical intimacy much like her sister, Liz, and according to Citri, intimate contact helped her recharge her energy. This wasn't even a massage anymore. Her arms, curled in front of me, now moved to tightly hug my body as if plundering warmth from me, her slim fingertips trembling as if they were enduring something. I couldn't discern the exact scent, but there was a faintly sweet and highly pleasant fragrance in the air. Citri's teases were just as mischievous as her sisters. Honestly, it made my heart race, but I endured it with an iron will. Worst case scenario, I might have to ask Starlight for help. Starlight was the biggest party of magi in First Steps, consisting of 6 members who were all eminent magi even within the capital. Their members were not ordinary humans. They were noble spirits, known for their exceptional aptitude for the magus class, far beyond that of pure humans. They were a party of girls who had unique sensibilities and, well, to put it bluntly, naturally looked down upon humans. And of course, they also looked down upon me, so it was highly doubtful whether they'd help me with such a private matter, in fact. But wait a second. Are they in the capital? Citri let out a faint scream and pressed her flushed cheeks against mine.
Ooh, come on. Krai, please don't. Mention other women when we're doing the thing.
I was glad she was enjoying herself. But please know that if anything, it'd be me who'd be misunderstood by others, okay?
My sister isn't here. This is our only chance now. Come, feel me. More.
Yeah, Liz would come flying over if she were here, I was sure. Others walking in on us might as well misunderstand the scene too. Citri's voice alone was already inappropriate enough. And just as I spoke, the door to the clan master's office fiercely swung open at that inopportune moment. Eva placed a finger on her forehead, her brows furrowed and her cheeks slightly flushed. There were very few people who could evoke such an expression from Eva, who remained unruffled by most things. I'm really sorry.
If you don't mind me asking, what were you two doing?
As you can see, I'm getting a shoulder massage. We were properly dressed and nothing inappropriate had been happening between us.
Just so you know, this floor is off limits for hunters.
She hadn't raised her voice too much, probably because this wasn't the first time. I'm really sorry.
You don't know anything. Please don't butt in between Krai and me.
Easy, easy. You don't have to pour fuel on the fire. If she angered Eva, it was me who'd suffer. It was fine for Citri to have fun, but I hope she didn't forget that. I tapped the intertwined arms lightly, and Citri, understanding my intention, released her grip reluctantly. I stood up, and I felt unbelievably light. It was as if all my remaining fatigue had been washed away. That was exactly why I couldn't refuse her massages.
How about a full-body massage next time? Not just the shoulders. What do you think?
That's hard to resist.
I have a potion just for that. I'm sure it'll be an experience so pleasant that you've never felt anything like it before.
I feel that will probably do more harm than good, so maybe I'll pass. Perhaps it was second nature for alchemists. Her impulse to use things like potions and needles at every possible opportunity seemed to be one of Citri's only flaws. All right, as much as I don't feel like it, it's time to get my relics charged up for me. Preparation is important, right?
Allow me to help too, since it's also partly my fault that your relics are out of mana. I have a good idea.
Having Citri on my side was like having the power of the multitudes. Unlike me, she possessed real power. Apologizing with a smile to the still blushing Eva, I decided to bring Citri with me to check out the lounge. Speaking of which, Citri, you seem to be quite busy lately. Was everything sorted out already? Outstanding treasure hunters often had multiple roles, and so did my party mates. Lucia, excellent as a magus. Anthem, masterful in healing magic to regenerate lost limbs. And Citri, well-versed in all kinds of knowledge as an alchemist, had all received numerous offers from various organizations and were particularly busy. Facing false accusations had not changed Citri's busy schedule, therefore she rarely appeared in the clan lounge. One of her laboratories was located on the third floor of the clan house, so she occasionally visited me. However, it was unsurprising that some of the recently joined clan members were unfamiliar with Citri's face.
Oh, actually, I recently lost my position at the lab I'd been frequenting.
What? My eyes widened upon hearing her words. Citri was brilliant, so brilliant that her skills had once earned her the moniker of the prodigy in the capital. I couldn't believe that she'd be dismissed from a lab unless it had something to do with the false accusations tarnishing her reputation. Should I offer her at least some comforting words as a friend?
Well, rather than having lost my position, it's more like the lab ceased to exist, I should say. It's just for crying out loud. As you know, Krai, I wasn't good enough. I'm ashamed.
As she struggled to find the right words, Citri's cheeks blushed faintly, and she dropped her head in embarrassment. I see. So the lab she belonged to went out of business, I thought, coming to my own conclusion. Citri was a prodigy, but she was not a god. She was an alchemist, but she was not a merchant. Which was to say, she couldn't possibly handle everything perfectly. I didn't know the exact predicament, but her lab seemed to have been in a situation that couldn't be salvaged. With just one talented member, As for what I know, I wasn't quite sure what she meant by that. Perhaps the lab Citri belonged to had been a prominent one that I should have known about. Well, these things do happen sometimes. You just have to learn from your mistakes. You'll do better next time. For sure.
Yeah, you're right.
I may not know of the specifics of alchemy or which lab goes out of business, but I know you well, Citri. She was an intelligent, skilled, curious, and hardworking, if a little quirky young woman of talent and charm. It might seem like she overthought things at times, but it was probably just that I tended to underthink.
Right, you don't know anything. You don't...
If you want, you can continue your research at the lab at the clan house.
Yeah?
At my casual comment, Citri lifted her head and stared at me intently. Did I say something strange? Her studies were utterly foreign to me. I knew nothing about her research, and I probably wouldn't understand even if she explained it to me. However, in the spacious lab at the clan house, Citri herself had all the state-of-the-art equipment assembled, so there shouldn't be any shortcomings in that regard. Well, unless there were other issues beyond just the facilities.
Thank you very much for the offer, but I'm afraid that it does look like the experiments might get you into trouble, so allow me to turn it down.
There is no need to worry, though, was what I was about to say, but I stopped myself just in time. Citri and I were not the kind of friends who held back secrets from one another. If she said they might get me into trouble, then those must be genuinely risky experiments that could indeed get me into trouble. It wasn't my place as an amateur to unnecessarily say otherwise.
Besides, I'll be fine. I'll find another lab soon enough. This time I'll do better.
Yeah, well, take your time. Getting enough rest is also important for your body. I was sure Citri would easily find her next gig right away. There didn't seem to be much I could do for her. In the end, what I offered was nothing but a half-hearted attempt at consolation, but for some reason, Citri nodded happily regardless. Though it was daytime, the lounge was filled with familiar faces. It wasn't like every hunter visited treasure vaults every day. Preparation was essential for exploring treasure vaults, and hunters must also tune up their physical condition before they venture into one. The lounge served as a place of respite for such hunters. It was a place where clan members could exchange information. A place without outsiders. With complimentary meals and drinks, it was an ideal place to kill time. Narrowing her eyes, Citri looked around the lounge as if appraising the space.
Feels like it's been a while since I've come here.
Though we, grieving souls, occasionally went out for meals together, we generally never used the lounge since some of us tended to start arguments with other parties. Of course, we'd stop them. It was better to have our meals somewhere else outside than to stir up a stormy air among my friends, which was especially true with Luke being sword-happy as he was. This was such a sad decision to make. One by one, people in the lounge began to notice my presence. Some wore puzzled expressions while others furrowed their brows. A few widened their eyes, and some waved their hands at us. Amid them, a tall man standing at the center of multiple parties exclaimed upon seeing us.
"Oh, hey, it's Krai and Citri. What a rare sight to see you both in the lounge. What brings you?"
It was Fenanger, leader of Obsidian Cross, a top party of First Steps. He was the one who'd gathered the numerous parties for the investigation into the abnormalities at White Wolf's Den. He was a man far more reliable than someone like me. He was quite caring for a hunter, and he was rather approachable. Second only to Ark if we were only considering people beyond my party. Well, something came up. Looks like there's quite a buzz going on here. What's up? It appeared that they'd parked multiple tables against each other, and a bustling atmosphere transcending party boundaries had developed. Though my arrival seemed to have dampened their spirits a bit, given that the lounge didn't provide alcohol, it was rare to see such a boisterous atmosphere here.
It might not concern you, Krai, but there have been rumors lately. It seems that, while we've been busy looking into the incident, a high-level hunter has arrived in town.
That everyone seems to be so concerned about it.
So you've already heard? Of course we're concerned, aren't we? Especially considering that this newcomer is certified for a level rather similar to yours and mine. Rumor has it that he isn't exactly the tamest guy out there.
I'm not entirely uninterested, but honestly I don't really care.
That's the textbook definition of being uninterested. But seriously, you consider a level 7 someone you don't really care. CM, you sure have nerves of steel to keep up that same unbothered look on your face as always. But that being said, We don't plan to stand idly by if he ever picks a fight with us.
I shrugged my shoulders and faked a half-hearted smile. It wasn't that I had nerves of steel. On the contrary, I had nerves of jelly. That was why I rarely left the clan house. As long as I didn't go outside, I wouldn't get caught up in trouble, no matter how unlucky I was. Honestly, I was more concerned about the auctions than a hunter. My only concern is whether Liz will pick a fight or not.
There's no mistaking that.
She was the quickest to pick a fight. Perhaps I should warn her in advance.
So, what brings you here, CM, if you're not interested in the newcomer?
Right. I was thinking if I could ask someone to recharge my relics. I do have quite a number of them, though.
Recharging relics?
Sven widened his eyes and placed his hand on his chin. The others around too exchanged glances. I usually ask Lucia for that, but she hasn't returned yet. As I explained, I realized I might be asking the impossible. Mana was as crucial a resource for hunters as money. I'd requested recharges for a few relics here and there before, but this time it was a different level of quantity. Sven peered at the nearby Marietta, the magus from Obsidian Cross.
I don't really mind, but are you sure you want to expose your trump cards?
That was an unnecessary concern. Regardless of whether I exposed my secrets or not, I was weak.
Sven, technically, I'm afraid you're slightly mistaken. What Krai has said is that he's willing to risk the exposure of his vulnerabilities to provide you all with a training opportunity.
The members in the lounge gathered in front of Citri. That was such a smooth play from Citri, even though some of these members probably didn't know her before. The fact that Sven hadn't objected may have played a big part in her success.
Everyone here in the lounge today, consider yourself incredibly lucky. Krai has promised you all highly efficient training.
While everyone in the room was marooned in this quagmire, I found myself the most marooned of them all. I didn't remember saying anything pompous like that, and moreover, I was the one asking for help. Regardless, no one voiced a word. Even Sven seemed to be looking at Citri with a somewhat curious gaze. One member, as if enthralled by Citri's serenely dazzling eyes, cravingly swallowed as they heard Citri's words.
What's fantastic about this training is that unlike his usual trials, there is no risk of dying.
What did you say?
The moment Citri had proclaimed those words, everyone, who'd been rather indifferent up to that point, became agitated. Even Sven opened his eyes wide. I seemed to be the only one unable to keep up with the situation. Guys, you all are so hyped up, aren't you? I'd prefer if we could stop calling everything a trial.
Currently on hiatus? No worries. No preparations required. Not only would it not take long, but you're also going to see the benefits rather immediately. This is the training that will elevate you to a level on par with Lucia's Magi. I'll let you all in on a little secret. This is actually our party's exclusive secret training recipe, Krai's special secret training recipe. But today we're making it available for everyone's sake.
Skepticism shone in everyone's eyes upon hearing those words. Lucia Rogier was universally recognized as the preeminent magus in the capital. Her presence was exactly the reason Starlight, the party of ever-supercilious, human-despising noble spirits, had joined First Steps. However, the idea that anyone could become Lucia's equal as Magi seemed like nothing more than a joke. It sounded like a joke to me, at least. Or rather, I had absolutely no recollection whatsoever of such a training method. This was just too groundbreaking a training method.
This training is designed specifically for Magi, so unfortunately not everyone will be able to participate. But once you undergo this training, your power as Magi and as Hunter is going to grow dramatically without a doubt. Of course, participation is not mandatory. Anyone here would like to withdraw from the training?
Befuddled by Citri's brusque request, the gathered party members exchanged glances. Did she seriously just ask if anyone would like to withdraw, instead of if anyone would like to take part? Marietta, who was listening to the conversation next to Sven, timidly raised her hand. Though she wasn't wearing her robes and such, probably due to her being on her day off, a small staff could be seen hanging at her waist.
Are you sure that this is really safe? Krai has also said the recent investigation quest wouldn't be dangerous too?
Marietta's piercing gaze is killing me.
I assure you, I'm not as strict as Krai.
Training that convenient. I've never heard of anything like that. What's the catch?
As expected from a hunter, they seemed to be on board even though they were mostly wheedled to take part. What a motivated bunch!
Well, let me see. Mana depletion will be part of the training, so it might be tough for those who are not accustomed to it. Though I'm sure everyone in First Steps should have a fair amount of experience with that, so you'll all be fine. But if there's any magus who can't handle that kind of thing, you might be better off not taking part.
There's no such magi here. Every magus would have experienced something as normal as mana depletion at some point.
Several voices of agreement echoed around her.
Mana depletion will heal quickly, so rest assured. I'll cover the mana restoration potions for that purpose. By the way, I don't mean to make fun of anyone or anything, but is there anyone here who can't stand the bitterness of mana restoration potions?
The magi in the room exchanged glances in response to her hesitant question. Their discontent was evident in their expressions. Mana restoration potions were useful for hunting, but they had a well-known downside. They tasted extremely horrible. Their pungency and bitterness, which seemed to correlate with their effectiveness, were said to be a taste incomparable to anything in this world. Even seasoned magi hesitated to drink them in life-threatening situations because of that. I'd had one sip of what Lucia had been drinking before, and the moment it had touched my tongue, I'd lost consciousness and woken up only several hours later. Since then, magi had been people of my admiration. Drinking mana restoration potions without hesitation seemed to be a mark of top-notch magi.
Don't be ridiculous. We may not be at the same level as you lot, but we are still practicing magi. We've had our fair share of mana restoration potions, and we're not faltering now.
I apologize. In that case, I believe there won't be any issues.
She bowed her head slightly in apology, and she once again looked at the faces of the gathered individuals.
Now let me go over this one final time. This is our secret training recipe. If anyone turns down this offer now, I'm afraid you're most likely not going to have another chance at it. That being said, it's also true that this is not something you do immediately after a major quest. I won't force anyone to join, but once you're on board, I expect you to see it through to the end. So is there anyone here who doesn't want to participate in this training?
I should have mentioned earlier, but Citri was quite the guileful person. Her apparent innocence belied a deep cunning that bordered on duplicitous. Citri always acted with caution. She didn't lie, but she had a proclivity for circumlocution. Among my childhood friends, she was one of those whose choice of words demanded the most discernment. For instance, if Citri said something wouldn't be deadly, she may have skipped the fact that it could be excruciatingly painful. Often, there was crucial information hidden in what she didn't say. I'd rather not recall much of it, but there was an instance when she and Liz had gotten into an infinitesimally near-murderous sisterly quarrel because of her intentional miscommunication. Tension filled the air, and I was afraid it was probably due to my presence in the room. It was understandable that I was deemed untrustworthy after the Noctis Cochlear incident, sure enough. No clan master had ever been as unpopular as I was. Just as Marietta was about to speak, a clear and frigid voice interjected suddenly.
Isn't that an entertaining speech? Citri smart?
Instantly, Citri narrowed her eyes before returning to her previous serene smile. She turned towards the direction of the voice and greeted.
Well, what a coincidence.
Entering the room was a statuesque woman, her fine features embodying the epitome of beauty in this world. Her sleek visage was adorned with jewel-like eyes, reminiscent of amethysts. Her cascading golden tresses shimmered glamorously like silk threads in the sunlight. She seemed almost unreal in her mesmerizing beauty. What's more, by her side was a silver-haired woman, who was no less enchanting. Their beauty was alienesque. In fact, they were not human. They were known as noble spirits, a name that signified their noble lineage. They surpassed humans in longevity and possessed a striking beauty far exceeding that of humans. And because of that, they looked down upon humans. Among sapiens, noble spirits were particularly rare, and consequently, they seldom descended upon human settlements, making them an unaccustomed sight even in the capital. And thus, the exclusively noble spirit party, Starlight, led by such a noble spirit woman, Lapis Fulgore, was a remarkably rare occurrence even throughout the entire world, a phenomenon of its own. On the other hand, their unconscious contempt towards humans made them a problematic party, second only to grieving souls. Lapis, Chris, what a surprise to have you both pay the lounge a visit. At my words, Chris Argent, the silver-haired girl standing next to Lapis, glared at me with a steely glint in her eyes.
Human weakling, how many times do I have to tell you to stop speaking casually to Lapis for you to comprehend?
Chris's voice was elegant, but her word choice was slightly graceless.
Chris, enough. Imbecile as he is undoubtedly the clan master. This is a human settlement, and we shall adhere to human customs here. And your honorific language is slipping.
Human weakling, we shall yield merely inasmuch as Lapis graciously indulges. I will have you stay put, sir.
Furrowing her eyebrows, Chris turned away in a huff. She was an interesting girl, as always. But as much of a kid she was a first-rate magus. As she was a noble spirit, her aptitude for the magus class was said to be hundreds, if not thousands, of times greater than that of humans. Perhaps it was no wonder her self-esteem was inflated.
To think that such a feeble human is in fact that Lucia's older brother is truly unbelievable.
While the noble spirits generally looked down upon humans, there was a single exception: Magi. All in all, for Master Magi, aptitude in magic was apparently a criterion that surpassed racial boundaries. In fact, the more handicapped and disadvantaged the race, the more respect they held for their Magi. Indeed, it had been my younger stepsister, Lucia, an exceptional magus, who'd prompted Starlight to join First Steps in the first place.
To possess such power in a human vessel. If only she were a noble spirit, she could have reached the pinnacle of magical arts.
It is not too late yet. You shall hand over Miss Lucia already. She is such a waste for a human weakling who does not even know the first thing about magic. Sir!
Like I've said many times, you're free to recruit as you wish. I'm not going to stop you from doing so, but it'll be all up to Lucia to accept or not. I'm not going to dictate what she chooses. In fact, as her brother, I can't force her to make either decision, even if I wanted to. When we'd established the clan, it'd been Citri who'd convinced Starlight to join. Citri had offered the right to scout Lucia, who'd already been established as an exceptional magus back then, as a bargaining chip. But to be honest, it hadn't really been about the right to scout or anything. Our party operated with an open-door policy. And since then, the absolutely inconceivable for noble spirits had come about. Starlight had come under the umbrella of our clan, a clan created by humans. 3 years later, they still remained members of the clan. Their fixation on Lucia spoke volumes. With pouting lips, Chris fell into silence. Lapis, placing a hand on Chris's head, glared contemptuously at Citri.
So, a secret training recipe? Anyone can become a magus on par with Lucia. You say, nonsense. Such training does not exist, even among noble spirits.
Say as you may, but the truth remains that Lucia achieved her moniker through the power of this Krai-devised training. Well, I suppose it's understandable that this is hard to believe for you noble spirits who were born as an overwhelmingly privileged race and yet have still fallen short against Lucia.
Tain't pathetic, a worthless provocation, ignoble.
Lapis also seemed displeased. It was genuinely terrifying when such beauties got truly angry. Nonetheless, Citri remained unfazed as she surveyed the surroundings.
So would anyone like to be the first to undertake the training and show the skeptical Lapis and Chris here their results?
So she's really confident in this training of hers, huh? We've only come here today to ask for help with recharging the relics, though. How did we come to such a conversation? After a brief silence, Marietta from Obsidian Cross was the first to raise her hand.
All right. I guess I'll do it. Everyone else seems to be scared.
Are you sure, Mari?
Yeah. I've come to realize that intensive training is due after that recent quest.
As expected from across. Despite her probably knowing Citri well, her desire for improvement had convinced her otherwise. Satisfied, Citri nodded at Marietta, who'd stepped forward.
Well, then we shall begin. Though I must say, the substance of the training itself isn't that challenging.
Amid skeptical gazes, Citri stole a quick glance at a silver pocket watch she'd withdrawn from her pocket to check the time, and she stuck up her index finger in a decisive pose.
To begin with, we'll be charging mana into relics. Conveniently enough, Krai happens to have plenty of depleted relics.
Yes?
Marietta's eyes widened in puzzlement. As Citri had directed, I handed over a depleted safety ring. With a quizzical look on her face, Marietta began to charge mana. Time passed in silence, and Marietta's expression shifted from puzzled to grim.
Hold on! What is this relic? It's not charging up at all.
Just keep charging.
Blood drained from Marietta's otherwise pale skin. On her forehead, beads of cold sweat formed. Despite her being a rather high-level magus even within steps, it seemed recharging a safety ring was still quite a burden for her. Speaking of which, the feeling of exhausting your mana, according to Lucia, seemed to be extremely similar to that of being so drunk that you couldn't stand upright. Nevertheless, Marietta continued to charge as she propped herself up with one hand on the table. A few minutes passed, and the relic was successfully recharged. At that point, Marietta's lips had turned blue, and her fingertips trembled. She pressed her hand against her forehead and frowned, probably suffering from a headache. Citri lifted the safety ring on the table and nodded with apparent satisfaction.
Now we're done with the first charge. Next up, again, we're charging the next relic.
Wait! What? What?
Hold on. Mari is already at her limit.
Don't worry. I'll stop her when she reaches her limit. This won't kill. That's been proved.
Despite objections from Sven's party mates, Citri paid them no attention and handed Marietta the next relic. With trembling hands, Marietta accepted the relic and resumed charging. Soon, her breath became erratic, a clear symptom of mana depletion. If she continued charging like this, her mana would surely be completely exhausted soon enough. With everyone anxiously watching, Citri began to explain to them.
Let me offer a brief explanation here. The strength of a magus is proportional to their overall mana capacity. The prevailing notion that women are better suited to become magi is backed by the tendency for their overall mana capacity to grow more easily. Meanwhile, the ceilings on our mana reservoirs typically grow throughout our childhood and stabilize around our mid-teens. And this is why noble spirits excel as magi. It is believed that they not only, of course, possess an aptitude for magic, but also age differently from humans, giving them an extended period of mana growth.
Finally unable to remain standing, Marietta knelt down on the spot. Her hand crash-landed on the table, fell open spontaneously, and the safety ring spilled out of her grasp. The charging was yet incomplete, but it seemed her mana had run out.
And so, although the growth of our mana capacity comes to a complete halt around our mid-teens, there exists a known exception under a specific circumstance. Under this condition, our capacity can expand for approximately another 5 to 10% after the growth has stopped. This is a phenomenon that we usually refer to by names, such as Uber recovery. Do any one of you know the circumstance that can bring on such an increase?
Mana depletion?
Correct. When our mana is depleted and then recovered, the upper limit rises significantly.
It was at this moment everyone knew this was not going to end well. Magi, who'd been eagerly interested in Citri's honeyed words just a while ago, turned pale. Even Lapis put up a stern face. Surely they understood the significance behind what Citri had just said. An easy method? Efficient? Absolutely not. Admittedly, the phenomenon of mana uber recovery was somewhat well known, but no one willingly practiced it. The burden on the magus was simply too great. The expansion of mana capacity occurred because the body was bracing itself for death and trying to adapt to the situation with all its might. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tukaki, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story.
I've heard that the mana capacity expands during recovery, madam, but even we would require a considerable amount of time.
And here's where my specialty mana restoration potion makes its debut.
In response to Chris's question, Citri rather proudly pulled a potion out from her pocket. It was a murkily dark potion, as if black ink had dissolved in it. I thought mana restoration potions were supposed to be of a more vibrant color?
This is the special concoction formulated for Lucia. With Marietta, I suspect even only a few drops would suffice for recovery.
Hold on a sec.
But Sven's attempt to intervene came a moment too late. Citri injected the dropper holding her specialty mana restoration potion into the mouth of Marietta, who had been helplessly unconscious from mana depletion. Then Marietta's slender body, which had been motionless like a stranded fish up till then, jolted upwards sharply. Witnessing her hardly human-like motion, the surrounding clan members let out shrieks and swiftly retreated backwards. Citri, on the other hand, leaned in upon the poor magus who was lying on the floor right there without as much as a twitch.
Impressive, Marietta. I thought you'd at least vomit despite your firm resolve.
With that, she peeled back Marietta's eyelids and examined her pupils. Then, after giving Marietta's cheek a light tap and tipping her head up, Citri checked her pocket watch and nodded broadly.
In just 3 minutes and 20 seconds, her mana has increased by about 10%. This is the power of the secret magus training recipe devised by Krai, he who had nurtured Lucia. Grind this process continuously, and you'll witness a dramatic growth in your power. With an increased mana capacity, you'll have greater endurance in combat and more mana to spare for learning new spells. The growth of a magus, the centerpiece of any party, significantly enhances the party's overall survival rate. What an efficient training method this is. This is marvelous.
What a ruthless and diabolic training method. Obviously, I had no recollection of devising anything like that. Lapis frowned and checked up on Marietta.
But Marietta hasn't regained.
It's all right. She'll get used to it. Also, I'll be relaying you the relics and supplying you the potions so you all can focus solely on charging mana. Don't worry about me being not quick enough to service everyone. I'll summon up some golems to cover anyone I can't reach if necessary. And rest assured, there will be no use trying to escape. You just have to get used to it.
This can't be true, calling that training. This can't be true, calling that training that...
The reason Uber recovery of mana hadn't been incorporated into normal training routines so far was partly due to the prohibitive cost of mana restoration potions, but probably more likely because that mana depletion was excruciatingly painful. What's more, in Citri's training, one would have to repeatedly consume mana restoration potions that were even more painful to drink. Any experienced magi should be able to tell how torturous this would be.
But Lucia really did grow stronger with this training. She went through mana depletion and recovered using my potions repeatedly. Considering the efficiency, I think these slight discomforts are really just negligible risks. It's not like you expect to outgrow noble spirits and strength without any sacrifices or effort.
She gaslighted the crowd with her sound argument. Perplexed by her statement, everyone, including Lapis, fell silent under Citri's enigmatic expression. To succeed, one must put forth worthy efforts. Having witnessed the growth of grieving souls, I was well aware of that.
As your mana pool expands, completely depleting it becomes harder and harder. Spell casting requires intense focus, so it takes a solid will to deplete your mana with just that. When charging relics, you can, however, easily exhaust your mana without all that fuss. Luckily, there's no shortage of relics to charge. Right, Krai?
There are still a few, at least dozens of them. The majority of my collection decorating my private room was currently unusable. Sven stared at me with an appalled look.
Dozens? Seriously, Krai?
Thanks to Krai's thoughtfulness, all our magi here can receive training.
I see. So this is the idea Citri was talking about earlier. Given that Citri could brew the expensive mana restoration potions herself, this was indeed a mutually beneficial deal, though it felt like a half scam. The task was just too demanding, and I doubted if anyone would be that easily gaslighted. All the magi who were listening to the conversation exchanged glances with each other silently. Marietta, meanwhile, remained unconscious.
Ignoble did Lucia, Krai's younger sister.
Of course, I prepared the potions myself. What's more, she has absolutely never shown one sign of struggle during her mana enhancement training.
Yeah, I didn't even realize. It was true that she'd nag me every time I'd gained a relic that required charging, but my sister, capable as she was, had never once refused to charge them. Taking a breath, Citri glanced around the room, then raised her index finger to her lips.
It's not about talent or whatnot. It's not limited to Lucia. The reason my older brother Ansem Krai and the other grievers have a slightly higher level than everyone here is because of the trials we've gone through. We've shed a little more sweat, a little more blood, and a little more tears than all of you. Don't tell me you are going to whine about a trial that hunters far younger than you have surmounted.
Eloquent as ever. Well, not that I've shed a single drop of blood, sweat, nor tear, though.
And I thought humans would require an extraordinary talent to just come close to the power of a noble spirit. But seems like Lucia was the result of overly harsh training. Impressive. Now I want her even more, Krai Andrey.
Of course, she's my proud younger sister. But maybe I should reduce the number of relics in my arsenal. Lucia's talent for magic had sprouted from the beginning. Perhaps among us, the 6 founding members of Grieving Souls, she'd been the most gifted one. And that was why I'd never really thought about it. But after I saw this sorry situation in front of me, maybe Lucia had also been struggling quite a bit without my realizing. When we'd first arrived in the capital, I had only one relic, an inconsequential one that only ever so slightly increased my stamina when equipped. It had required only a small amount of mana to charge. Charging my relics had always been Lucia's responsibility, from the beginning until now. But as my collection kept steadily growing, Lucia had not once made a displeased face, or any face, for that matter. When I recalled Lucia's blunt voice, a cold sweat suddenly broke out on my forehead. She'd been acting rather distant lately. I thought maybe she's just been going through a belated teenage rebellious phase, but could this be the reason? I should try to get her in a good mood when she comes back.
But, Citri Smart, you mentioned earlier about outgrowing noble spirits in strength, right?
Yes, I did. What about it?
Staring at Citri, who'd put up a curious look, Lapis's pale purple eyes lit up in a flash.
Not true! Absolutely not true. Maybe Lucia Rogier is undeniably an outstanding magus, perhaps the one who wields the most diverse array of magic that I know. She is truly deserving of her aliases, but no matter how much I approve of her, I have never once considered her superior to us. Never!
It was an outpour of fiery emotions. Her voice exuded overwhelming confidence and a clear condescension towards humans. Citri glanced at me and let out a small sigh in annoyance.
Confidence is all well and good, but there's nothing more unsightly than baseless arrogance. No, I don't mean to scorn Starlight. But really, your Chris is certified only for a level even lower than Lucia's level 6. Besides, you're resting on your laurels being born into a superior race. I might be biased, but could that be the reason Lucia declined Starlight's invitation?
Lapis bit her vibrant lips firmly in frustration upon hearing her extremely disrespectful superficial words, but nothing came out of her lips. Such was an insult that would have warranted retaliation in the form of offensive magic spells from a typical noble spirit.
Chris! We won't stand idly by enduring such insults.
Yes, madam.
Chris's face was no less reddened with shame than Lapis's. I was concerned that their murderous gaze, for some reason, seemed directed at me instead of Citri, but I guessed I couldn't say much about it, since I was like Citri's supervisor or something. I'm sorry that Citri made some inappropriate remarks. Allow me to apologize. I'll even perform a kowtow if you so desire.
No need, sir! You, human weakling, kowtow way too often! Sir! Think twice before you open your damn mouth, sir!
That's my one and only forte. Though speaking of which, that reminds me of the time I kowtowed at Chris so hard that I cried. Ignoring the troubled me, Lapis grew furious as she slammed the table forcefully.
I don't need your apologies. 1,000 tricks, let's prove it. Only at the sight of you human fools gaping in astonishment with your stupid faces would our wounded pride be soothed. We're resting on our laurels. After all, there's nothing humans can do that we, noble spirits, cannot accomplish. Chris.
Hey, give me the relics already, sir, and bring me everything you have. Sir, with my mana capacity over dozens of times larger than any human, there's no way I shall be outmatched, even by Lucia, sir?
Oh, sure, if that's what you want.
Not that it matters, but noble spirits surely don't handle provocations well, do they?
Please refrain from pushing yourselves too hard. While Lucia can charge them all without any problem, no other human being would likely be able to achieve such a feat. This would be quite challenging even for noble spirits, I believe.
You're such a pest. I said I couldn't do it, so mark my words. Madam, I will prove to you that I'm not like those spineless human magi who fall to just at your words. Madam, now shut up and bring me the relics. Madam, now shut up and bring me the relics!
Chris's ears had long been deaf to Citri's advice. Citri was clever, and she'd most certainly worded it that way intentionally. With her gaze lowered, Citri put up a faint smile.
If you say so, Lapis, Chris, please go ahead and fully unleash the power of noble spirits.
Stone golems controlled by Citri placed the relics one by one in front of Chris as she rolled up her sleeves. At the steadily accumulating pile of relics and the determined noble spirit girl with twitching eyebrows, Citri spoke in a soft voice.
This is the 1,000 trials.
In the midst of the fading day, Eva ran into the sunset-hued lounge. Greeted by the devastation in the room, she pressed her hand to her forehead and looked at me as I sat idly at the table.
What happened?
So there was this clash between hunters' prides and...
Pretend I didn't ask.
Oh, okay. The scene in the spacious lounge was unbearable to behold. Some people were convulsing and twitching, their upper bodies slumped on tables while others sprawled motionless on the ground. Still, some remained conscious but were only murmuring incomprehensible noises to themselves. Some had even vomited at first, but Citri's golems had already cleaned up the vomit so that there was nothing left. Fortunately, people couldn't vomit more than what was already in their stomachs. Fellow hunters clutched fallen members, shaking them by their shoulders, as if they were clutching the fresh corpses of their comrades en route exploring a treasure vault, in utter disbelief. Though I watched in silence, my heart ached terribly. Ironically, I felt like I was about to barf. Chris, still conscious at one of the tables, lifted her head. The color had drained from her face, and her sweat-matted bangs clung to her forehead, but her beauty remained. Truly befitting a proud noble spirit, I should say.
How many left, sir? The ones with the highest capacity are done. There are only 152 left. 100. You weakling. Don't you dare forget what you said initially, sir.
Actually, I think she did pretty well. She did have to replenish her mana a few times, but Chris did manage to recharge all the safety rings of feat that spoke volumes about her superior mana capacity. By the way, the other magi all collapsed after throwing themselves into the charging battle halfway. They, not wanting to lose, had been inspired by Chris, who'd been charging mana all while wheezing heavily. When I'd said that this was a clash between hunters' prides, I'd really meant it.
I see this is indeed overly harsh, but Chris, you'll not give up. I must say this has piqued my interest. This could indeed prove useful to us as well. Chris, you're not going to whine about this, are you?
No, of course not, Madam Lapis. Now bring the remaining relics, sir.
What a remarkable determination. Perhaps she was already past the point of no return. I couldn't help but offer a helping hand. I had no particular interest in pushing a girl to the verge of crying just to charge my relics. No, don't worry, I already have the absolutely necessary relics charged. The rest isn't that important. You don't have to push yourself to your limit.
What? Bullshit, sir. I'm still good, sir. Now hurry up and bring them on.
Eva, apparently realizing the situation, was dumbfounded. Citri, on the other hand, widened her eyes. Well, I guess this is indeed training for her. Maybe I'll let her go on until she's satisfied. Are you sure?
Yeah, bring it on.
The golem cleared away the charged relics and brought in new ones. The remaining relics were of the lowest priority, the weapon relics. Unlike the accessory relics that appeared to be mere ornaments, these weapon relics had a distinct radiance that distinguished them from ordinary weapons. A sword with a transparent blade, a katana with a hamon flickering like flames, a jet black lance that absorbed all light, a circular shield that shone like gemstones, etc. Weapon and armor relics held far greater value than the others. In the hands of seasoned warriors, they could unleash unparalleled power. But for someone like me, with skills in all martial arts below that of an amateur, they were useless, merely decorative collection items. Perhaps only I and Mathis, who ran a relic store, would possess such a massive collection of relics.
Human weakling. Are you serious?
What do you mean by, are you serious? You were the one who said you'd charge it. These weapon and armor relics tended to have weaker capabilities in retaining mana compared to other relics. This was one of the reasons why treasure hunters limited the relic collection to what they could charge themselves. Sadly, even with all the effort Chris would put into charging them, these relics would probably only last not even a few days, and that was why I'd kept them until the very end. Chris groaned and picked up a short dagger, about 20 centimeters in length, with embedded gems. So she's really going to do it. Perhaps she was doing this out of pride? Perhaps stubbornness? Or perhaps she was willing to go that far to increase her mana capacity? And that was when I came up with a great idea. While my hobby was collecting relics, I also loved using them, not just keeping them in storage. Though lately, I hadn't been able to use my relics since Lucia had been absent. You know what? What if I use the relics immediately after Chris charges them? Chris, about to infuse mana into the dagger, froze in a shocked expression. Meanwhile, Citri's eyes gleamed.
It's the endurance training that Lucia often griped about. Indeed, this might be doable for someone as formidable as Chris, unlike Lucia.
Maybe I owe Lucia an apology?
Why, you human weak!
All right, let's call it quits here. It is one thing to train, but we, the staff, will be the ones cleaning the lounge, you know? I'm sure you understand, Krai, right?
The downed magi leaned on their comrade's shoulders and staggered back up. Seemed like Citri was right. There were no serious injuries.
All right, I'll take care of the rest here, so Krai, why don't you go somewhere else with your relics? Yes, training is over. If you want more, do it another day in a different place. This is not a training ground to begin with. This is a place to relax, okay? Chill out. There are a few outsiders in the lounge too. What will you do if they start spreading weird rumors about us because of this?
That was a valid point. With a slap on the back from Eva, I was ushered out of the lounge along with Citri. Peeking in from just outside the door, I realized there probably wouldn't be any problem. Eva, who single-handedly managed the clan, seemed to have Lapis, Chris, and the hunters wrapped around her little finger, as well as me, of course.
How did I do, Krai? I suppose you've managed to get most of your relics charged. I hope I've been of help.
I was too fed up to think, so I just gave Citri a pat on her shoulder as she huddled closer to me. The Rodan family was a long-standing, prestigious lineage of treasure hunters in Zebrudia, the sacred land of hunters. Its origins traced back to Solis Rodan, he who'd challenged and vanquished the celestial god who'd appeared in the level 10 treasure vault, Shrine of the Celestial God, then located near the current capital after the celestial god had reduced the surrounding thousands of miles to ashes. In recognition of this feat, which had eluded the entirety of Zebrudia's forces, the then emperor had asked Solis about the prospect of offering him a nobility title. But Solis had declined the offer, claiming himself to be just a mere hunter. The emperor, lauding his modest demeanor as the role model of hunters, had bestowed upon Rodan the title of hero. Since then, only the Rodan family had been allowed to claim the title of hero within the empire. Ark Rodan was a descendant of this esteemed family and had received education from a young age to become a first-rate hunter. Solis Rodan had been an almighty hunter with an all-encompassing range of skills. His bloodline, the Rodan family, had been highly skilled in every field for generations, and Ark was no exception. Easily conquering high-level treasure vaults that would pose a challenge to ordinary hunters, Ark had earned himself a moniker. While still a young hunter, he was now considered a candidate for the strongest hunter in the Empire. And before he knew it, Ark had come to be known by the same title his ancestor had been granted, Hero. The name Rodan held special significance in the capital city. From the moment Ark had become a hunter, his name had attracted attention. This wasn't the first time he'd received an invitation from a noble. While the Rodan family adhered to the precept of keeping their distance from the authorities, at the same time, it wasn't entirely feasible to completely disconnect from them if one were to navigate the world of hunters smoothly. Ark and his party, Ark Brave, celebrated for their achievements in conquering Prism Garden. Arrived at a party in the territories of Marquess Sandrine, a long distance away from the capital. After a bustling banquet, attended by many nobles, Ark found himself summoned to the office, where only one other man was present.
So, this is the renowned Firmamental Blossom. Impressive.
A middle-aged man, clothed in a composed deep red coat, emitted a sigh of admiration as he gazed at a peculiar bouquet with transparent petals arranged in a vase. The party host who'd invited Ark and his party to this banquet was none other than Nahum Sandrine, head of the Sandrine family. He was a senior noble granted vast territories in the western region of the Zebrudia Empire and was known as the authoritative leader of a political faction, despite being just a marquess. Due to a past connection, when Ark had received a request to investigate a treasure vault in his territory, Sandrine was a house that Ark was particularly fond of. These flowers were a product of the treasure vault. They appeared entirely translucent, like glasswork, but had the texture of ordinary flowers. Their delicate details were so beautiful that no craftsman could replicate them.
It's a creation made of mana material, not even a relic. It likely won't last long in the outside world.
This was a flower that naturally grew rampantly in the deepest part of Prism Garden. Despite its mystical appearance, the flower held no special powers and was of little interest to high-level hunters like Ark. He picked a few on the way back, this time as a memento of reaching the furthest depths of a highly challenging treasure vault, not for any particular reason. However, one thing was certain: Prism Garden could never be conquered by just ordinary hunters. The firmamental blossom, capable of maintaining its form for only a brief moment before its mana material dissipated and it dissolved into the air, served as a symbol for nobles to demonstrate their connections to excellent treasure hunters. Recalling a time when flowers from Prism Garden were brought back by grieving souls and lavishly displayed in the clan house's lounge, Ark couldn't help but smile inwardly. The Marquis, on the other hand, simply touched his chin and narrowed his eyes upon hearing Ark's words.
Evanescent, isn't it? But that was precisely its source of beauty. Oh, a garden where such flowers bloom extravagantly. I'd love to see it once with my own eyes before I pass.
That'd be rather difficult.
Prism Garden was an inhospitable place for anyone other than hunters. Its thick fog of pollen would corrode the bodies of intruders, while phantoms that had adapted to the environment lurked among the countless rampantly blooming flowers, eagerly seeking to harvest the souls of trespassers with an eagle eye. Traversing the vault would be quite impossible for him even with an escort of a few hundred knights from a knight's order. The vault was simply a different world.
Let's just say what if Ark, you, the strongest and most celebrated person in the capital, were to escort me?
Your Excellency, that place is not meant for someone of your noble standing to venture into. While I can certainly defeat the phantoms, it's not an environment that the living flesh can accommodate. We had our fair share of struggles there this time as well.
Upon hearing Ark's immediate response, Marcus Sandrine let out a chagrined groan, but he didn't say anything more. Occasionally, thoughtless nobles in Zebrudia would bring their private army and venture into treasure vaults, only to encounter tragedy. Exploring with a burden in tow was much more challenging than just the deal itself, and it was even more so when the burden was a person to be convoyed. For hunters, it might be a great opportunity to establish connections with nobles, but more often than not, the convoyed individual would end up dead. And so, in an attempt to change the subject entirely, Sandrine shook his head vigorously. He put on a deep and somewhat affable smile, but the glint in the depths of his eyes alone was unbelievably sharp.
Now, Ark, I wonder, have you given some thought to our previous discussion?
Ark remained silent. Marquis Sandrine had approached Ark multiple times to scout him as his reserve hunter. Hunters were considered the most powerful assets a noble could possess in Zebrudia. No matter how many high-level treasure vaults existed in their territories, they'd be meaningless to the nobles without hunters capable of retrieving the treasures from within. And so, nobles were eager to acquire exceptional hunters, and Ark and his companions were particularly in the spotlight. Being a reserved hunter meant prioritizing the nobles' requests in exchange for certain rewards. While it reduced their freedom, it was by no means a bad deal for hunters. Such an arrangement symbolized status and could come with various material benefits. It could even allow one to acquire outstanding new partners through connections and obtain access to otherwise restricted treasure vaults. Above all, this appointment served as the closest thing a hunter can receive as an ultimate testament to their trustworthiness, a quality highly valued by the Explorers Association. It was akin to receiving the official seal of approval from the ruling class of Zebrudia, a world power. Just becoming a reserved hunter could be a cause for elevating one's level, but Ark shook his head with a gentle smile.
It's an honor, but my apologies, sir.
The rodents don't serve nobles, Hein! Precept!
We still have things we must do. Please kindly pardon us.
Solus had been a figure befitting the name of a hero, but it seemed that he'd encountered quite a few difficult disputes with people in power, and as a result, Solus had established a family precept, a precept that had no doubt played a role in the rodent's prosperity. However, that wasn't the sole reason Ark didn't serve nobles. He hadn't yet achieved what he sought to achieve as a hunter. Like Marquis Sandrine, a not at all insignificant portion of the nobles claimed that Ark was the strongest in the capital. While some may have been biased, their claim wasn't necessarily mistaken. Even hunters grew weak as they aged, and even the strongest hunter couldn't remain in their prime forever. Ark, still in his mid-20s, had great potential for his future. However, opinions on who'd be the next strongest in the capital split hunters into two camps.
The 1,000 tricks, huh?
Again, Ark remained silent.
I've heard the name often. His name carries both fame and infamy. Certainly have I not imagined that the day would come when another hunter would threaten the position of the rodents.
It was a bolt from the blue. He'd had no rival. Of course, considering strength alone, there were a few individuals who outmatched Ark. Though, they were all people who'd trodden the path of hunting for a much longer period. They were people whom Ark was destined to surpass in the near future. Ark used to only look up to those above him, and it'd been enough. Who could have imagined that someone of the same generation would emerge as a rival to Ark Redan, he who possessed the strongest lineage and exerted the greatest effort in the best environment? Lord Sandrine's words claiming that Ark Redan's position was threatened were mistaken. The word threaten didn't exist in Rodan's dictionary. If a talent capable of rivaling him appeared, he'd only confront them head-on fair and square. In fact, this was what he desired. He'd rather not continue going on his own.
But, Your Excellency, he the 1,000 tricks isn't actually motivated at all.
Ark's unusually listless voice caught Marquis Sandrine speechless. The 1,000 tricks' achievements were undeniable. However, at the same time, the man remained an enigma to Ark. Krai Andrey was a mysterious man, perpetually at ease with a relaxed demeanor. Not to mention his modus operandi, his daily activities weren't even apparent. Lately, with him not even venturing into the treasure vaults with his party, there was no longer even a way to compete with him. He was beyond elusive.
Well, anyways, but Ark, remember this. We, the nobility of the Empire, are on your side. We owe the House Rodane a debt of gratitude no matter how your family feels about it.
Thank you. I'm honored.
Oh, by the way, a party guest, Lord Gladys, mentioned that they would like to talk to you. Be great if you could pay them a visit before returning to the capital. They mentioned something about you teaching them the sword. My goodness, you rodent folks are nothing less than valiant and admirable.
Ark chuckled and nodded in response, as Marquis Sandrine jokingly shrugged his shoulders. Before First Step's Sclan House stretched the main street, where people and carriages streamed past incessantly. A roughly 10-minute walk down the street led to a narrow path, and there, at the end, stood a red-roofed, detached house, the home of Liz's apprentice, Tino Shade. It was an adorable house, complete with a miniature garden planted with tiny flowers. A residence one wouldn't typically associate with a hunter at first sight. It was a spacious residence for a single occupant. Perhaps she'd been considering the prospect of having a romantic partner move in someday. Visiting my junior's house for the first time in a long while, I was searching for Liz. Not having a place to call home, she often stayed at either the clan's training grounds, her master the former Stifled Shadow's place, or her disciple Tino's house, acting as if those were her own places. She truly was a free spirit. After my knocking and a brief silence, a low voice replied. It wasn't the familiar voice Tino used when talking to me. It was her formal voice. It's me. I came looking for Liz. On a side note, Citri was here with me too.
Oh, whoa. Master, a one moment, please.
Peering through the gap, she broke into a wide smile upon confirming my face. After the restlessness that the events in the lounge had stirred in my heart the other day, I felt at peace now.
Master, to think you'd come to my place. Please come inside. I'm sorry, but Lizzie is in the shower.
That was as much as Tino had said. Upon seeing me, Tino blushed and fell silent with her eyes wide open. It wasn't my first time visiting Tino's house, and she'd always welcomed me warmly. I must say, she was such a good junior. Sorry for the unannounced visit. I'll be on my way as soon as I collect Liz.
No, not at all. If it's all right with you, Master, you're always welcome to visit, even if just to hang out without any specific reason.
She's so sweet that I almost can't believe she's really Liz's apprentice. But well, I rarely leave the clan house, so I won't actually come here just to hang out. Her thoughtfulness is truly heartwarming, though. I should take her out for some cake next time.
That's right. I've actually bought some delicious tea and cookies in preparation for Master coming at any time. Lizzie will take a while in the shower, so please help yourself to some treats.
Seeing her in such a gleeful mood somehow made me feel kind of sorry. As I was about to step inside following Tina with her blooming smile, Citri, who'd been silent behind us all the while, spoke in a quiet voice.
I'm near to, T. T.
Ha! I see.
Her smile vanished in an instant. Tino called Liz Lizzie, out of their sisterly bond, and so she referred to her younger sister Citri as City. And although only Liz was mentoring Tino, Tino also addressed Lucia as Lucy. For Tino, an only child, this was probably a reflection of the chosen sisterhood she shared with the girls, almost as if they really were her own older sisters. Citri gently nudged my back and entered the house with me, closing the door behind us.
Since we couldn't properly greet each other last time, long time no see, T.
Ooh. Yes, it's been a while, City. I apologize for not being able to greet you properly.
In a moment of panic, Tino kept bowing her head apologetically in a flurry, a reaction completely different from when she was speaking with me. While she was usually utterly beaten up by Liz during training, if you asked Tino, she seemed to find dealing with Liz's younger sister, Citri, more challenging. On the other hand, though, Citri seemed to have taken a liking to Tino. Well, there probably had been various reasons behind that.
It's okay, don't worry about it. We were all busy then, including Krai. I'm glad to see you now since we haven't had a chance to meet recently. Eek?
Shrieked Tino, stiffening like a frog caught in a snake's watchful stare as Citri's pink eyes with their translucent radiance pierced her with their gaze. Unconcerned by Tino's exaggerated reaction, Citri casually entered the room and looked around.
Tino's house was neatly organized. The place hardly had any belongings apart from the bare minimum of furniture, and it clearly lacked a sense of liveliness. There weren't hints of anything hobbies-related either, but it could be said that Tino's personality was well reflected by that.
T, you seemed really enthusiastic to see Krai finally come, but how come you didn't say anything like you're always welcome to visit to me?
Oh, of course it's my bad. It's just that I was a bit surprised. You're also always welcome to visit, City.
Citri's eyes sparkled as she closed in with the obviously fretting Tino, so close that one would mistake her for going in for a kiss with Tino or something. Licking her lips, Citri placed her hand on Tino's cheek.
T, how are you? Have you grown stronger again? Has my sister been harsh on you?
Yes, I'm fine.
If Lizzie ever goes harsh on you, let me know, okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
At the sound of Citri's unusually excited, coaxing voice, Tino shivered with a sudden chill. She looked at me with a teary expression. Yeah, As if conducting an examination, Citri peered into Tino's dark pupils.
If things get tough, let me know anytime, okay? You can rely on me, and I'll make you way stronger with way less work than apprenticing for my sister. You won't have to go through tough training thinking you're about to die. I'm sure you'll be able to do that easily with your talents. I can even recommend you for Grieving Souls membership right away if that sounds good.
City, you're too close.
Citri's finger slid down from Tino's cheek, traced the contours of her neck, and brushed against her collarbone. Her left arm wrapped around Tino's back, effectively blocking her retreat. Citri, an alchemist, and Tino, a thief, should have different levels of physical abilities, but Tino's slender body simply trembled and showed no signs of retreating. Citri's nose moved slightly, sniffing her scent. Her fingers caressed the red-faced Tino's shoulder, tracing it as if to confirm its shape, moved across her upper arm, and continued down. With each inch of skin, Citri's fingers slid past, Tino's body trembled slightly.
Top quality muscles honed through combat and a slender body frame accompanied by sharpened senses. This is such a healthy body of a specialized thief hunter. Your blood, your flesh, and your bones are all well polished and overflowing with talent. Oh, Krai, why? Wish you'd given her perfect...
Please, Master, save me.
Seems like Citri won't be getting an apprentice anytime soon. Is she looking at a person like how she'd look at a lab rat? Her hand toyed with Tino's body as it moved mercilessly over her. It kneaded her breasts, caressed her belly, and touched her thighs, exposed from her shorts. It looked just like a snake, slowly devouring and digesting a frog. With each touch, Tino trembled and squealed for help in a feeble voice.
It's radiating. Oh, so adorable. Only if you were a boy, then it'd be as simple as just mating with you. But since you're a girl, I'll need to properly pick a mate to avoid any mistakes.
Okay, this is getting out of hand. There, I finally intervened. All right, that's enough. Remember, Tino is Liz's apprentice after all.
Yeah, she is.
With a deep sigh, Citri pulled herself away, and Tino, seemingly having reached her limit, staggered back to lean against a wall. She must have been truly terrifying, as Tino, who wouldn't back down even a single step when facing fearsome phantoms daily, looked like she was about to cry.
Sorry, I was just kidding. You seemed so happy that I couldn't help teasing you a bit.
Making an excuse, though, her actions just now didn't appear to be just kidding at all. Tino seemed to be thinking the same, and she covered her chest with her arms in a pale face.
But hear me out. T seems to like Krai a great deal, but not me, and she reacted as if her lover showed up to hang out all of a sudden. I like T a great deal too. It's just reasonable for me to feel a little jealous, don't you think?
No, I don't. Tino was probably attached to me because I was about the only person who could stop Liz. Then, Citri directed her attention towards me and poked my shoulder like she was sulking.
And besides, Krai never comes to my place to hang out at my place if you ever hang out at T's.
Time flies whenever I'm at your place. Besides, you're always busy.
I'll clear up my schedule for you as much as you want.
Unlike Liz and I, who treated the clan house like my own home, Citri owned property in the capital. I'd hung out at her place a few times and she'd welcomed me with hospitality. It was a fantastic house, but it also had the downside of being too comfortable. Citri knew me too well and tickled me exactly in all the right spots. The first time I'd gone to her place, even I'd been speechless to find that 2 weeks had passed without me realizing. I could be a complete mess sometimes. With Tino still showing signs of fear, I followed her into her room. There was nothing in the living room either, and the tables and chairs were polished to perfection. I couldn't imagine at all what Liz and Tino had been doing here at all.
So, T, you tidied up the place in a rush thinking, oh no, Krai came to my place. Didn't you? This place is way too clean. Huh? Yeah. That's not the case at all?
I see. So she must have been tidying in a rush just now when I heard the scrambling noises from within. I didn't really mind if her room was messy, but, well, I decided not to press it. Tino seemed a little bashful, but she sat down and prepared some tea for us, helter-skelter without mentioning a word. Alongside the tea, she also brought out some cookies from a famous confectionery store where I'd also bought souvenirs from.
So, what brings you to Lizzie?
Oh, it's not anything important. Well, since Liz and Citri have returned safely from their expedition in the treasure vault, I thought we could all go to the tavern together. Hunters who risked their lives exploring treasure vaults often celebrated their safe return with a grand feast. This was their way to commemorate their success, to praise one another's accomplishments, and to strengthen their bonds. It also served as a source of motivation for their next adventure. In our party's case, since I, as the leader, didn't accompany them on their quests, it was customary that, every time the party returned, we held a festive banquet to listen to their adventure tales. And every story of the harshness and cruelty of their adventures made me appreciate the tranquility that came with my role as the clan master more, and yet it also made me feel a little more guilty.
I see. That sounds wonderful. I'd love to do that too someday.
I'd recommend you to the party in a heartbeat if you'll leave it up to me. If you'll leave it up to me.
No, that's not necessary. I am Lizzie's apprentice, and I shall wait until both she and you, Master, approve.
Tino blushed and smiled shyly. In her eyes, I saw a glimmer of longing. Right, going to the tavern with just the three of us might be a bit lonesome. Maybe I should take Tino along too. As we continued our chatting pleasantly, while enjoying the delicious cookies, Tino's eyes widened upon hearing about the events at the lounge.
Recharges, you say? I feel uneasy around those people. Maybe it's the racial differences, but at any rate, their gazes towards their own clan master are far from appropriate.
Easy, T. People come in all sorts, you know. And on top of that, noble spirits are a race which almost no research exists on. So having them nearby is quite the fortunate thing, you know? Now that they've descended upon our human society, so long as we pay attention to avoid upsetting them, everything will be all fine. Plus, those bodies with an exceptionally high magical aptitude of theirs are biological parts of particular usefulness, I think.
Master.
It's just a Citri-esque joke.
Just let them say what they have to say. After all, these noble spirits who rely on their innate physical qualities are no match for Krai. With their simple and straightforward thinking, they're easier to handle than humans with all sorts of different principles and ideologies.
Yeah, I didn't really mind, but I wished she'd stop dragging me into all her statements. Then, suddenly, a muffled voice came from the back of the room. It was a familiar voice.
T! I'm missing a towel in here. Roger, I'll bring one right away. Didn't I tell you last time to make sure to have one ready beforehand? Jeez!
Tino began rising from her seat, but before she could do so, out came the sound of a door opening with a clang. From the bathroom, a body of well-tanned skin emerged, entering the living room exuding an air of confidence as if saying there was nothing to hide. She widened her eyes upon spotting Citri and me. The only thing adorning her body was a platinum ring around her ankles, her apex roots. Her damp long hair clung to her collarbone, and droplets on her unblemished skin glistened with a radiant shimmer as they dribbled all the way down to her ankles. Beside me, Tino let out a piercing shriek.
Liz, Master is... Yo, sup? Isn't this Krai baby here? Huh? He caught you looking for me? Didn't I? Come me while I'm in the shower, you naughty Krai baby.
Liz, go get yourself properly dressed before you come in. How many times do I have to tell you?
Liz had burst into the room with an innocent smile on her face. Without a moment's delay, Citri moved behind me and covered my eyes. In the darkness, some toasty, moist, and supple skin came into contact with my hand.
City, why are you covering his eyes?
Show some restraint. Can't you see that Krai's feeling uneasy?
Oh, come on. There's nothing I need to hide from Krai baby. You aren't feeling uneasy, right?
I am. Zabrudia boasted a great selection of stores catering to treasure hunters. For instance, there were training facilities, weapon and armor shops, relic specialty stores, and even information brokers dealing specifically with phantom and monster news. One could even find shops offering hunter-for-hire services, providing skilled hunters as temporary party members. Among them, taverns were one of the most common types of establishments in Zabrudia. Treasure hunters loved their alcohol, and most parties celebrated their achievements and survival at their favorite taverns with feasts after successfully conquering perilous treasure vaults. They toasted each other's achievements and savored their fortune of living through another day, without mishaps, and they ate and drank almost as if to flush away their elation, their excitement, and their fear. Hunters consumed food and drink in quantities exceeding that of ordinary people by magnitudes. And, since hunters were known for being rough around the edges, there were a number of taverns in the capital exclusively dedicated to them. These were places that prioritized quantity over quality, places where patrons could almost drown themselves in alcohol. The mere notion of being able to order alcohol by the barrel there should offer a glimpse of the vast quantity available at these establishments. Along with Citri and the properly dressed Liz, I arrived at our usual tavern, Golden Rooster Pavilion. Golden Pavilion was a large-scale umbrella brand of hunter-serving taverns in the capital, and each branch was famous for different signature dishes. Liz preferred quantity over taste, and Citri would always go for what I suggested, so it was always my job to pick a tavern. Tino had looked up at me with a somewhat apologetic expression and asked, "Master, are you sure I can come along too?" "Of course," I'd said. 4 is merrier than 3 anyways, and so, I had been emotionally struck by the visible shock on Tino's face when Liz told her, "You will be staying behind." As we opened the large double doors tailored for hulking hunters, a rush of the suffocating smell of alcohol engulfed us. The tavern was filled with the hustle and bustle of hunters who had concluded their explorations in the treasure vaults a little early and were now celebrating their wrap parties of the day. A robust female hunter kicked a heavily intoxicated man passed out on the floor to the corner. Oblivious to being flung against the wall, the man started snoring in a rumble. The weapons leaning against each table stood as testaments to this place being a hunter's tavern. Those quarrelsome, drunk, rageful voices and laughter which used to terrify me when I'd first become a hunter were now nothing more than a familiar backdrop. This was a feast of heroes. The scene I'd once imagined back in the day when I'd admired hunters now unfolded right before my eyes. A place where only the diligent and the strong were celebrated, and the weak were eliminated. This was a place where I'd never be able to enter without Liz, Citri, or the others.
Yeah! I got the spot right next to Krai Baby. City, you can sit next to me. I don't need you to sit next to Krai Baby.
The server had guided us to the round table in the far back, and Liz had immediately grabbed the seat next to the aisle to my right and blustered in an apparently good mood. The tables in the tavern were designed to comfortably accommodate parties, but Liz was sitting a bit too close as always. Usually I wouldn't mind since Anthem, Luke, and maybe others would be around, but with me alone and 3 visually cute girls in tow, I couldn't help but attract attention.
Well, that's fine. I don't really mind, but shouldn't you be sitting next to T? She's your apprentice after all, and also I have something I want to discuss with Krai.
Grinning widely and unfazed by Liz's intimidating demeanor, her younger sister took hold of Tino's arm. Tino, startled, trembled in response, perhaps still traumatized by what had happened at the front door of her place earlier. The mentor looked at her anxious apprentice and decided not to mention anything about it.
It's all right. Tea will be serving, so she won't need a seat or anything. Bring me the dishes and drinks I order. For now, go get some golden ale 10 tall mugs of it, and make it quick, please.
Poor thing! Even I'd speak up in this situation. Ease up on our mascot here, will you? Being right next to Citri will keep her on the edge for sure. Tino, the seat to my left is free, so why don't you come sit next to me?
Huh? May.
After a brief moment in a daze, Tino broke into a blossoming smile. And then, I just realized, could this be? Could this be what people mean by a flower on each arm? Until now, I've always had my thoughts about this arc, who's always not only accompanied by beauties, but in harem mode, but wow, this is incredible. This doesn't feel superior at all, surprisingly. I should apologize next time I see him. Surrounding me, the thorny and poisonous flowers, Liz and Citri stared at the poor little flower Tino.
Task! If Krai Baby says so, but T, I'll kill you if you embarrass me.
T, Krai isn't the best at keeping his hands to himself sometimes, so, he might try on you something similar to what I did, and T wouldn't be able to refuse him if he did, would you? It's probably better to leave a seat or 2 empty between you, just so you know.
As Liz continued to bluster, Citri attempted to spread a nasty rumor of mine, all while maintaining her smile. I wonder how Citri actually sees me. Tino approached my left side gingerly and sat down with an absolutely straight back and perfect manners. Perhaps because of Citri's words, her neck had turned red. She was quite adorable like that. I couldn't help but feel extravagantly soothed and at ease when interacting with my clan members, of course. Citri and Liz have plenty of good about them too. Then, the drinks were served. Liz, Citri, and Tino each got an extra tall mug of the tavern's renowned golden ale. And in my mug was an amber liquid, a specialty tea with a whiskey-like hue. Hunter's liquor had a high alcohol content. If I'd gone with what they'd gotten, my liver wouldn't survive the night. Once we raised our glasses, Citri and Liz toasted with big smiles while Tino fearfully followed suit. Well, this might be a bit early, but here's to Liz and Citri returning safe from Night Palace. Cheers! With that, our glasses collided and neatly clinked. The feast had begun.
Huh? A swordsman stronger than Luke appeared? Why, that's not fair.
As she slammed her empty mug on the table, her eyes gleaming with perilous sparkles. In response to her sister's behavior, Citri chuckled softly and traced the center part of her left arm with her finger.
That's your fault for coming back all too soon. Luke was overjoyed. He charged in alone the moment he saw the opponent had a sword, and he ended up getting bashed up by a single strike. He should have known better when the opponent wasn't human. What a thoughtless guy.
They sure had eye-opening stories for listeners. As usual, high-level hunters were freaks, but the phantoms residing in the treasure vaults they aimed to conquer were usually even more resilient than they were. Even if Luke was a man who had devoted his life to the way of the sword and was hailed as one of the top swordsmen in the capital, he was still no match for those outlandish monsters inhabiting high-level treasure vaults. This was especially true when Grieving Souls always pushed its limits by challenging treasure vaults barely within its league. The treasure vault they'd conquered this time, Night Palace, was a level 8 vault. Since the average level of our members was slightly below 7, they still hadn't reached the recommended level for tackling it, and from what I'd just heard, this was just an adventure as grueling as always. But when I saw them return with smiles like this, it was probably best for me not to say anything about it. At first, I'd been filled with trepidation thinking about my close friends' reckless actions, but I trusted them now. Though Luke and the others usually acted without consideration for others, my word still held sway over them. After all, I was their party leader. Therefore, I must keep my words to only what was absolutely necessary. On the table, large plates filled with food, which Tino had ordered, occupied every available space. Piled atop the large plates were mountains of rather large carriage, fries, crispy bone-in grilled meat, fish and chips, and even meat sauce pasta. This was an amount that would have lasted me alone for a whole week. Just looking at it made me feel full. And fries and chips are the same thing. There's also no salad, we're not having enough vegetables. Citri, after emptying her mug in one gulp, softly let loose a somewhat erotic sigh. Yet there was no sign of intoxication in her gaze. Despite the word ale in its name, golden ale was a drink with an alcoholic content exceeding 30%, making it strong enough to get even hunters drunk. I wonder what's going on inside her body. Even Tino, who was meekly sipping from her mug, had somehow also consumed a similar amount of alcohol. Liz, meanwhile, fiercely gripped a browned bone-in piece of unknown meat, lifted it up, and chomped down in a hearty bite. Citri, somewhat elegantly, cut apart her steak with a knife and a fork, performing movements that would be noble-like if it weren't for the size of the steak, which could be better described as a massive chunk. All three of them were voracious eaters, with appetites surpassing the level of healthy. I wonder where all the food they ate disappears to. Noticing my gaze on her sun-kissed belly, which never seemed to swell no matter how much she ate, Liz leaned in and smoothly wrapped her arm around mine.
What's the matter, crybaby? Why do you seem to be not eating?
It wasn't that I wasn't eating, it was just that Liz and the others had eaten too much. I always thought the serving sizes here were way too big. One piece of Karaj and I was already full. I ate slow. Looking at me, the light eater, Citri put up a wry smile.
You won't have enough strength if you don't eat up. Even my older brother's healing magic won't be as effective if he doesn't eat properly.
Yeah, it also makes me really hungry when I get an arm and leg to regrow with that crybaby. You'll be in a pickle when emergencies come too. If you don't eat well, let me feed you. Here, open your mouth. Here, open your mouth.
I really hope that such an emergency will never, ever come. Liz licked her lips and held out some fries right in front of my eyes. Although being treated like this in public was embarrassing even for me, Liz, who possessed a heart of steel, wouldn't accept any excuses of that sort. Perhaps there was still some remaining kindness in her that the fries she offered me were at least easy to eat in this position.
Liz, you're pushing it too fast. As much as we're hunters, we have our limits. You're getting drunk at this pace, okay? What if you collapse again like the other day?